about 11 years ago that it was not a globe, not with the dimensions we were told. Pretty simple for me. I don't go into all this other stuff. That's just mainly my thing. That the maths doesn't add up.
I will say.
But
Sorry, you go,
hi,
Brad.
hello.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I want to say that we cannot use particle evidence like some like the curvature of some places to to demonstrate if the Earth is global or not. Um, like it's like a rock that there is some part is flat and some part is more like circular or like some tapes on it, right? It seems like the Earth that some places have a peak, and some places it's like some plant, right? So we cannot measure the curvature of particle the Earth to demonstrate if the Earth is global or not, unless we see the whole thing in the space to to describe the shape of the Earth, like in like the picture posted by NASA, right? Hello, hello.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, like that photo from 1972 from NASA. It looks pretty
Yeah.
perfect circle or perfect sphere or whatever. In a picture, it just looks like a circle, but obviously they're trying to make it look like a sphere. But yeah, it's too perfect. I don't think that's what the Earth looks like. But I wouldn't claim to know what the whole thing looks like anyway, even if whatever shape it is. I wouldn't claim that. It's just measures to be flat. That's how we experience it. Doesn't feel like it's moving. Doesn't really look like it's moving either.
So
It looks like the sky's moving.
so we cannot assume the Earth like global or flat if we cannot see the whole thing. Like
I
yeah,
don't
we
I
just
don't
can't
necessarily think you need to see
like
it all.
to. Mm, sorry, what?
Because all over the world, people have done measurement tests and used lasers and line of sight tests, just seeing too far based on the geometry of the globe.
How if it is just like a regional symbol of the Earth, or is like a particle spatial of the Earth? Like you cannot measure every places. You cannot prove every places have that kind of symbol, right? Like so you cannot just tell the Earth could be proved to be flat by this measure.
I'm more talking over water observations across bodies of water, not so much land. There are some flat sections of land in Australia where I'm from. It's very flat. Obviously, there's hills and valleys and that sort of thing, but overall, yeah, I would go by water rather than land to measure.
I will say I
Yeah, I'm
think
not
there's a lot of
not fully understanding what you're saying really, so I'm sorry about that.
Like if you want to using the radar to to measure the curve. some places you can
Hello,
and
hello,
I can say that if
hello,
if the
hello, hello,
reader was blocked by
hello,
some
hello.
mountain
God, shut up,
or on the Earth, like I can say that the Earth is not flat as well, right?
Fuck
If
you.
the radar was what? If the reader was blocked by something, right? As a word that you said before. Hello, 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 hello. It's like just particle. Yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
regional or particle symbol of some places, like like some plant or some plants or some pool that could be assumed they are flat, but you cannot see that. Um, if you like to describe the whole shape of the Earth, you cannot see that it is just flat. Like you have to measure the whole thing,
not
and it seems
necessarily. I
like you
mean,
cannot.
because if you've got a table, you can measure the middle of the table. You can measure like all around the table. You don't need to go right to the edge of the table to know your table's flat. You know what I mean? Overall, it
How
would be
like
averaged to be flat. You know, there might be a bit of a hill here and there, but overall, on average, it would be flat. It's not curving back around onto itself.
how do you know the position that you measured is not like specific or like a specific symbol, a flat, like you measured a plant, like you measured like in, on a above a pool, or like artificial like artificial road that could be seen as flat. Um, like um, it seems like if you're in a more like the road is flat, the ground is like a flat, right? It's like a manufactured by human, like some infrastructures that in order to be convenient for the transport, they were meant to contribute it like flat.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Right.
exactly what you're getting at. Anyone else understand?
Are you trying to say that it's unfair to state that just because you observe as a human that's like 5 or 6 feet tall, that it still looks flat, that doesn't take into consideration the entire size of the Earth that we claim it to be? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah,
It's not a fair
yeah,
observation.
yeah. It's not fair observation.
It's like an ant on a basketball kind of thing, or what? Yeah. Or I mean, even smaller than that. But
Yeah,
And
well, we have
and
the
maybe the place is not natural. It's being it's like a meant to construct so as plan as land as flat to inhabit it for human.
Oh, like they're intentionally finding these flat spots so that it appears that the entire Earth doesn't curve, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Kind of what I'm getting at. I shouldn't be the one fighting or arguing against you because I am with you on this. Not necessarily in that point entirely, but just I also believe the Earth is a globe, or I know the Earth is a globe,
How do you know it's a globe?
or I believe. I'll go with I'm going to use the word believe because I know a lot of flat earthers use the word know and they also don't know. But I'll say truthfully, I believe the Earth is a globe. Why I trust the sources enough. I trust the general public enough because I know that there's people that work in fields that are outside of like the three-letter organizations or like NASA or whatever. Like it's not just organizations that are tied to the government that work in this that would have to be lying to us. It would be people that like run companies that work with satellites, right? They'd be passing off these satellites. Where are they hiding these satellites? Because the people do produce these things. It's just a matter of where they're going after. Um, I think something like LIGO as well, where they're trying to like determine like determine gravity effectively. All these people would have to have like I know like a lot of flat earthers say that people in their fields tend to work off of assumptions and they just go with it for years and they don't really learn to deviate from what they've been told in class or whatever. But it just kind of like does a disservice towards people's intelligence, right? Like that you were the one that were able to look past this and not draw these assumptions, whereas those people are stupid and they like despite them working in a very advanced field that kind of would have to accept that the Earth is a globe. Like they're not spotting these errors.
I mean,
But
when they grab you and put you in a classroom and they teach you all these things, it's not that you're stupid. It's that, that's your tradition, right? It's like
yeah,
religious people, for example, they do things that some of us would consider, or at least some religions, right? Or some cultures, they do silly things, not because they're freaking stupid, but because it's tradition. So it has nothing to do with like, their mental capacity. It's just tradition. They've been taught that the earth is a globe since they were a kid. Therefore, that's their paradigm.
and I get what you're saying with that. And yeah, that is a lot of people, but I think you're overstating how many people are incapable of breaking out of that mold. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is that there are more people that are capable of seeing through that stuff than I think you guys are giving credit.
I don't know. I mean, their careers depend on it, right? People don't
Sure.
really go out their way, right? Because naturally, as a normal person, you wouldn't think that another person would lie about the shape of the earth, right? Like that's too evil. Like you don't think about that. So, you know, those thoughts don't come into your mind. Therefore, you don't question.
Well, the issue is I think these questions come from like really faulty science as well.
Uh huh.
I think like Effie Core's paper, for instance, a lot of these laser experiments are just extremely faulty because they aren't true measurements of Earth's curvature. Technically,
Uh huh.
measurements of lasers, not
Uh huh.
necessarily the Earth. And the assumption made is that the laser does not curve over these 10, 20-mile lengths of water, right? You have to make that
Uh huh.
assumption because we're not doing all these measurements of humidity and temperature.
Yeah, but
I just want
appealing
to
to
say,
like super mirages all the time is crazy because even not a super mirage, super refraction, right? Super refraction is super rare and it doesn't really happen when it's windy or cold and stuff like that. So saying a rare event is always happening is
I'm
crazy because it's a rare event, right?
I'm not saying it's a rare. So, for instance, total internal reflection we've heard of, like for fiber optic cables. We're aware that light bends, right? I'm not saying
Yeah.
like I'm not going to speak to any mediums, but we know that light bends, and I think
Yeah.
in a lot of these experiments they neglect to actually calculate these things properly. So, like, are you aware of Fe Core's final experiment, whatever it is, that the paper they did, where they
No, I haven't watched the final experiment or vomiting.
or not the I don't think it's called the final experiment, but they did a laser measurement over a bunch of bodies of water.
Mm-hmm.
And in it, they calculate the refraction from the atmosphere, and they use Snell's law, and they use it as like a basic like linear equation where it's just one boundary to another. The issue
Mm-hmm.
with that is that obviously air over 10 miles, or in that instance, I think 12.26 kilometers actually, the one I'm thinking
Mm-hmm.
of, air is not homogeneous. So you have to consider that this is an ever-changing body, and therefore you have to derive the change that's going on with this laser beam. I think
Yeah.
like the best analogy is like compound interest. When you get
Uh-huh.
interest, you don't want, like, let's say you start with $5,000, you get $100 interest at the end of the month. You don't want your money being multiplied by the $5,000. You want it multiplied by the 5,000 plus one. And that's kind of what I'm saying with the laser, with their calculation, particularly using Snell's law, is that they don't account
Mm-hmm.
for the constant change that's happening to this laser beam, and it's constantly meeting new boundaries, new boundaries, new boundaries. So you have to derive the equation, limits, and calculus to actually figure out that change on top of just the base movement that it does. The base direction of its angle, I guess, is the better way to put it.
Gotcha. So
So
pretty much what I was saying, right? So I'm looking it up right now.
yeah, I can't post in the chat because I've been muted unreasonably, but
Let's see. Distance.
and then like Dr. John D, I hear him times two.
Yeah. So you were saying that. Let me see if I'm understanding you right.
Are you on page 2, or do you have it open, or are you just looking at the video or something?
No, I was looking at I was reading something about refraction right now, so I don't mind opening it up. But did you send it to me or what?
I can. That's nice.
So I could look at it later.
Yeah. So this paper. So that's an experiment that I see spoken about a lot here. FE Core's final version is probably why I said final experiment. But that I have a major issue with. And then like I know Dr. John D. I was just like scrolling.
You got to send it to me because I've never I've never read the paper or anything like that.
Said that. Find that Dr. John video. I think I sent you the one though. Your organism one, right?
Yeah.
Unless. So I think there's a lot of there are things that are suspicious. So like yeah, I'm looking through my YouTube history right now, and I do think they do filter flat Earth. Like they don't want that in the YouTube history. Like I agree, they should stop doing stuff like that.
Yeah, it's pretty weak.
No, I know it's a weak argument. I'm just saying I know sometimes flat earthers bring it up too, and I'm like,
no,
yeah,
I was just no. I'm simply saying that censoring people is pretty weak. You know.
Oh, I agree. I completely agree. God. Here we go. Okay, found his chain. This.
Oh.
Here we go. So, I know this guy is praised a lot to share the time.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Oh. I was making a joke about that guy the other day.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So like as like atmosphere, so it's a bit long. So the atmospheric and geological system have become increasingly or synchronized. So the Earth itself becomes to resemble like a non-planetary mechanism, and like it's operating in a convolutional scientific framework. So consequently, there are like climatic instabilities and like biospheric adaptations that no longer function like an isolated process. So what do you think about the cursively entangled expression that has been decentralizing the global structure?
I'm sorry. Listen. Say that one more time.
So Should you want me to repeat the whole thing?
Yeah. I was
So,
looking at my email and stuff, so
Wait a second. Somebody's calling me. Wait.
I'm not sure. Yo, J Dog, did you send the paper or what?
yeah. Maybe you have friends or something. I sent the paper and the video, but maybe it's not sending because we're not friends on Discord or something.
All right.
Organism 1. Yeah. Kind of. Or I'll just put out the first part because I have to come back to work of what I was going to type out completely. But my issue with like John D's video there is that his instruments are, at least for the Celsius, is only calibrated in 0.5 C increments, and then he only considers the measurement at 0.5 meters and 1.5 meters because that fits what he wants to prove, really. So he uses those measurements because they're both the same temperature, and he's able to claim that because of the same temperature, there's no density gradient. And he makes this claim across a long body of water, right?
Mm-hmm.
That seems a bit ridiculous because
He was
it's
trying to prove globe. He was trying to disprove flat Earth, though. Really,
yeah,
he
I
didn't go into it wanting to be a flat earther.
sure, but
Sorry to
regardless of
interrupt.
what he
Mate.
no, you're good. I'm just saying, regardless of what he was or wasn't trying to do, I'm just saying this is really shitty data. And the other thing is that like I get it, there's like several data points, so it's not worth really doing like a statistical analysis on this to find like the RSD, but this is like garbage, and this is coming from someone who works with I'm not doing like, obviously I'm not working with like earth measurements, but I do work with a lot of instrumentation, and I can tell you that this is just crap, and this would not pass in a laboratory setting, and we have
Yeah.
things that are calibrated to have much more precise measuring uh, degrees to it. So that's why I have an issue with that video in particular. I haven't gone through everything. And then FE Core's papers also just like they don't properly derive Snell's law to find the change that's going on with it as well. And you can
Gotcha.
look this stuff up online. Snell's law should be
Yeah, I don't
used.
mind
So
doing
the
it.
reason
You
why
just send it.
yeah, I'm just saying that Snell's law, we use it in like science class or whatever because we're working over like a couple meters. So it works when it's like a relatively non-homogeneous body, but it's such a short distance. But when you're going over 12 kilometers, you have to take into account that change because it is a much longer period of this beam passing through whatever.
Yeah.
Like it spirals more. It's just like compound interest, like having that extra $100 and then you have money on top of it to be multiplied with it.
I hear you. So what convinced you that the Earth was a globe?
What convinced me? I mean, first
Other
as a
than like
kid, just hearing
trust,
that stuff.
right? Other than
I mean, it really starts with just trust and belief. Yeah, as a kid. Then I started looking into more stuff. I've watched my fair share of videos from NASA. I've looked at data from NASA. I've looked at the stuff that a lot of flat earthers have to produce. I've looked at a crazy amount of things that flat earthers have
but what about
shown.
like your what you
Here's the thing.
observed on a daily basis?
Obviously, I don't have the funds to take a rocket ship up into space.
I
Jeff
mean, neither.
Bezos, Elon. Right. So like it's really hard to meet the expectations that I always hear flat earthers in here ask for like measurements because the measurements are never going to be sufficient, right? We're going to bring up things like shadows being casted from the sun onto like from this area and that area with Aristosthenes. Um, at the end of the day, like a layman cannot measure the Earth's curvature. So you really do have to just trust some of these bodies of people and then just look at what they're producing and realize that it would be way too great of a feat to pull off to actually pull all these people.
Would
All
it?
these
Has it
actors involved.
happened? Has it happened before?
So
Because
other things, yes. Other things, yes. But I think so. Like JFK's assassination, for instance, or MLK, whatever. Like it's more reasonable for people to be speculative on that, and for there to be more reason to not trust the sources because it is so limited to the amount of people that can actually corroborate that information. Whereas something with the flat Earth, this is something that deals with all these countries having information on this, right? So like the U.S. is going to have 99.99% of the information on JFK, and that's going to be sealed behind all this government crap. Whereas the flat Earth is something that all these countries are capable of like exploring. They're all many countries are capable, this first world, of launching satellites
Yeah.
and they've had missions on the moon before, not with humans, but they've had like rovers and whatever else. So the amount of corroborating that would have to be involved is pretty substantial compared to smaller conspiracy theories like JFK's assassination.
There
Because
would have
the
to be a
Chinese
lot of,
government isn't. Yeah,
collab. It would have to collab, but that's not impossible. I don't see,
it's
it's
not
just,
possible, but
what do
this
you
would
mean
be
it's
the
not
first time.
possible?
It's not. I'm saying it's not impossible, but this would
Oh,
be the first time
I misheard
to
you.
this degree. This would be just insane compared to any other conspiracy of these countries collaborating to this degree. Because I don't think we have instances of countries colluding like this. Countries that we know are not allies, like Iran, the United States, China.
They cooperate, for example,
Yeah,
the clear.
but in the open, right? Very, very in the open.
No,
I'm
they
sure they
do
have close.
collaborate. For example, like the Antarctic Treaty, right? Like they haven't broken that. They get along.
Yeah, yeah.
So
That,
in
that's
today's
out in the open.
age, that's possible. But
But
what I
you
was
know
really
about
asking you, hold on real quick. What I was really asking you about was your experience, right? Because that's usually what I appeal to. Like, what do you observe on a daily basis?
I observe on a daily basis. Once
Yeah,
again,
do
like
you?
anything I give to you, so like I could say a ship's hull disappearing from the bottom up, right? And you
Hmm.
guys will have something for that. I have seen people do experiments over water where they basically measure with a little boat to make sure that they're level with the surface of water with their
Yeah.
ear stick. I've seen people do like target hits with a laser beam at like a target several miles out.
Yeah.
I haven't done that myself. I have seen what appear to be satellites and what is it? SpaceX's like constellation going through the sky. Um,
Hmm.
I've seen videos of these things. There's a video I posted before actually of a satellite re-entering, not a satellite. I think it was a some type of spacecraft re-entering the atmosphere.
Hmm.
Fine. So like once
Yeah. Other
again,
than videos, things that don't have to do with trust, right? Like what you observe. What do you see?
what do I see? I
Yeah.
mean, as a person who thinks that the world is what 3,900 miles in its radius, like it
Hmm.
looks flat, but that's relative to my size. I'm a 6 foot human being on a ball that has a radius of nearly 4,000
Yeah,
miles.
I got you. I got you. So here's the thing, right? So it's all by faith. I mean, you've admitted it before already. But would there be anything like, for example, if somebody showed you that these people were committing fraud, would that trust go away or what?
But just because some people commit fraud that are in that institution doesn't mean that it's all fraudulent. I work
No,
for a company
absolutely.
that
That
does
doesn't
certain things
follow,
like that.
but that doesn't follow. That's not the argument that I'm making. I'm not saying fraud here,
Yeah,
therefore everything they say is fraud. But it does, it should
it does
make you
happen.
skeptical now. And,
There's a lot of ways. Yeah,
trust would no longer be your foundation for believing what you believe in.
sure. I
All
mean,
right, that's fair
some
enough then.
degree. Tr- it's just the magnitude of what it would require. I think when I think about it.
Yeah, I know the pretty much a dystopian society, a dystopian world, but that might be
I
the
want to
case. You never know.
I want to be clear. I think we're on the same page with like we distrust the government, all these three-letter agencies. Like I am fully with you on that. But I think that they are less sophisticated than a lot of the flat earthers make them out to be. I do not think these organizations are as sophisticated as people think they are to keep something like this under wraps to this
No,
degree.
they're pretty good at it, especially like the U.S. government. Like,
I disagree.
like for example,
Like
you ever heard of Operation Northwood?
Operation Northwoods, yes, I've heard of that. I've heard of like the LSD like mind control
They
shit.
do crazy stuff. Like they
Yeah,
can
false
literally
flags.
control the media, things like that. And they've only been getting better, right? So I
To be
wouldn't
clear
say
though,
anything is insane.
Northwoods and all those are public information. Like the U.S. government has that out in the public, whereas flat Earth, they
Now,
technically
right?
would
But
be hiding
imagine,
it.
yeah, hold on, yeah, it's got revealed now, but when it was being, plotted, it wasn't. It was a conspiracy theory, right? So of course now it's public domain, but there's no reason to assume that these guys repented, they became born again Christians, and and no longer do fuck shit, right?
Sure, but I just don't think that us having distrust in these bodies necessarily means that all of them are lying together. Because
No,
once
no,
again, I
that
just
doesn't
think
that doesn't follow. I agree with you. That's not my argument. My argument is that you shouldn't build your reality on trust.
I am with you on that. But I think for some things you do really have to trust people because you've been exposed to this so many times and you see so many other
That's
people
not a
doing
good
this.
reason,
Not
though.
that, oh, but let me be clear that
Yeah, go ahead.
you've seen things work in some instances, right? So like a doctor, for instance, a doctor would tell
Yeah,
you what food is good and what food is bad for you. But how do you really know what food is good and what food is bad to you?
by
You could
testing
eat
it
something
yourself.
and say that I feel better from this or I don't feel better,
Yeah,
but those are just internal feelings as well. How do you know what those feelings actually mean unless you experiment and actually like determine what's good and what's bad? Like no one's looking into this stuff. What doctors tell you.
but
Do you
even
know you
then,
have a
right?
brain? Like do you know you have a brain? You don't because you've never
No,
seen your brain.
it's abductive. We use abductive reasoning, right? We see other humans, or even inductive, right? We see other
Well, we
humans
see other
have
humans. We
brains,
don't see their
therefore,
brains. Have you seen like a
well,
person like crack open a person's skull though before and then show
when
you the
they
brain?
die, when they die, you've seen,
Could people not just put in
brain
a fake brain?
brain surgery, brain surgery, for example, too, right?
Okay, have you seen that though? Is my question because I could say, well, there's NASA scientists who say that they've seen in person, right? Like
Well, I've
that's the
spoken to
same idea.
doctors, right?
Yeah, I could say I've spoken to astronauts. It's the same line of reasoning, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you. I hear what you're saying, but what about when that information, because it really depends on the quality of information and how well it can be verified, right? Like comparing somebody who's going to the moon and going to space to someone who's here on Earth just cracking brains up, right?
Sure. I mean, yeah.
They're not
Determine
they're like they're not really the same. I
they.
hear the
I think
principle you're making, of course, right? That you have to trust people at some point, but with what information though, right? That's my point. Like I hear you, but with the quality of the information.
yeah. I mean,
Like how well does this information match reality and what you experience? Because you're telling me that I'm spinning at 1,000 miles per hour while,
oh,
revolving around the sun at 66,000, right?
yes.
Makes you like really skeptical, shouldn't it? Or what?
Because we're so my because I know how like acceleration and velocity works and how
Uh-huh.
centrifugal force works when you're on the outside of a ball that's spinning really slowly relative to the center, or I mean the
Uh-huh.
outside second faster, but you're not making a full rotation until 24 hours, so you're not going to be thrown
Uh-huh.
off the ball. You're not going to feel the velocity of this ball spinning as well because that's what it is. It accelerates and decelerates a very
Yeah,
slight
I
amount,
understand
but you're not
that
you're that's what you feel,
that
the slight acceleration, but you're not going to feel that because it's really negligible.
I understand that that's the story you've been told, right? And that's the story I've
No,
been told too. I'm not saying
that,
it's true or false,
that's
but
factual though with how physics works. Like a car
no,
moving,
I'm talking.
accelerating versus
No, no,
constant.
no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that people claim, right? Fact, quote unquote. They claim that the Earth is moving, and
Yep.
that's how you explain it. I understand it, but,
Yes.
how do we know? Why should I believe that's the case?
I mean, I feel like we're going to go in circles with this because I'm kind of just going to go through the same analogy with like really just have to trust some of these organizations with how many people are involved and the amount of the magnitude of collusion that would be going on with China, United States, Russia, with Iran, who we're at war with right now. Like it would be pretty substantial. It would once it would be the biggest conspiracy theory ever. I imagine
What if
it's like
that's the
1,000
case though?
times.
What if that's the case? Because I could just argue, look, man, I don't see any curvature. I see things from pretty far away. Therefore, that must be the case.
So for that to be the case, there'd be a lot of actors. There'd be a lot of people lying to their spouses. There'd be a lot of people
What if
lying.
that's the case?
Then that is the case, and I think our assumption on human nature is I guess I should reassess that too. But
Yeah, that's
like
what I. Go ahead. Go
we
ahead.
all
Go
know
ahead.
people, right? Like the likelihood of there being this large population of people that are holding this on tight wraps and have these like
It doesn't have to
exceptional
be
acting
large, right?
skills,
It could be like a couple of hundreds, and
I think it would have to be
that's
more than people think it isn't.
it would have to be a couple of hundreds higher ups, right? That don't tell, and that's it. But
At all these countries, to be clear, at
yeah,
many different
that wouldn't.
right.
That I don't think that
And
would be.
then there's the
Yeah, it's
people who
not
go
too
out into
crazy.
space. There's the people who are on the ISS. There's China's
You're already
space station
assuming
as
that
well.
they're in the ISS, right?
I'm
You
just
realize
saying
from
there's people who
ISS height, Jay, they can't see any Earth curvature, so they could be anywhere, right? And even
That's
if they
true.
were there, they can't see the Earth as a ball. But
Is that true?
incredulity is not an argument, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to lead them there.
But I'm just trying to see. Well, you guys were asking for my evidence, and like I said, I don't have a measurement of Earth, so this is what we have to present
I
to you because
understand it.
you're not talking
Yeah.
to the astronauts that
But
went out
but
there.
quickly, you
You're
deflected
talking
because
to
he asked you for how we know the Earth is in motion, and then you deflected to I can't believe this many people would lie.
Yeah.
because
So can you present some
Sure.
evidence that the Earth is in motion?
I don't have that.
Your claims about what you would
To be
feel or
fair,
not feel are
he
relevant,
said he's.
right?
To be fair
I
to him,
don't.
he did tell me. He told me it was trust, right? So
So he's not going to present any evidence
so
of his claims.
he doesn't
fences.
have.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah, got it. Okay,
Fences.
go ahead, organism.
Can I just ask fences? Where does your claim come from that you can't see Earth's curvature from like 200 miles out where the ISS is?
I'll just
Where
post
does
the
that
math
claim
for
come
you.
from?
It's a simple mathematical understanding.
Where's the math? I don't see it on the side chat.
I said I'll post it. Wait a second.
Oh, you'll post it. Okay. I thought you said. And to be clear, I have very little trust in the math that I've seen now after what I've seen with a lot of the stuff. But I am curious to see this.
Yeah, just don't have trust. Just verify for yourself. That's the way. Let's test all things, my friend.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for a good laser test.
So wait, Jay, let me get this straight. So you don't trust the math that I presented there because I put it there, but you trust that there's the math that claims the Earth is a ball without any proof of that.
I'm saying I don't know if I trust this math simply because I've seen a lot of bad math before.
Okay, well, work it out for yourself, Jay. You don't have to believe it.
So this is making a claim of what a person can determine with their eyes, right?
Jay,
Percent of
and I think I've already mentioned this to you that okay, you can only see approximately 3% of the Earth's surface from ISS height.
Yes.
However, our fake live stream from the United States ISS, shows a curving surface, which isn't possible at that height. But I've mentioned this before. The Chinese quote unquote live stream shows the Earth as flat because the Chinese can apparently do math better than we can.
So you're telling me you know about that camera lens and how it does not distort the image.
I don't really care about what camera lens they're using.
You
The
should.
point is
You
that
should.
the Earth if you can only see 3% of the Earth's surface from that distance, they
How do you
cannot be
know
showing a curve. So just look at the math. Don't argue with me about it. Just do it yourself.
What I'm saying is, sure, let's just accept the 3% figure, right? How do you know that with someone's eyes, they would not be able to determine curvature by only seeing 3% of the Earth? That's my question.
Because you can only see 3% of the surface. You cannot see the entire surface. You cannot see it as a shape. Do you understand?
So because you said so, that's what you're saying. You said because you said so.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
It's
you
not
cannot
common
see the
sense
Earth
because
as
we
in
don't
its
have
entirety. When you can only see 3% of it, you are too close to it.
we need data on people observing 3% of the Earth or something. There's no data on whether or not a people can
Oh
determine.
my gosh, dude. I don't think you understand.
I think I do understand because you're making a claim that people are incapable of determining curvature if they can only see 3% of the ball that's curving. That's the claim you're making.
How can you see the Earth as a ball if you can only see 3% of it?
What does 3% mean as well?
I'm sorry, I didn't think I'd have to explain percentages.
I mean, is that 3% of its surface area that you're saying? And is that what is that relative to? So like, what about if you're seeing like a stretch across Earth
Okay,
versus
have you
directly
even
on
looked at what I posted? Because I don't feel like you've really looked at it. So I would like you, if you want to engage in this, to actually take
Yeah,
a look at it so that
percent
you
of visible
understand what
Earth
we're
is
talking about.
basically
That would
3%,
be great.
basically
Otherwise,
just
you're just
1,400
coping.
miles.
So take a look at what I
Yeah,
posted and try to absorb what's on there. And
it has
organism, if
no
you want to
claim.
engage with them again,
But fences, my issue here is that it has no claim on what a person is capable of
okay, you
determining
haven't
what's
even looked
curved.
at it, so I'm not going to engage with you on
I
it.
I literally have I'm looking at it right now. It's on my screen. Am I wrong in this
Then
then?
stop talking and read it and understand.
I literally just said that I looked through it. And I'm asking, where does it make a claim about how much a person needs to see before they can determine curvature of a ball? That is not
Okay, if
at
if you disagree with it, tell me. If your
I'm not
claim is that
disagreeing
that's
with it.
incorrect, then you show me how much of
Fences,
it.
to be clear, I'm not disagreeing with the percent that
Yeah,
you're
you
saying.
are. You're just
No, I'm not.
speculating. You're just spitballing. You're just throwing shit at the wall and seeing
Hold
if
on.
it
No, no,
sticks,
no, no,
you
no.
know?
This is disingenuous argument. I'm not disagreeing with the fucking paper, to be clear, Fences. I'm just asking where they make the next step in saying, and therefore, since you can only see 3%, you cannot determine that it's curved. That's what I want to
Okay,
see.
because you are not far enough away from the surface to see it
No, no, no.
in its
That's not good
entirety.
enough.
No, you cannot
That's not
see
good
the
enough.
curvature from. It is well understood, Jay. You just don't understand.
It's not well.
It's
How
not
is it
just
well
it's not
understood if
just
you have
my
not seen this
claim.
for
Do you
yourself?
understand? It's just based on the geometry.
I want to have like a genuine conversation, but it's tough because you just saying it's just understood that way is not evidence of anything. You're just saying it's understood that we can't
It's
see
just hard for me to
can't see curvature
communicate
of
with you about
3%.
this because it just seems like it's like trying to explain. I'm just struggling to explain it to you because it just feels so much like common sense here. And you aren't even really like you said the math is fake because we presented it, but you didn't look at the math. And then
I'm
you're
saying
arguing against it. So go on the Chinese space station live stream and tell me why there's no surface curvature visible there.
once again, I need to understand what that camera lens is. Right? Have you looked through like a airplane window before?
Of course I
It
have,
looks
yes.
curved. It looks curved
No, it
sometimes, doesn't it?
doesn't. No, it doesn't. And it
Sometimes,
can't from that
yes,
height. Is your claim
yes,
now
it
that we
does.
can see Earth surface, we can see Earth curvature from an airplane?
So to be clear,
Dude,
I said
seriously?
let me
Yeah, you
just be
said
clear. The reason why I said airplane window is because once again I'm drawing back to that lens idea where a lens or what you're viewing something through can warp an image.
I'm aware
I
that
think you
some airplane windows can distort an image. Yes, but it would also
yes,
it's also distorted on the surface at times. But no, I've been on many, many flights and no, the Earth has never appeared curved to me through any window on a plane.
yeah, but the point
And
being is
I've
that
been on all sorts of planes from two-seaters, to,
the
you know,
glass
really
can
large
shape
planes. Never seen the
whatever
Earth look curved from the window on a plane.
the point being is that whatever you're looking through that can influence
I'm aware of
what a
that.
shape looks like. That's why I'm
Of course,
saying
we
we
know
don't
we
know
know the
what that
shape of the
camera is
lens.
or what it's doing.
Yeah. Okay. What's your point? Is your point that the Chinese space station is flattening out the Earth, and the U.S. space station is showing the correct shape? Is that your argument?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's
Okay,
faulty to say that you've been incapable of seeing Earth's curvature from 250 miles
but
away.
you haven't proven that to me
I'm just saying it would
because
be impossible for you to
a
prove
lens
anything.
effect is not Earth curvature, Jay. So
I'm
I don't
just
even know
saying
why you're bringing up lenses. We're talking about the actual amount of Earth that's visible from that height. You cannot see
fences.
the Earth in its entirety from that height, so therefore you cannot see the curvature. You need to
We're
be a
talking.
distance away. The only people who have been far enough away from the Earth to see it as a ball and to see the full curvature would be Apollo and Artemis. So I don't know how you're coping here and how you're getting onto lenses and such because it is purely a question of geometry. And
The
and
reason why
you
I'm
don't have and you don't have the radius to even determine this. So it's just, arguing against it's just we're arguing against the globe claims that are presented, but you don't even have any proof that any of the globe claims are correct.
The
So your
reason why this
incredulity and your failure to understand don't bring the Earth back to a ball for you. Like, you have to prove that the surface of the Earth is curving before any of this can be argued. Otherwise, you're just coping.
the reason why I brought up lenses is because you made a claim that the Earth is flat from the Chinese space station, right?
Yes, that's how
And
it appears. Correct.
and when you say how it appears, that's what
From their fake
you're
live
looking at
stream, Jay. It's
no,
not
you're
real.
looking at a video. You're looking at a video. And in order to
Yeah.
take a video, that video has that the camera or whatever has a lens. And some cameras are
No,
not made like
that's
they're not all the same, right? We are
okay.
aware of like fisheye
Okay,
lenses.
Jay, sure.
I'm not saying that's a fisheye lens, but what I'm saying is that
Neither
I'm
one
saying
is in
you
space,
don't know
Jay. It's just that the Chinese can do math. That's all.
the Chinese can do math. So are you saying the Chinese claim Earth's flat?
I'm saying that people who live in China are far more adept at math than they are in most of their countries. And so they can determine using the math that they could only see 3% of the surface from that height.
I
And
mean,
so they're not
I
stupid
certainly
enough to present it as a ball from that height.
I certainly agree with that stereotype, but
It's true.
once again,
So anyway, so do you have
you're
any surface curvature measurements so that we can entertain the rest of your claims?
I don't, but I think it's more interesting to talk about the fact that people can make a solid claim that the Earth is flat with faulty information. That's really
Okay, what
what I'm talking
information
about.
would okay, so if we have faulty information, what information do you have that isn't faulty?
I didn't come here to produce information that wasn't faulty. I'm just saying I think you guys shouldn't rely on this information that's wrong, that
Okay,
has errors
but
in
you just said it's wrong, but you haven't
calculation.
proven it's wrong. You're saying
Oh,
it's wrong, but you're not proving that.
we've spoken about Snell's law on Effie Core's paper.
I
I
haven't
briefly
talked
brought up
about Snell's law. What does that have to do
we
with
have
this topic?
because so do a lot of your measurements on proving that the Earth is flat, they rely on lasers passing over bodies of water.
Okay, Jay, didn't I ask you to okay, we've had this conversation a while ago, and I said, "Where's any" I
I
asked you
know,
to go out and look for evidence of the globe claims. And yet
I
here
know.
you are again, just criticizing the laser measurements that we've taken, but with no positive claims of your own. It is
Everything
beholden upon you to present some evidence for the globe. And it's ridiculous that you come in here time and time again, just trying to tear apart our arguments and having none of your own. Where is
do
the
they
laser
all
test that proves that the Earth is curving at 8
just
inches
like
per mile square? Where is any evidence of any of the globe claims?
this is not fair to say that it's not fair to apply scrutiny to something that's on the flat Earth side,
Jay,
right?
you
I can
haven't
apply
even
scrutiny to that
investigated
too.
your own side. You've never
Great.
done that. We have all
My,
done that. We have all done that and looked for the evidence. You haven't done that. You just skipped that step entirely.
so
Why
once
would you
again,
do
my
that?
claim is always
Why would you do that, right?
two fences. My claim, I'm not claiming the Earth. I believe the Earth is a globe. To be
No, I'm
clear,
asking you a
but that's
question.
not
Can
my
you
claim.
please just answer the
That's not my
question
claim
before we
right now.
move on?
My
Why? No,
issue
I'm
is just
asking you
that
a question, Jay. Why have
what's
you
it?
not investigated the claims of the globe?
Why have I not? I mean, I've
Yeah,
investigated
why?
it to some degree. What
Why
does
have you
that
not
really mean to
questioned the story
investigate?
you were told?
I have I've been in this chat. Do you think that's more questioning than the average person?
No,
Let me ask you
no,
that.
I don't, because you just
You
skipped
don't?
that whole step to begin with, and you just went
Then
to criticizing people who would disagree with it.
I
You
think
didn't
you have a
actually
bad
give it an
gauge on how
honest
intellectual
look.
the
You
question
didn't
is.
honestly look at it and say, here's what I'm told to believe. Let me see if there's any evidence to support these claims. You skipped that step entirely. And I've asked you multiple times to go do that because that's intellectual honesty.
All right.
I don't know where he went or if he's just being quiet.
I'm here. It's difficult to have these conversations because I feel like we're jumping all over the place with what we're trying to argue, and then yeah, deflection happens. Like once again, when you ask for my measurements, I'm always going to say I don't have measurements, and I've explained a dozen times now why I don't have measurements. But once again, just because I don't have measurements doesn't prove something, right? Not the inability to produce something doesn't mean that the other does not exist or that does not exist, right? You can't do that.
Correct.
So I'm just saying that I have issues with what I've seen produced in this chat, and I'm drawing attention to that. I think it's fair. We should be drawing scrutiny to NASA and people making claims about the Earth being a globe. I agree,
S-
but that
So
also
where
means
is
that we
that
should be
scrutiny?
scrutinized. But we should
Where's
also
that
be
scrutiny,
scrutinized.
Jay?
So fences, you are a person who focuses a lot on the scrutiny of that, right? And I might focus a lot on the scrutiny of
No, no,
flat
no,
Earth.
you missed my point entirely. NASA is making a claim, well, not NASA, but there are these claims that the Earth is not at all as we see and experience it. It is beholden upon them to prove that claim. And
Sure,
yet
but
you're not don't tell me it's just like a matter of a style which you choose
so
to look at. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That is the default for everyone here. So if
yes,
someone tells you that the Earth is not flat and not stationary, they need to prove it. So where's the proof of that? And why haven't you
okay.
looked for that? Why instead are you going
So
to the people who say, "Well, look,
Uh,
the Earth is exactly as it appears to be." And you're criticizing them rather than looking for the evidence that it isn't what it appears to be.
yeah, that's pretty
That's
much the
my
point.
point.
do you not think it's fair to criticize something that's wrong though as well? Like regardless of what side it lands on, that's kind of a ridiculous argument. That
So
I
you
should stay
deny
away.
your own reality, you deny your own experience, and instead you seek to destroy the people who validate your reality and your experience.
What do you What do you mean they validate it when they give me data
I mean,
that's
our laser tests validate the experience that we already
no
have. Our laser tests
no
validate
because
everyone's
there's
experience.
a lot of
But
unknowns that
instead of looking for proof that the things that other people claim that you don't experience, that those things are real, you just skip that step entirely. And I keep saying this and I don't know how to be any more clear about it, but it is intellectually dishonest because you never even looked for evidence to support the things you were told to believe. You
so
skipped
what
that entirely. And I'm not going to keep repeating myself because it's boring, but
it
I wish you
is.
would take a good hard look at yourself and question why that is.
So
I think Jay's just
uh,
scared of like the implications. If I'm being honest,
have you guys looked into these papers though? And like I'm not trying to be mean to any of you guys, right? But when you
no,
say that,
it's fine.
when you say stuff like that, like you're not going to have like a productive conversation. I do want to talk to you guys like we're peers because I
It's
feel
not
like when people
productive.
talk,
You're right. It's not productive because you won't honestly look at anything. You just want to cope
I
with,
do. I
"Oh, I
literally
can't
just
believe people would lie to me," you know? Like
I
you want to cope
fence
with some claims of refraction that you can't prove. You want to cope with all
fine.
different things, Jay, but you don't want to take an honest
Let
look. So,
let's go
yeah,
back to your measurements that you posted at 9:25 a.m. Right? And the claim ends, and it's clearly highlighted as well, and it goes through all the math that only 2.97% of visible. So coming back to that, I'm asking you, how do you know that you can determine that there's no curvature if you can only see a sphere, 3% of a sphere? Where's your evidence of that now?
because you are not high
That's
enough above the earth to see it in its entirety. I don't know how to explain this to
that's
you. Hey,
that's
organism,
purely
is there a way you can explain this to him that maybe he
but
understands?
you're
I'm really
you're saying
struggling
so.
with this.
Let me just ask: do you need to see 100% of the Earth to be able to determine that it's curved? Does it have to be 100%?
Well, to determine the shape
Is
of
that
it,
your
yes, you
claim?
do. Yeah, to determine the shape, you absolutely do.
But to see any curvature is the question. Because we're talking about curvature, not the entire shape, right? Like I'm not gonna be able to see the
Okay,
back of.
once again, this is what you're doing. How do we know that something isn't this other thing that I have no proof? That's what it
I'm
comes down to with you. How do we know
no,
that
I'm not.
something else isn't happening which I have no evidence of happening?
What I'm saying is that you're making a claim with no evidence, no data,
I'm
no
sorry, I
proof.
thought it was self-explanatory. I don't know how to
What do you
explain
mean?
this to you in such a way that you will understand because it's obvious to me.
I think this is just gonna go in circles. Because you're not making the next jump to say that with only 3% of it visible, you cannot determine curvature. There's nothing you're producing that proves
Okay,
it.
I'm going to produce. Okay, maybe this will help you a little bit, although it's not the same distance. Have you seen the Neil deGrasse Tyson video where he talks about the Felix Baumgartner jump?
That thing
Is he
is
talking
flat.
about how you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, you wouldn't be able to see it from like 2 millimeters off this like fake globe that he was holding, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen all this stuff. So to say
Okay.
also that I've
So
not
you do
investigated this
understand the
is pretty
concept then.
ridiculous.
You do
When
understand
I've
that when
looked at a lot of this,
you do understand the concept then.
I've seen a lot of this stuff, and I think it's faulty. and I've
Oh, okay. So
broken down some.
so he's wrong and J-Dog is right. Okay, cool. Can you explain to us why?
I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying in general with flat Earth. I'm not talking Neil deGrasse Tyson or that specific claim.
Okay, so what are you talking about? You just pick and choose what's right and what's wrong without any evidence to support it? It just seems like you know what? Have you ever heard the term like cafeteria Christian, J-Dog? Have you ever heard
When
of
you
that?
say you just pick what's
Do
right
you
and
know what that
wrong,
term
you're not
means?
looking
Do you know what that
you're not
means?
looking to have a genuine
No, I want to
conversation.
ask you
You're looking
this
to make a
because
person
this is who
angry.
you are, J-Dog. So there's this term that people use called a cafeteria Christian. And what that means is like when you go into a cafeteria, you take some of this, you take some of that, you leave some of this, you leave some of that. And so basically, you will take from the religion as you choose what you like, you'll explain away what you don't. And that's what you've done here, right? You pick and choose what you like and you create your own cosmology based on your feelings and not based on any evidence to support it. And I don't know what papers you're referring to in the side chat. If you posted papers that have some kind of support for the globe claims, could you ping them? Or unless you're
So I
just
can't.
talking about the math that I
Nah,
posted, which is
he's
the
just been
paper.
doing
I've been muted.
polemics so far.
Oh,
I've
okay.
been muted
All
from
right.
the side chat. I don't know why I was
Well,
muted because you know I'm not a troublemaker in here either.
I
So
didn't
someone
mute you,
muted me.
Jay. I didn't mute
I
you,
know
so I don't know.
I know you didn't mute me, but like there are people
Okay.
that mute me in here for posting legitimate stuff. Like I'm not posting joke shit on the side chat, right? Like I'm a pretty serious person, and to
Okay.
be muted in
Okay,
here for
so
that
why don't you
is
post some of your legitimate stuff that you've been muted for posting?
I'm gonna share the same stuff I've posted in here a couple times
Okay,
now.
so well, before you post it, why don't you tell me what it is? Is it
It's
something I've
FE
already
course
seen?
paper. It's FE course paper with them using Snell's law in a
Okay.
non-homogeneous body, right?
But we've already been over this, that it doesn't
I know.
matter what math they use or don't use. It doesn't matter if they're complete morons. The laser still hit the target.
It does.
It doesn't matter.
So the reason why the math in particular with the refraction matters is literally because the laser beam not hitting Earth's curvature relies on that one point. Why does light move?
No.
It's because of refraction.
You
So when
point
they
the
mess up
laser,
the
it
one
hits the
thing,
target. It
can I just
doesn't matter what
come
you
on, then?
calculate.
I'm saying when you mess up the one thing that hinges on the fact that this is why the laser does not hit the curvature,
Okay,
that
so
should
your
just
claim is that they
it
misunderstood
should
Snell's
disqualify.
law, and therefore
Yes.
that's why the laser is hitting the target. Is
I'm
because
saying
there's
no.
refraction
We
happening.
got
Let me be
Okay.
clear. I'm saying that their equation with Snell's law disqualifies this paper entirely. We shouldn't be considering this because they're not calculating the thing that literally would show whether or not the laser is moving from refraction,
So
which is the one
let me
thing that
ask you a
comes
question,
from
J-Dog.
flowers of why things miss the curvature,
Okay, I
right?
understand you're
So we should mess
coping. I
it up.
understand.
I
Okay.
come on,
So if I go to a
see, I'm
lake,
not gonna do this.
okay, cool. Yeah, anyway, so if you go to a I'll just talk to the room. So if you go to a 10-mile lake and you stand at one end and another person stands at the other end with a mirror, and you can see the mirror flash from 10 miles away, which should be hidden by 66 feet of curvature. Apparently, if I don't do the math correctly, that didn't happen. So that's basically J-Dog's contention, is that there was this 25-mile laser test, and they did some calculations for refraction, and they used Snell's law. And that because they didn't do the calculation correctly, it invalidates the fact that the laser hit the target 25 miles away, which would be completely impossible. And I've also asked him for proof that lasers can refract downwards in the atmosphere in order to prove his contention that that's what was happening, and not just the laser hitting the target. And he's never been able to provide any of that. So we go round and round.
I'm back. What, you went away?
Hey, I don't know if you heard what I said, but I've been over this stuff with him many times, you know? And he just never brings receipts for any of his claims ever. His
Yeah.
did you hear what I said about his contention that the FE core laser test um is flawed? It is not something we can look at because in the paper they didn't apply, they used Snell's law for refraction.
No, I wasn't here for that.
Okay, yeah. That's a level of cope we're dealing with. It's a pretty significant level of cope with that guy. Um, so, you know, in FE core, they shot the laser, it hit the target 25 miles away, but he said because they did a calculation incorrectly in the paper that therefore we can ignore that entirely. And he won't talk about the other laser tests either, you know.
Yeah.
And I've tried explaining to him like it doesn't matter what calculation they use or don't use. The laser hits the target, right? So it's
Yeah.
beholden on him to prove that the laser is actually refracting downward in accordance with the curvature of the Earth, which they're not doing. You know, he hasn't presented any of that. He just comes back to they did math wrong, so therefore, you know, Earth curves.
Yeah. He seems pretty like emotional. Seems pretty emotionally tied to the globe Earth
Yeah.
concept, so it's hard to talk to him.
Yeah, and that's, you know, the I just can't believe people would lie kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's such a childish take on it too, you know. But I
Yeah, I was
think a
trying to
lot of these
show him.
people,
There you go.
yeah, a lot of these
Right.
people learn the globe at, you know, like age 4, and sometimes it feels like you're kind of tapping into this really concrete understanding that they built at like that age, you know? And so it's a lot more difficult than just talking to an adult who um, has come, you know, onto these ideas later in life. You know, you're trying to
Mhm.
like extract something that's just like completely part of their psyche and they revert to that age. You know, at 4, you thought you could completely trust the world around you and the people in it. And so that's what we're disabusing them of. And that's
Pretty
painful for
much.
them, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so like the argument I was trying to show him is that everything you experience tells you that these people are not telling you the truth, and from that you could infer that they're lying. That something could be happening. I was trying to open up his mind to this idea, but like, oh, it's too big, and then he compared it to doctors and me not knowing how I have a brain and me trusting the doctors. But I'm like, this information is actually accessible, right? It can be verified by multiple people, but how many people could actually go to space, right? Not much. And how many times do they even go to space? Not much. So they're not analogous. You can't compare them. They're too different. I think he understood it, but the problem with him is that he does a lot of polemics, right? So he only attacks other people's position, right? But he doesn't defend his own. He doesn't, tell you why his is true. And that's pretty easy to do, right? But eventually you have to give like an apologetic for your worldview, like why the earth is a globe. And I think that's what you were trying to get him to do, but he didn't do. He just kept talking about flat earth. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to push him to do that for quite some time, but the fact that he still won't do it is, you know, really illuminating, right? He's not willing to actually look and see if there's
Exactly.
evidence to support his claims, you know? And that's
Yeah.
where he should start. That should be the default. Like, you know, you if you want to know why your religion is true, you don't jump in and look for a reason why a different religion is false, right?
Yeah. Pretty
Because that
much.
doesn't verify your own.
And he continued to tell me this could work like this could work like that. But I'm like, how do you know that's the case? Right? That's what I'm asking you. Sure, you give me all these wonderful stories, but how do you know this story is actually true? That's what I'm asking you. I don't care if you could explain this phenomenon and tell me, oh, it's a spirit pulling me down and shaking the earth. How do you know it's a spirit? How do you know that's the case? And that's where he seems to be having the most trouble because again, you can't you can't prove a lot of these things. Like, how do you know the sun is 93 million miles away? How do you know the Earth rotates? Like, everything tells you the contrary. Like, I try to appeal to his senses. Like, what do you see? He's like, oh, I see a flat Earth, but the Earth is too big. So I'm like, how do you know there's a curvature then? If the Earth is too big to the point where you can't observe curvature, how do you know it's curving? Oh, because of trust. I'm like, then why are you building your reality on trusting some institution? And then he gave me the doctor analogy. Oh, how do you know you have a brain? Because of doctors. Simplifying his argument, but I showed him how they're not similar because again, the information is not verifiable. Like, you can't verify a lot of these things with the brain stuff. At least you can somewhat, check someone's brain if you try hard enough, right? Science class, people that check dead bodies, right? There's multiple witnesses, but with space, what? You got the same people on the screen once a year, it's not the same. They're not analogous. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's always crazy to me when they say stuff like, "Oh, well, if you don't see it, it must, do you think if you don't see it, it must not be real?" And it's like, well, no, I mean, sometimes they'll say bacteria or something. And I'm like, well, no, you can grow bacteria in a petri dish. I can
yeah,
look at the microscope. How at all does this have to do with this place that no one can go and no one can verify? But it just ties
yeah,
into they just have like this innately trusting nature,
yeah,
which I don't understand how you can be an adult and just, like, innately, blindly accept almost anything? I mean, obviously, when we're driving and we're approaching a bridge, we have to trust that the bridge is gonna hold, right? But
yeah,
it's just, like, this very naive, like I said, like, very childish understanding of the world?
yeah.
I've had them say, "Well, don't you trust your doctor?" And I'm like, "No. Of course I don't trust my doctor. Like, I'm gonna go
Nope.
get second and third opinions, and I'm gonna do my own research, and yeah, no way." And so that I had one say, "Well, if your mom says something, don't you trust your mom?" And I'm like, "I love my mom, but I'm gonna verify anything she says. I don't just innately trust her,
Yeah.
you know? She can be
And it also
wrong,
depends on
right?"
the claim too, right? It also
Right,
depends on the claim
exactly.
too. Like, if you're claiming that you're moving at 1,000 miles per hour, that's a huge claim. You're claiming some explosion happened like 14 billion years ago. That's a huge claim. So
Yeah,
it's not like
exactly.
it's not like you're saying, oh, there's like some food in the fridge, right? Like, I could trust you on that. I just trust. Yeah, it's a
Right,
huge
right.
claim. It's a huge freaking claim. So these guys will compare. Oh, but you trust your mother when she says there's food in the fridge, but you don't trust NASA. Like,
Right.
bro, come on.
I know, I
It's
know.
absurd. It's absurd. But yeah,
Yeah, but he's
but at
he's been
least he
doing this a
admitted it.
while.
He
Yeah.
admitted it. He told me it was trust. So that I wasn't trying to press him too hard because he did admit, hey, I just trust these people. I'm like, why do you trust them? Oh, because it's too big of a conspiracy. Blah blah blah. But, yeah, but the best way to not believe the globe is to actually try to prove it because you got to use a lot of ad hoc, right? A lot of things you can't prove. A lot of trusting, pretty much. And I'm like, damn, do
I'll
I
be
really
right
want to
back.
trust all these things? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you were doing a really good job with him. I didn't get involved because I didn't think you were. It's just I've had so many conversations with him, and I'm kinda getting tired of hearing the same cope over and over again, to be honest. But I don't
Yeah.
know that somebody like that can be reached, you know?
I
I
think
I
they
don't
can. I
know.
think they can for
I
sure.
don't
You
know,
just
I've
have
never
to.
talked to anybody that after that amount of time when they're th that they there's just something different about some people, you know?
You just got to break the trust. That's what I was trying to get him right. Like, if I showed you, because I made the argument that you shouldn't trust these people, right? It's like, oh, even if they were wrong about this, they're not wrong about everything. But I'm like, if they're wrong about this and they're lying to you about that, you shouldn't. Even if they were right about all the other stuff, you still shouldn't trust them at all. It shouldn't be based on trust, which is what you're arguing for. You're arguing that I trust them because it's too big of a conspiracy. So the way I would approach them is by just breaking the trust. Like, you have to show him some crazy shit, maybe like astronauts using wires or something like that. Maybe that will work, because that's pretty much his foundation. I just trust these guys. So no logical, argument, no fact, right? No paper is going to persuade him. It has to be like purely philosophical, pretty much, right? Like, look, these guys are using strings or using wires, therefore you shouldn't trust them. Even if they were right, you still shouldn't trust them. So you can't base your reality, your epistemology, things that you know, on freaking trust. And then he's going to have to do research. And then when he does the research, he's going to be like, fuck, I can't find this information. What the hell? And then eventually he'll probably come around. Didn't seem like a
Well,
bad guy.
he's been yeah, though he's a little it, he makes little comments sometimes
Piss you off?
well, no, that imply that we're stupid. He does it pretty regularly.
Hmm.
Um so everything is not quite as above board with him as maybe he presents, or comes off as, at first.
Yeah.
He definitely has this underlying arrogance about the whole thing. But, he's been presented NASA fails and such. But, you know, deeply, innately, he doesn't want to be wrong. I mean, I think that's ultimately the issue with a lot of these people
Absolutely.
too, is they
Yeah.
just don't have the humility to be wrong. And
Yeah.
that's what you're dealing with. So there's no amount of evidence you can present to them because they believe they cannot be fooled.
Yeah. That is true. That could be the case. I've spoken to a lot of people, right? So, spoken to guys like him before. Just continue to ask him questions, don't make claims. Because that's what he does, right? I just do the same thing. What he's doing is just polemics. He's trying to debunk me, but he's not
Right.
proving to me that he's telling me the truth. So I could just do the
Right.
same thing, and I justify your worldview and continue to pick at it, and eventually he's gonna have to do some research. And when he does some research and he sees all the ad hoc reasoning, right? Oh, it looks like this because it's the stars are huge and they're bigger than the sun, and therefore this. And I'm like, how do you justify that? And then you affirm the consequent and all these things. It starts to like, something might be wrong here. I might be wrong, right? And then you continue to do his research, and then hopefully, something will click. Because at the end of the day, right, they've been taught this for like decades, so it's not going to happen overnight, right?
Yeah, although I mean, I think with a lot of us, it did click very quickly,
To be fair, it
because
did for me. Yeah, it did.
yeah,
It happened in one
and
conversation. But
uh-huh.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it made sense of the world to me. It put together a lot of like things that didn't make sense,
Yeah.
it just connected all these dots that I had developed, right?
Yeah.
And so it didn't take long. I mean, it took long to like really understand all the arguments, right?
Yeah.
But it,
I
it
still don't
wasn't
understand
hard.
most of them, but I keep it simple,
Yeah, I know. And you could really get in the weeds with it, and it doesn't really
Yeah.
matter in the end, right? It doesn't matter if you know exactly how satellites communicate with ground stations or anything like
Yeah.
that, right? All you need to know is that it measures this way and the rest of it falls apart.
Exactly. That's
And
my approach. Yeah.
yeah, and so, but you're right, it really is a philosophical um
Yeah.
endeavor. We're really dealing with something so much deeper here than evidence.
Yeah. It's
And
not evidence. Yeah.
it's not just flat earth. That I mean, this is just, in my opinion, it's just like a waypoint on the way,
Yeah.
I think,
It's with everything. It's with everything, Daniel.
yeah,
Everything. Uh, even religion, medicine. It's all philosophical. Um, people
flat
will
Earth
try
kind of
to.
blows up everything, right?
Yeah,
Because now
yeah,
you
pretty
have to
much.
question everything if you're going to be honest about it,
Exactly.
you know?
It's not comfortable because people don't like being uncertain, right? People would rather lie to
Right.
themselves and be uncertain. Like, fuck, I don't know. Because you pretty much, as a flat earther, you got to say, I don't know, like 10 times a day or even more. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. What's a planet? What's this? What's this? What's that? What's in the middle of the Earth? They'll ask you all these questions. I'm like, motherfucker, how do you expect me to know this? What the fuck?
I know.
But they've been conditioned to believe that people could tell you that the Earth is 4 billion years of old, so they put those expectations on you now. Like, what the hell, man? Yeah.
Well, they had everything in like neatly wrapped up with a bow on it, you know? Here's
Exactly.
everything. There's nothing to question. There's nothing unknown. You know,
You
you can
figured it
trust
out.
the high priest to tell you exactly what you need to know. You know, don't ask them how they know it, but it's all taken care of for you. You don't need to be like, you don't need to think, you know. You don't need to be like have agency in this world. Just believe and do what you're told. And once you get into flat earth and you realize you need to look at everything and question everything, like, that's
Exactly.
very destabilizing, you know?
Yeah. You got to start all over. You got to start all over.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, but that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. It's a
Truth
hard
is
thing,
always a
but it's
good
a good
thing. Yeah.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. It's truth at the end of the day. Why would I want to live in a delusion? It makes no damn sense.
yeah. Hey, Dave.
Good
Yeah.
morning. My repentance, everybody.
Good
I
morning,
wanted to
Dave.
chime in
good
real
morning.
quick on
Mm.
your conversation there earlier. Who was the famous guy? I think it was attributed to Mark Twain. Much easier to fool someone than to convince them they have been fooled.
Yeah.
Something like
Yeah.
that.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, you said it perfectly. Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, my biggest issue was like the 1,000 miles per hour, right? Like the Earth is rotating 1,000 miles per hour. Like, bro, how do they know this? That never like clicked with me. So that's pretty much what
Oh, yeah,
led
and he
me
did.
to flat Earth.
Yeah, all the rotation, like, all the motion, right? They just wanna, like,
Yeah,
stick with that and tell you that it shouldn't be noticeable, but, like, okay, fine, maybe you can't feel it, but can you show that it's happening,
that's
you
exactly.
know?
But that's what I've
And
noticed with these people. They explain everything. They'll explain anything, right? But what's the evidence that that's the case, right? That's my biggest issue. Like, sure, you could give me this perfect story, very coherent, whatever, whatever. But what's the evidence that actually matches reality? When I look at reality itself, when I look outside, right? When I look at the stars, whatever, whatever, I don't see any of these things. So how do you know that's the case?
because they
So
believe that someone else figured it out, you know?
exactly.
Yeah, I
That's
mean, I
why I
might just
like
start.
epistemological questions. But go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I've told him in the past, I might just start muting him until he actually comes in with some evidence to support the globe rather than just focused on our evidence that
Yeah,
disproves it,
yeah, exactly.
because he needs to start questioning his own beliefs. Otherwise, he's just wasting our time.
Yeah. They want everything perfect too. Like they want an explanation for every little phenomenon. Like, dude, come on.
Yeah.
Like
Why do
I don't engage that. Like, dude, look, the earth doesn't curve, so whatever you see must be happening in something that doesn't curve, right? It's over. I'm not explaining the whole world to you, bro. I'm not doing that. Get out of here with that stuff.
and that's one of the arguments I just will never understand people making. How can XYZ happen on a flat earth? Well, it's flat, so it's
Yeah.
happening. You know, like,
Exactly. Literally.
how how is this
It's
hard
that
to
simple.
understand? It's the dumbest thing, you know? Like the
Dude. Very simple.
TFE stuff or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, how can there
Whatever
be a
you see in
sun
the
doing
sky,
this thing
exactly.
somewhere?
Exactly. Exactly. Perfectly said, right? Like it's just that it's that simple. Whatever you see happening, it's happening on a surface that does not curve, right? Therefore, it's not a sphere. Why? Because spheres they curve. It's that simple.
Yeah, I mean, we're just dealing too with like a population that's incredibly ignorant, that doesn't understand basic perspective, that
Yeah.
thinks all boats go over the horizon at,
Oh
the
yeah.
perfect
It's
distance, and
crazy.
they just have all these beliefs and they don't have any
Yeah.
understand. Like, I was really struggling to explain to him why at 3% you would not see earth curvature, and I didn't know of a different I wasn't, maybe that was my fail there, but I was struggling to explain to him because it seems so self-evident to me. Like, you're just too close,
Yeah.
And he was like, "Well, why shouldn't you?" But that's kind of always his default is when you say, "Here's this thing that proves this." Well, how do we know that, imaginary, invisible gnomes aren't doing this
Yeah.
and this and this? Prove to me that there's no invisible gnomes, doing this.
Yeah, when people do that, you just say, well, I don't know definitively, but that's the most justifiable thing to believe, right? It's just that simple because you don't have to prove it definitively. You don't have to give even evidence sometimes. You could just think about it logically, like, if I'm only seeing 3% of something, can I really tell you, what shape it is, what it's doing really? It's only 3%. Who knows? It could be zigzagging, right? Who knows?
Right.
Um, So, but based of what we can see, we don't see that. Therefore, we have no. Even if it were the case, right? You could grant them that might be the case, but you, the observer, would have no reason to believe that. So,
Right.
and then you could ask him the question: now, why do you believe that when you have no reason to believe that, even if it were the case? So that's how you get them right there. Because again,
Yeah, and
they
he
can't
just
prove nothing. They can't
deflects.
prove nothing. They can't prove
No.
nothing. They can't prove nothing. So that's what you got to take advantage of. They can't prove nothing. Like, okay, you see things disappear. How does that prove there's a curvature? It could be because of anything. It could be, what if they go invisible? What if there's fog? What if there's this? What if there's that? How do you know it's a curvature?
Right.
Can things disappear on flat surfaces? For example, if you're walking on a hallway, right? If you walk, you see people disappear, right? You see lights disappear. You see fans disappear. Is the roof curving now or something like that? Is there like a secret goblin making them like what's happening?
Mm-mm.
So we see things disappear on flat surfaces. Therefore, you can't point to something disappearing to prove it's a curve or a globe, whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
So
his
pretty
whole
much the
argument
evidence don't lead
basically
there.
boils. Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say his whole argument boils down to, um, prove to me that there can't be something magical happening that allows it
Yeah,
to
pretty
still be
much.
a
Yeah,
ball, you
yeah.
know?
When people do that,
Show
always
me
do
the
that. Just
proof that
exactly.
these imaginary things aren't happening. These things I
Yeah,
made up in
yeah.
my head, you know?
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. You could even grant that's the thing, right? You could grant him, like, yeah, that could be happening, but I would have no reason to believe that. And because I have no reason to believe that, guess what? I don't believe it. Either should you don't have any reason neither. That could be
Yeah,
it could be the case that we're living in a simulation, but based on what you experience, right, in real life, quote unquote, right, you would have no reason to believe that.
right,
It's just that simple. Like that belief is not justified, and since it's not justified, guess what? You don't have to believe it. Like
right,
even true belief has to be justified. But
exactly.
it could be true, right? Like it could be true. Something could be true and you could be justified in not believing it because you haven't been presented the evidence, you know, something along those lines. So he has to give us the evidence that that hypothetical is the case. And if he can't do that, guess what? You have no reason to believe it. Neither does he.
Right, and he's really squirrely about that.
Yeah.
When you try to ask him for the evidence for his claims, he just jumps to something else, you know?
Yeah. Oh, but what
But
about my conspiracy? What about all the people?
I know. It's like, really? You know?
Yeah.
Like, I understand if you were, like, 6, not understanding how lots and lots of people could collude and lie and sign
I mean, just
NDAs
look
and
at COVID, right? Look at COVID.
I
That's a great
know.
example. I mean, they came out now and said that COVID was, it leaked from a lab. But if you said that in like 2020, you lost your job and were called a conspiracy theorist by the people that knew this information from the beginning, right? So they have the ability to lie knowingly, right? So
Yeah.
that
And
debunks
people
his whole
knew.
worldview right there.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, well, who knows what he'd think about that, but
Yeah.
he
That
he
literally
might think.
just falsifies his worldview. So his argument is that mass a lot of people can't lie, right? Then you just falsify that, use COVID as an example. Did the government you just asking, did the world governments
We
know
have to be careful about
COVID came
this
from a
though
lab?
because of yeah, YouTube, TOS stuff.
Oh,
We gotta
my
be
bad.
careful about what we say in here, unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear you. It's
But I'm
not
pretty sure
yeah.
it's confirmed now, right? Like, it's not even a conspiracy theory anymore. I'm pretty sure
Well,
literally
you know, who knows? I don't know that I even believe
yeah.
that, right? To be
Yeah,
frank.
yeah. It's fine.
But, I don't believe anything they tell me anymore, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but sometimes you enter sometimes their worldview debunks itself, right? So you just enter it and show
Yeah.
them it debunks it. It's internal critique, right? I don't know if that's true, but it helps me debunk your worldview, so I'm gonna use it real quick, right? I'm showing you the contradiction in your worldview. Yeah.
Yeah. I know, and that's the best you can do, I think, a lot of
Yeah.
times, if they leave being able to, like, scrutinize anything that they held dearly that they didn't look at before, I feel like that's a win, and that's probably the best we can do 90% of the time, honestly.
Yeah.
See, do we have anyone else new in the room? If anyone else wants to comment on the room topic or provide any globe evidence, that would be cool. Questions, comments, feel free to open your mic.
Mm.
Why so quiet?
We were just talking. We just paused. Do you have a question or comment for the room? Guess not.
I have a question. So, what is the topic?
The topic was flat Earth. Is the Earth flat or curved or globe? Okay.
Oh,
What do you think about that?
mm, I actually think that Earth is flat because even though you see and taught like in school like Earth is round, but you haven't seen is it really round or flat. You don't know that.
Fair enough. Yeah. You've been taught these things, but you can't verify these things. That's pretty much what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Oh.
Why everyone's so quiet?
Ask questions and we'll talk. You gotta ask questions, right? We've been talking for a while now, so
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah.
So that this is channel like that channel.
No, Dad. We just, like imagine talking for like hours and hours and hours. You get tired, right? And you go silent for a while, right?
Yeah, so it's now dead.
I
Yeah,
guess so.
we're in here. I mean, we have a home server. This is just an outpost. We have another room in politics. So it just varies how many people are in here. Sometimes there's no one here. Sometimes there's 30 people here.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. Have a good day.
Likewise.
All right, I'm gonna head out. Hey, if you need moderation in here, just ping me, okay?
Right, I'm gonna do the same. Have a good one.
All
Okay,
right.
chat.
Oh, hello.
random religious group and said that that's the birth of flat Earth, right? That's just some random cherry picking, dishonest, intellectually dishonest behavior.
What?
Yeah, so you've just cherry picked some religious group and you're saying this is the birth of flat Earth because you're intellectually dishonest.
Robotham also. Are you going to deny him as well?
What about him? What does that have to do with anything?
First to make that observation of your that you're
How
trying
do you
to
know?
suggest proves the shape of the Earth. He was the very first to
Just
do
because
a
some guy, the very first, every single ancient culture were flat earthers. How do you know they didn't do tests?
made flat Earth observations using telescopes. That was the innovation of Robotham.
So who cares if somebody did an observation? What about it? What's that got to do with anything?
Don't you like to know where your history began?
That's not where any of us began. You have a habit of assuming things, my friend, and you seem to appeal to all sorts of authority. No, but your approach is very mainstream, and you're not open-minded. I can tell you're not open-minded, my friend, because this began with the data, the raw data, the empirical data that we can take of the Earth will show you live on a stationary topographical plane. Now, how did we get to the globe?
Began.
That's how an unbiased person would start. No, that's how an unbiased position begins. We have a look, we take empirical measurements. No, that's how we begin. That's where we start. We start with empiricism. We measure, we take measurements of the Earth, we take measurements to find out if there's curvature or motion. Okay, so from an unbiased point of view, the starting position is empirically we observe the Earth flat. Now you claim you've got data and papers and evidence. I guarantee you every single one of your evidences that you try and bring up to us is some sort of interpretation where you're matching a model and you're not actually dealing with reality. Now that's a challenge. Can you provide any direct evidence that the Earth is curving?
With the model, other than that they just believed it. So everything you just said is attacking a straw man. It's attacking arguments I never even made. It's not even a straw man. It's just you're confused.
No. It was a correction. It was a correction, my friend. You said we started with Robotham.
I care about the history. I care about what it means to you. I care about what this does to your mindset and what this
you got that all wrong. You've got that all wrong, my friend. This is why I'm interrupting you. Dude, nobody's...
Oh, that's fine. I mean, you don't have to care about it. That's up to you. Like that's your prerogative, right? If you don't want to actually,
I've got a different angle than that. My angle is better because that angle is just a dead end of.
Yeah, but your view of the flat Earth is a straw man. Your view of the flat Earth is a straw man. Listen, you are starting with Robotham. I'm going to mute you because Neil stepped in when I should have replied. I should have responded to him, but Neil stepped in and then he went back in.
Yeah,
you think we're starting with Robotham?
Yeah, well, I'm just going to finish this up. So
no, hold on. This guy thinks our history began with Robotham.
I'm muting you. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I appreciate Kilgore. There's nowhere else to go. You don't want to talk about the evidence. We don't want to talk about the history. So two different viewpoints. I'm cool. If maybe one day we can go over some history, right? And then maybe
I don't know if I'll have you guys up because there's so many people saying.
Yeah, shut up. Just disconnect.
All right,
bro. Nobody cares.
All right, that's okay. I appreciate. If you don't want us up anymore, that's cool. You just want to go to non. All right, I won't be back. I appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah. So. Yeah, you see after that, had nothing, and then goes to some random guy and oh, this guy said you're racist. So
yeah, man. Those guys were cringe. Yeah, they're completely just avoiding talking about the topic and just want to try to gaslight and say that some cringe religious group with the original flat earthers or something. I don't know, nonsense.
Yeah,
he would just constantly overtalk.
Yeah, at the same time, he probably denies that heliocentrism didn't be derived from the Amun-Ra sun-worshipping cult.
He said he was happy with that. I told him about Pythagoras. He's like, what's wrong with that? It's like, all right. I should have just said the same thing.
Yeah, like
Mm.
sometimes you gotta let these people accept their views, right? If you're giving them these things and they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, and you're just like, all right, sure, you can have it. Like nothing, you can't do anything else. You can't argue with these people, right? That's why when I'm sorry if Roots, if you're listening to on the live stream, I'm sorry I had to shut you down, but it was just gonna go to a yell fest back and forth with nothing getting done. So the conversation was done 10 minutes ago, and yeah, I'm sorry I didn't let you talk, but yeah. Go for it, Berserk.
Neil, a question. Did I get this wrong? Did you say at the beginning, indeed, that he's a flat earther? Did you think he's a flat earther? Because I thought you said that, or did I get that wrong?
No, he's a globe.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah, he
my
was
bad.
talking about flat Earth. But like I said, if they start asking for, well, where's the published papers? I'm like, so you're denying Isaac Newton, are you? Because all he did was
Yeah,
publish
my
books. He
God.
didn't publish any
Yeah,
papers.
Riley, you were not here. DJ was here and was debating with Nabels. And Nabels
Yeah.
said the same thing. Where are the papers? Show me the papers. Come on. So deny reality and empirical observation, measurement, and rely on papers? Really? It sounds like scripted. It cannot be a coincidence. In the same day, within 2 hours, two different guys require papers. Where are the papers? That cannot be a coincidence.
And he also said it has to be published in a scientific journal as well. So even if we gave him a paper, it still wouldn't be good enough unless it's published in a scientific journal.
Yeah, he means peer reviewed, right?
Yeah, something like that. Just completely bricked, right? Those types of people are just cringe.
Exactly. Like papers and scientific peer reviews are better than reality. Come on, let's be real. What is wrong with these people?
In the comments, Neil running away from words again in the 24/7 racist Discord. Gotta love it. They follow me everywhere. I got a fan page of people, so that's nice.
That's crazy.
Flatloid writes in the comments. It's hilarious.
And he calls empirical measurements sophistry? Really?
He was the most bricked one yet out of all. Well, I mean, the concavers are pretty bricked, but I mean, he literally just didn't want to look at any evidence and hand wave dismiss anything. So, I mean, there's no point in talking to people like that.
Oh, he's a concaver now? Or Glober?
No, the Glober.
Okay,
We
Glober.
talked to concavers, which were worse than that guy, so. Alright, I'm going to another channel, see what these guys have to offer.
Come on, Neil, vet these people a little bit better.
I did. I talked to that guy like yesterday, and he was like super cool. He was like, "Yeah, have your panel on. Like when you're ready." Like the first thing I did, I joined, and he's like, "Oh, hey Neil, do you have your panel ready?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." And then yeah, I literally got right into it, and then he literally just didn't want to talk about the topic. I was like, "The fuck."
Yeah, it's not shocking for people who suffer with cognitive dissonance.
What's this? Jimmy Laser.
It is funny, though, that they have different standards of proof. One for flat earthers, one for globers. like that. He says, "Oh, there's all these geodesy papers." Yeah, because they all belong to the same club.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm chilling. So, you're a flat earther?
Do you see my picture here?
Yeah, I see your picture. It's like a image of like a flat Earth with like an ice wall and then like a dome on it, and then above the dome are stars and the sun and the moon and a rocket.
Yeah. So do you believe we live in an enclosed system, something like this?
It should be enclosed, right? You know, with gas pressure requiring a container, right? I don't know if it looks like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's the point?
Oh, I don't know. I just came up to talk to you and like ask you about the topic, and do you think there's like this ice wall around, and you think there's the stars and the moon above the firmament?
I don't have a model, but yeah, something like that.
Okay. So are you just looking for people to disagree with you that gas pressure requires a container?
At the moment, yeah, just how we can have gas pressure without a container. Yeah, how is that possible?
Oh, okay. I guess I'm not the person then, because I agree with you. So
Okay. Not to worry then. We can talk in the future at some point. Okay.
yeah, cool. Let me shout out my channel. We're actually a flat Earth Discord, so we're trying to come to TikTok and find other flat Earthers and Globers. So shout out to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and yeah, feel free to drop by if you want and shoot the breeze.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right, cheers. All right, that was
Almost would have been fun to LARP as a Glober.
Maybe I'll have to go on a different account for that.
Yeah.
I don't want to be called
non-racist account.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to be called the LARPing racist flat Earth Glober guy. Yeah, I'm already deep water. Oh my god! Don't let Neil up! Don't let Neil up! I just love it. I love it. Okay, so I'm in a live right now, and this is for 20 cups, by the way. Who's like, just get someone on there, just get anybody. All right, so these guys are discussing how you can describe something physically that's physically happened, but in your dreams. So essentially, this guy, his evidence of flat Earth is he had a dream that the Earth was flat, and now they're discussing how that's possible in reality. So if you want that to hit the airwaves,
Go for it. Just for shits.
no, dude, no.
All right.
All right, fine.
You know, to conserve energy.
They're going to a low frequency place to conserve energy.
If I wanted to convince people, I would say, step outside into your lower, your higher self, so you can disconnect from the people that are in front of you. End result, negating the whole purpose of us coming here. What was the purpose of you being a physical being if you wanted to go back and be your lower or higher frequency self? When you have a physical body that can hold all of those frequencies in 14.7 psi, you have 7 psi for the light spectrum, and you have 7 psi for the low frequency spectrum. So what about together? You have a body, a physical body, a containment.
Yeah, the physical body doesn't last. So what about that?
So the physical body, the physical body would be the end result of the two frequencies not getting along or being connected. So if you can't put the low frequency with the high frequency and let them work together in harmony, the middle result or the operator will be destroyed and go back to the generator.
So in saying that, so you say you wouldn't have to die. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you don't.
When I said die, I mean in terms of your physical body being removed.
Because death would be your consciousness if you.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going with that. No, like, no idea. And they're probably just gonna go dribble and ramble for another little bit. So, should I throw a rock into their conversation? I think I should. Right, let's stay tuned and see how that works out.
Yeah, just ask questions.
In the same space, in the same time, in the same moment. See, if you were one or the other, you wouldn't recognize the other.
So what are we doing? I'm trying to transcend to somewhere and like become a higher consciousness.
We're the interface in between both. We get to feel the low frequencies and the high frequencies. The high frequency doesn't interact with the low frequency. That's where we get interference.
What are we accomplishing by doing this, though?
By doing what? That's my question. So what we'd be accomplishing is creation. So if you could take the high frequencies and the low frequencies and put them together, you create a circuit. So that's why we do what we do, because we create a circuit. We even do it naturally with the woman. So if you're a man and you connect with a woman, which would have the negative or feminine energy, you would create a child. That's the same thing we're supposed to do. We're supposed to create.
Let me ask you a question. So
I'm gonna get off this topic because they're not even talking about flat Earth. So let's get to the next place.
Well, that was fun while it lasted there. Good job.
I hope I'm not pronouncing that terribly wrong.
I tried it. Because he had the flat Earth thing on his screen, so that's why I thought they were going to talk about flat Earth.
You guys think Maoist China was in on the conspiracy to, like, were they in on the conspiracy of globe Earth? Do you think do you think every government in the world is in on the conspiracy? Genuine question.
Shapes the Earth for you?
What shapes the Earth? I don't think it's a shape. I think the top of it is like, you know, flat, right? Just the top though. I don't know anything else. Oh, I thought I got muted. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so just the top I think is flat. I'm not sure about like the bottom, the sides, but I think just the top we've measured to be flat.
Okay, what makes you say that?
Ooh, he said he measured it.
Yeah, definitely long distance laser observations, right? Over large bodies of water, such as a lake.
Yeah, that's not accurate. Lasers bend. What do you mean? That's not a measurement. What do you measure?
Okay.
Yeah, lasers can bend. They're subject to refraction, just like any other light. So, what is
Also, it doesn't measure anything. What did you measure?
Sure, yeah, measured from China laser from one end to the lake to the other over a 20-kilometer distance, right? And it lined up with the laser lined up with the other observer, right? And you shouldn't be able to see the laser from one end of the lake hit the observer at the other, right? If the Earth was a ball, right?
Yeah, that it didn't do what you said it did, anyways.
What do you mean? It clearly in the video clearly hits the other observer.
I bet that it didn't happen like you say it did.
Yeah, because every other time a flat earther actually documents this legitimately, they prove that they have to raise the light in order to hit the target, and it proves the drop that they claim there isn't. So we know you're lying. Unless you want to bring the video and actually show us what you did, and not unless you're quoting somebody else's video, or is this your video?
No,
What did you do?
I'm quoting someone else's video.
Oh, so you didn't do jack shit. Got it.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Got it. Yeah,
you're right.
I know. I knew that. Yeah, I know you did.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I'm saying something really troubling in the comments. Did you tell Shift God that you wanted to call him the N-word?
So I have trolls coming every single one of my chats. They follow me around. So if you want to take their word and kick me from that, that's up to you. But I'm not doing anything bad.
I'm asking you the question right now so that I can get your side.
Right. So yeah, we're not going to talk about that. If you want to talk about that, you can kick me. But we're going to talk about the flat Earth.
Why? So like, I know like I've been accused of many things on this app, and like I just confront it.
Yeah, sure. So every time they come into my channels and do this, so I said I do not want to talk about it. So if you want to talk about it, all right. So you don't want to talk about the flat Earth. Got it. So you don't want to talk about the flat Earth because every time I get to talk about the flat Earth, somebody and now I'm muted. Yeah, got it. Because it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the topic. Oh, it's 100% irrelevant. I'm talking. Hey, what's your favorite color? Oh, it's irrelevant to the topic. So Oh, another more trolls are coming in. So, yeah. If you want to talk about flat Earth, I'm all ears. But if you want to talk about people, then yeah, you're gonna miss me. All right. So. Yeah, this is what happens when I go into TikTok. They don't want to talk about flat Earth. They just want to talk about the people, right? Yeah, so is it about flat Earth?
Like, literally all these guys want to do is argue with flat Earth. So to say that, like, oh, they don't want to talk about flat Earth to obfuscate. No, they just want to call you out on your racism.
Yeah, I was kind of here for that too. And about you calling me like misogynistic names and telling me to get in the kitchen. That wasn't very cool. It sounds like you're in the kitchen now. Or is that no name?
Are you guys done? Are you guys done, or do you want to talk about flat Earth?
I'd like to know why you told me to go in the kitchen.
Okay, yeah. So just more non sequiturs. I get it.
What are we listening to?
About flat Earth. About flat Earth.
Get she left.
Well, it's not a bad idea. I mean,
Like
kind of
some
hungry.
These are like
Go for DJ.
tests or something like that. I want you to like, if the Earth is truly flat, like you say it is, and it's laser straight and all that other good stuff from that observation, I want you to
make a prediction from my observation, if that's cool. Is that all right?
Make a prediction from your observation.
That's correct.
We go through it.
Numbers, and then if the Earth is truly flat, you should be able to make a prediction based off of reality and what we see in reality. So if the Earth is flat, I can give you these like measurements. I can give you like these numbers, and you should be able to tell me what you would expect to see if the Earth is flat. Like, you can make predictions on a model that turn out to be true if it's true, right? So if the Earth is flat, and I'm looking at a lighthouse from 13.25 miles away using a telescope, and the lighthouse is 168 feet tall, and my observer height is 8 foot on a moderate day of refraction, with the waves, like the wave height over the water I'm looking at, being 3 foot tall, how much of the lighthouse should I be able to see if the Earth is flat, zooming into it with a line of sight?
How bad did you want to say the N-word to him?
Oh my god.
We talk about the lighthouse thing if you want. Right. So did you
I'd also like to know how badly you wanted to say that.
All right.
You can answer both.
Can we mute that guy, or do you want to talk about the topic? Yeah, thank you. All right, go for it, DJ.
No, you can just go ahead and answer though. Like, you can just like give a
Right.
answer.
So if you took an observation of the lighthouse and some of the bottom was missing, right, then you could have certain.
So are you gonna let us talk with uninterrupted, or are we just gonna get your fundy panel to? Yeah.
We were talking to you.
Yeah, so we got 2 people. As soon as DJ starts talking, just funnel it right down the barrel. And oh look, he's still talking, and another person comes up, and they still want to talk. Yeah, hold on. So moderator, guy who was running the channel, do you want to get control of your panel?
Do you want to answer?
Sounds like a circus over there.
Yeah, we're trying to, but every time someone talks, your panel chimes up and says something completely irrelevant.
We can't hear you over the people speaking in the background.
Yeah, so Rusty, you want to get control of this, or what?
Yeah, we're debating you, not your Discord though. Get your Discord people in here.
So I got an observation of a lighthouse that is 13.25 miles away. Observer height 8 foot, moderate refraction, at a lighthouse that is 168 feet tall on a flat Earth over water. How much of it should I be able to see?
It would completely depend on what's going on with the atmospheric conditions and the wave height.
That's not.
Well, how did you validate that there's moderate atmospheric conditions? What would that even mean? Are you saying standard refraction?
You get to answer the question. Why did Neil want to say the
Yeah,
N-word
can we get a can we get a mod? Yeah, Rusty, are you gonna let this guy just keep on doing this, or can we actually answer the question?
Oh, cool. So
the N-word so bad.
No, they kicked me. They didn't want anything. Those guys are a bunch of loser trolls.
Where were you?
TikTok.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
That loser was really hung up on the N-word.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the main crew that follows me around. And I went into their house.
Good on you. No, you handled that well.
I'm used to it. It's all good.
And you must have really hurt their feelings, Neil. You really got in their mind, in their head.
So, you know what's funny about that? The main guy that happened to, right? He lets me come back on his streams, right? The original guy that, right, this whole controversy is around. I go on his streams like all the time, right? And he lets me back. So he's not offended by what happened, right? Even though he's the one who's in the center of it, but everybody else is, right? So, you know, yeah.
Yeah, what the hell is moderate refraction?
Is that what he said?
Moderate refraction. Yeah, he's like moderate refraction. What's that even mean?
I gave it to you. Moderate.
Moderate, bro.
Yeah, so that guy, he gives that same example every single time, and then he pulls up the video, and it's just like water blocking the bottom of the lighthouse, and he's like, "Look, it's not flat. The water's blocking it. It's blah blah blah." So then you have to ask him, okay, well, how much is the water blocking it by? Like, where's the horizon? Blah 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 blah, and then he just completely
No. Ask for a time lapse.
Right, or that
when the refraction changes, and then you see the whole lighthouse and be like, how's that? You know, oh, that's extreme refraction. And it moved from moderate to extreme.
He won't even let you go that far without spurring, right? So those are those type of fucking globers.
All right, I'm going to set up
Then
my
you have to wonder
my stream
how-
today, so we can control these conversations when we're in there.
Sweet. Yeah, let me know when you're doing it, and also post right now. Post a what is it called? Like a pre-party. No, it's not a pre-party, but you make a live, and then you set the time for like 5 o'clock or whatever, and then you share that with all your followers, or you post it on your story, and then so it engages more people, and then when you go live, an alert goes off, and then it informs the people that you're going live. So that's how you get more traction.
I'll say that one more time. What do I do? Sorry.
Yeah, you have to set an alarm for when the live goes off. So I'm pretty sure you set up the live, and you set like what time you want it to go off, and then you share that to your story.
Ah, okay.
Or you share
Yep.
it into inboxes. And this is what Miggy taught me. He said just share. So I share at least like with 100 people a day, like different things. Like sometimes I send like 200 DMs like a day just to like get my page out. And it may seem like cringy or whatever, but bro, we're already.
But what are you sending? Like, what are you sending to them? Just in general, like, what are you trying to get out? Like video links or what? Photos.
Let me try and find it on my page. Let me try and go live myself, and then the section where you try and go live, it's like what the heck does it do? It shares when you're about to go live. So it's like you're going live at 5 o'clock, and then it's on your story, and it's like DJ is going live at 5 o'clock. Would you like to be notified?
Right. And they'll get like a notification on their phone or something, will they? And they can click if they want to get notified.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
how do you notify people just in their inbox? Like, what do you send them?
I'm trying to find that right now. Because when I was doing it, and I was doing that.
Because I saw when Angels of Light went live, it was just popped up like tons of messages in the chat saying Angels of Light shared the live, and then someone else came in, and then it came up 50 messages like shared. So a whole bunch of people were just sharing the shit out of his live, and then all of a sudden there was 200 people in there.
Yeah, that's another way too. You get in there and automatically just spam the share. If you even know the guy, if you don't know him, just share it. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll let you know.
Hey DJ, can you send me a new invite of your server? Because mine's.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, I got it.
Are you guys flat earthers?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, cool, nice. What makes you flat earthers?
Physics of water.
Okay, could you tell me a little bit about that?
And no matter where water is located, it always sticks at its level. Globers say it's level to the center of Earth, but it's always flat on the surface. Even in your oceans, you can see that the horizon is flat and level everywhere you look.
You got two definitions that conflict with each other. You got the horizon, or you got level and sea level being synonymous as a straight line, or you got the other definition that says sea level or is the curve of the Earth. So a straight line with 90-degree angles, or a curve of the Earth that doesn't have 90-degree angles. And I don't see how it could be both.
Cool. Yeah, totally. I mean, I think they changed the dictionary definition of that, right, to fit the globe. So yeah, I can see that. Cool. So just water being level, right? Do you have any experiments or observations, right, that could back up your claim? I totally get what you're saying, but I mean, right, the globe is...
You can literally measure any body of water, Kansas or anywhere that, other than of course hills and topography, screws all that up by a place that they say is flat, level, or doesn't have a part higher than another, and go from laser levels to even radio plane wave propagation, which is plane wave and radio horizons. So anyway, that's flat too. But you can do all sorts of stuff like that, and even I've seen people use like infrared and other type of cameras to make where down here our atmospheric haze, like to kind of see through that a little better, slightly, to get like the world's longest line of sight photograph. Sorry, you got line of sight planes for photography too. So that also measurement. That's an optical experiment that says we're seeing too far over the current, obstructing it. So yeah, that's different. A few things. I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry.
Cool. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, totally. I like it.
I live in Michigan, and one of the two concrete evidences that you can actually pull up for yourself is the Chicago skyline from Michigan at 55 miles, and that's missing 2,017 feet of curvature. If it was actually curvature was measurable, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin skyline from Michigan at 85 miles. And they say that it's atmospheric refraction that makes it able to see the picture or the image. But if that was possible, the image would be stretched 4,818 feet. That's just physically impossible for a photo taken and not show that distortion. So that's one of the evidences that I found being here in Michigan that prove that there's no curvature. We see way too far, way too far.
And yeah, if you look in the book Synthetic Astronomy, I think is where it's located. There's one, and you can always go back to the old ones when they first made some of these canals, or the existing natural ones, or whatever, little rivers, aqueducts, the ones they built. Even the longest one by the ancient Romans, they all said it was flat, but specifically this one, they said that from, I can't remember, it's in Europe, like London to something, but like they said on the railroads that are flat, and on these flat water, all water's flat, but railroads are flat, they have slight gradients on some parts of it, but they said there would be a higher point at the middle train station between two other points that are train stations, and the same way with locks, canals, and aqueducts, there would have to be, with the curvature between 2 points, a higher point. So if you went from one to another one on railroads or canals or aqueducts that have locks, channels, and things that lift you up, that's another deal. No part higher than another, there would be a pitch change or something. You know what I mean? The horizontal line, it would be curving down over time, and we would have all the equipment measuring at land, sea, or air. Even the surveyors would be like, yeah.
Hi, I'm a fed up and I'm retarded.
Sorry. I love you, bro. I love you guys.
I'm retarded. I'm a flat earther and I'm retarded.
Okay. Thank you. Dude, you're my favorite.
I'm a flat earther.
All right. Thank you for the entertainment of the week. I hope come back next week. Appreciate it.
Flat Earth evidence for a flat stationary plane.
Sorry, say that. Sorry, say that again. The evidence. I missed that.
Okay, so go ahead and say it again if you want, brother. All right, go ahead. Sorry, my mic.
So, if you go out to the ocean, any horizon, and look, you'll notice that the x-axis, which is your horizon, never deviates or forms a curve. And that is one of the best flat Earth evidences there is the horizon. Yes, it is argued by the globers saying that the horizon proves a globe, but it doesn't. The x-axis doesn't deviate, and that's a globe destroyer.
Yeah.
I was on a cruise ship. You can see it visually. If it's not curving left or right in front of you, you turn 90-degree angle to where it should be visibly curving left or right, and it's still a straight line in all four directions. That's a square, not a circle. So, yeah, just any altitude. The Grass Tyson's at 100,000 feet. That stuff's flat. The lens curves horizontal lines, so there's no horizontal line on a globe. 382,000 feet, one of the highest photographs in an airplane. The pilots reported no curvature. No unedited picture of that from the official photograph exists, but their quote, no curvature, looked like a straight line. Go ahead.
I like that a lot. Yeah, I like the picture you got too. With you guys got the ocean, you guys got like the actual ground, and you guys got a little bit higher in the sky, and then you guys got like wow, way above there with probably like a high altitude weather balloon, and it shows the horizon just flat, right? So yeah, perfect, cool.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that'd be like Kansas or somewhere on the land, yeah, or whatever.
Well, that's good. We got some signs of intelligence on TikTok. I've been searching the lands for quite a while, and it's been quite hard. So I appreciate you guys putting in the work.
Yeah,
and,
it's like Discord. The landscape is barren.
Who said that?
I did, Swanner.
Oh.
The guest here that said we don't understand or something in the comments. Let me see. You can't see the curve on the ground. You know, the grass says you don't see it at 100,000 feet. The pilots at 382 say you don't see it. But Globies say, oh, at the ground you see it. I see it at the surface. Oh, I see it at 30,000. You don't see it at the surface. 40,000, you dumb globe. Get the model right. And y'all argue each other, all having different personal beliefs. But it's literally has to be one uniform, agreed on reality or something, I think, in order for it to be a model. So, yeah, what part of the curvature do we see and what altitude if it's not at the surface? Like other globies claim.
I just have a question. If you're a flat earther, how come all of the flat earthers don't pull your money together and go on a private, like you can purchase a ticket to space? Why do you guys not pull all of your money together?
Wow.
When did this happen?
You got you guys there.
Virgin Galactic and Blue Orbit, they cost quite a bit of money, but why don't you guys pull all of your money together and pick whatever person you guys think you would believe, send them into space.
We don't believe.
And they can tell you.
How far up would we have to go to see the curvature?
Be occupied by a human person. It's physically impossible. It violates.
Okay, so why don't you guys put all of your money together?
It will prove nothing. Go
well, where's the curve?
I mean, look at this high altitude weather balloon picture. I mean, yeah, look at the top picture, right? It's a high altitude weather balloon. I mean, there's no curve. So, like, what are we doing?
There's no drop in the horizon. There's no space. They hit the dome. They just blasted the dome the other day with a nuke.
Wait. Hold on. Who said that? We'll hit the dome.
Oh, careful. Yeah, but careful, sensitive topic. But this just happened like a week or so. They shot another nuke at it and didn't do anything. Yeah, because it's an impenetrable barrier. Just like last time they tried to hit it.
What video? I never seen this. Where is this?
That was let me find it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see.
But that's just the claim that it hit something. Let's see. But yeah, anyway, back to your bill. You know, I don't care about space. Space violates natural law, gas laws, and their documents say there's a barrier. And science is catching up to it. One space agency or so, or is it Science Today, Mag?
So basically, that was me trying to call out the flat earther for, you know, saying that rockets hit the dome, and yeah, he didn't like that. He said, "Oh, sensitive topic," and I asked him for his, you know, video evidence of this hitting the dome, and he's like, "Oh, let me get it for you," and then in a split second said, "Oh, let me go talk to you," and totally forget about what you're saying. So.
There is a video that people claim is the rocket hitting a dome.
Yeah, I think I've seen it too. There's one in California, and it's all the blue, you know, stuff going across the sky from the rocket. I've seen that. But the guy said he had one recently. He said that had one last week, so I was kind of curious on the one that happened last week. But
yeah, me too.
Yeah, let's go back and see what they have to say. They can't hear what I'm saying, but let's listen to them.
People on the list wouldn't come back. I wouldn't come back. Your mom wouldn't come back. Everybody comes back.
That doesn't even make sense.
It's like everything's trash.
How would they not come back if space was real?
Because they say, well, actually, this is all in like 5 years. Elon found another Earth-like planet.
Okay, so now we're talking about the imagination of space and what could or wouldn't happen if these people came back or didn't come back. So we're talking fiction right now.
Come back if you got 4 other Earths. Why take care of this one? What do you mean it doesn't make no sense?
Why would you come back if there's planets that are capable of the same things that are Earth? Because they're not Earth. Your family.
I didn't even know that TikTok had like you seeing like
this already developed world.
Yeah, it's like a whole. It's a whole live section where you can bring up your computer, thing on your screen. You can bring up like 10 different people. So yeah, it's cool. It's a lot of people on there, so that's why
the people can join like voluntarily.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Well, like you got a request, right, and then they accept you.
Oh, it's like the stages here. Gotcha.
Yeah, but the good thing is you can just go into anyone's live that you want. So like, say you have a friend in somebody's live, it shows that they're in somebody else's live on the main page. So you just click, and so I just add everybody that are in the lives and get some traction. Yeah.
Your child.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to this girl talk about space and yada 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 yada. I'd rather have that talk in the politics server. But I'll say goodbye to these guys, and then
yeah, girls talking about anything is kind of cringe.
I know. Everything we talk about is cringe. Alright, let's exit that one. Appreciate it.
What were you saying, Patrick?
You just listened to Wine Moms in Space.
Around the sun.
All right, let's drop into these guys' conversation. See what they're saying.
Miles per hour, and then
around the entirety of the Milky Way, around the inside of the CMBR, the cosmic microwave background radiation from 13.8 billion years ago, when the supposed Big Bang happened, when the universe farted itself into existence. And so the CMBR is as far as I can see. But they say outside of that is the Laniakea supercluster, a cluster of basically galaxies. And then outside, or just behind that, is what's called the Great Attractor. And so if you ask artificial intelligence, would it be going faster than 1.3 million? It will definitely say yes, right? And so in a potentially infinite universe where orbit is the very essence of it, where one thing goes around something else slightly bigger at a stupidly fast rate, how big can you go as far as those bodies that they're orbiting, and how fast can you go? So you might argue that you can go exponentially fast. You could do 50 trillion miles per hour in a potentially infinite universe where orbits just get bigger and bigger and faster. The problem being that, yeah, there's no friction there, theoretically. But there is angular momentum. Angular momentum is considered to be an increase in velocity, aka an increase in acceleration. And what is the thing that we feel? Acceleration. So if we have a small amount of acceleration where the Earth is going around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, and you might argue that with that orbit, which is an elliptical orbit, which means that you don't have a precise balance between inertia and gravity, so that's a big problem as well. But if you have that orbit, you might say, because it's not that big, it's not that fast, relatively speaking, then it's okay, right? And the amount of acceleration is minimal. But so you do have acceleration inherent in an orbit, and you have even more. You have deceleration, acceleration inherent in an elliptical orbit, which is what they believe in these days. They went to a circular one, and they threw that out very quickly due to the motion of certain planets. So if you believe all this bullshit, you believe that we're going faster and faster and faster, and so that acceleration gets faster and faster and faster around bigger and bigger bodies. How big can you go at infinitum? How fast can you get at infinitum? Basically, gravity ends up destroying gravity. That's the nth degree problem, or the hierarchy of movement problem. If the very essence of your paradigm is that there's no what they call static anchor, and this is what Einstein says, there's no static anchor. Everything's in relative motion, one thing to the next. Nothing's at rest, technically speaking. And that you don't have a net zero gravity. You have to have a big gravitational force, because the seen amount of matter is only about 4%. And so they say that, in a background of nothingness, the nothing doesn't hold things together, right? So it's the planets and the gravity they exert upon each other that holds everything together, and it has to happen over exponential distances when 96% of the universe is theoretically absolutely nothing. So they've got a problem with the nth degree, and they've got a massive problem with the machination in the first instance, which is you cannot get past the three-body problem, which says you can't do this shit in the first place. You can't have orbits in the first place from one thing to the other, to the other, to the other. I rest my case.
The only thing I would edit from what he said, he granted that there's no friction.
There's a lot of memorizing.
There is friction because it's not a perfect vacuum. And then also, he said that there's an increase in velocity, so increase in acceleration. You could have maintaining velocity and still have increase in acceleration in space.
Hold on one sec. Do you want to reply to him actually in chat?
The static anchors were a part of.
Why not?
All right, sure. Let me get in there.
So,
hey, can I get in for a sec?
Sorry?
Can I get in for a sec? I have a buddy who has a question about your whole statement that you just said. All right, cool. He's a Glober, by the way, I think. All right, go for it. Oh, you're not? Oh, he's not a Glober. He's not a Glober. Okay, go for a percentage.
My question is, why do you grant that there's no friction when we know there's no perfect vacuum?
So, as far as friction goes, the first thing they said, they basically looked at the 4%, and they said that in the first instance, so what we used to have is in 1887, we believed in the luminiferous ether. Aristotle put forward the idea of the ether through which heavenly bodies move. So as far as the luminiferous ether goes, in 1887, they either said the Earth didn't move, or there was no luminiferous ether. Of course, they weren't going to say the Earth didn't move because there's no static anchor, right? Everything's in relative motion. So they had to throw out the luminiferous ether. And for a very short period of time, up until the 1920s, they said that light and other, because light is an electromagnetic entity, and other electromagnetic entities propagated through nothing. Can't make this shit up, right? Then in the 1920s, they said that there are quantum fields. And quantum fields allow for the propagation of electromagnetic entities. And then they said that on Earth, you can't have a perfect vacuum because the building blocks of the universe are indeed quantum fields. And so therefore, when you propagate light in a vacuum, it's because the quantum fields are in there. So you can't have a perfect one. And then when you talk about friction, they basically say the exact opposite of Aristotle. This is what Aristotle says, and then this is what they say. So Aristotle said that if things move in the heavens, they must have something to move through. So he believed that we're a sphere at the bottom center of the universe not moving, right? And he said that you need to move through the quintessence, which is like the godliness through all that connects everything, basically. And he said nature abhors a vacuum. So he's saying you can't have a vacuum. We know that the second law of thermodynamics is entropy. Things will equate, they will even out. And so NASA and Einstein say the exact opposite. They say that nature absolutely fucking loves a vacuum, right? In fact, we have a vacuum all around us. Makes no sense. That's in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. He then said that the background has to be basically nothing, because if it's not nothing, then you'll have friction due to atmosphere, which will create orbital degradation. And if you create that orbital degradation, that precise balance between inertia and gravity is gone, and then you end up with catastrophe. You have one or two things happen, as I said before. You either get ejection from orbit or you get collision. So their idea is that there is nothing, because nothing is going to impede and create friction from that atmosphere, and therefore degrade orbital mechanics, which are the very essence of their paradigm. No orbital mechanics, the whole space paradigm doesn't exist. So there's your answer.
Okay, but as far as I know, they claim that there is orbital deceleration, and that the satellites, for instance, they're maintaining their orbit.
That's only for things in orbit around Earth. So basically, they say like the ISS, for instance, it still has a tiny bit of atmosphere around it, and therefore it suffers from orbital degradation over a long period of time, and they have to boost it once in a while. If that's what you're talking about, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. So how do they explain the transition from almost like a perfect vacuum to a perfect vacuum?
Look, I can go on for hours. I'm not going to go into it in detail, but the idea that you can have a vacuum requires containment. A pressurized system requires containment, yet we have both, neither of which have containment. It doesn't make any sense. Now, in addition to that, not only is that problematic, you then have in the middle of space these nebula that pop up out of nowhere. They come out of a pixie's arsehole, apparently, and they pop up in this infinite vacuum, and they're big clouds of gas and dust. And they collapse in on themselves, and they create things like the sun. Once again, you can't make this shit up. It doesn't make any sense. So, there you go. Now, what they did was they then looked at the relative motion and the cohesion of the galaxy and said that 4% ain't going to get the shit done. So they then said there must be some unseen matter, and they made up 27% dark matter. They say, we don't know what it is, we can't see it, but we know it's there because otherwise things wouldn't be moving as fast as they were, and things wouldn't be as cohesive as they were, like, for instance, the galaxy. So they made up 27% dark matter. They then made up 68% dark energy, and dark energy is what they explain as the cosmological constant, which is the way that expansion occurs. And I'm not going into that. It's another bag of tricks as well. So there you go. Now, the first thing they said, actually, last point, when they made up dark matter, is they had to say that it was what? It starts with V. Viscous. Why? Because viscous things don't create anywhere near as much friction, and therefore they don't degrade orbital mechanics, which ties into what you were asking. Well said. Thank you. All right.
How can energy be viscous?
So,
have you heard of superfluid vacuum theory?
I'm not going to go into that either, but I've just introduced some things for people to think about and actually use their brains and actually process some information. Right. So, in the first instance, the idea that
isn't that a property of a fluid, though?
Something else slightly bigger at faster and faster speeds ad infinitum is stupidity, right? Because eventually you would feel, let's say you're going 50 billion miles per hour, you would feel that acceleration due to angular momentum, and you would potentially, because of that angular momentum, have the Earth lose its structural integrity.
You wouldn't feel it if you were in an inertial reference frame. You wouldn't feel it.
And then you want to argue that and say that the nth degree problem is a problem, but then the very idea of it happening in the first place is a massive problem. I just told you the three-body problem. It doesn't work. you cannot assign a singular speed to one thing because it must move relative to another thing. It therefore has to have relative motion, which is perpetual and extreme acceleration and deceleration. That's the three-body problem.
What does this have to do with the Earth?
Hi, I'm Iglubeta, and yeah, I love the way Jerry speaks.
Okay.
All right, that was Jeffrey Barter on TikTok. He's
oh,
we're on Stone Litho's channel. And wants to. Oh, my bad. It's unmuted on my freaking side. Sorry, Patrick. I had you almost I had you deafened almost because you said you were gonna play some blaring music through your.
No. I'm not.
Okay.
I'll be crazy. You a flat earther, Neil?
Yeah.
You are.
Okay. Yeah. What's up? Are you?
No.
Cool.
How many people do you think are in on this like grand conspiracy? You know.
You think it's a grand conspiracy?
Do you?
It could be, but I'm not gonna put all my cards in that, right? Like, how many? Then that's another question. If it's like a couple people, right? Who are those people, and like where did the origin come from? And then you can say like, is every single person in on that? And then also you can say, the other side of the coin, are these people just raised up in this environment and just believe that, right? And then can you say those believers are in on that too? So,
But not that they believe in it. They truly believe something in their heart. They're not in on it, are they? You're only in on something if you know that it's not true, and yet you knowingly spread lies about something, right?
Yeah. So
I mean, it wouldn't make any sense. I think that the biggest problem you have is that the proofs that you use are seemingly so basic in their nature. Like, what's like, water can't can't stick to a ball. Water can't stick to a ball. Okay. You not think that if the observation was so basic and it really was that simple, that the millions of physicists in the world who understand physics very well would have also have come up with this and then come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat? And then
there are I'm not gonna say millions, but there are
not very many of them. This is
I
a
know,
pretty
that's
small
because
group
they have
of internet weirdos.
Sure, no problem. So I'm gonna go back to 2019, right, when that whole the shebang happened. You know what I'm talking about. And
no, what thing happened in 2019?
Yeah, okay, you know what it is. The gibber, you know what I'm talking about. Anyways,
I don't. What are you talking about?
Come on.
What thing in 2019? You can't just pretend like I know something.
The pandemic.
You can stop playing dumb because you're winning.
2020. Okay.
You can stop playing dumb because you're winning.
No, he really didn't know what you guys were talking about. Anyways, continue.
Or whatever. Okay, you're talking about the pandemic. Fine. Okay. Why didn't you just say that?
Okay. So we can talk about that and be like, hey, we know this is a bad thing, right? We know, etc., etc., etc. But if I go against it, I will lose my job, right? So there's a lot of people.
What do you
there's
mean
a
by
lot
go
of people,
against it? Like, are you talking
exactly.
about
If you
going against
when you
the
go
restrictions
against
of lockdown?
The mainstream science, right, which they teach, right? If you go against that, you're going to be fired from your job, especially if you're working with those things in that job, right? Or you're going to be considered crazy by your coworkers, especially.
You're being a bit vague about what you actually mean here. When you say you're going
He's
against
speaking generally. He's saying if you go against the status quo in some of these professions, there's a stigma attached to it in which you will be ostracized and maybe delicensed or what have you.
Okay, so you're talking about scientifically going against something, or going against legal restrictions that were put in place during the lockdown?
No, we're not. No, I'm just bringing out
exclusivity there.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand, because those are two different things, right? Obviously, saying
Doesn't need to
one thing, no, they are, because if you went against the restrictions of lockdown, let's say you, I don't know, hosted a party during the middle of lockdown, that would be going against legal restrictions that were put in place by the government. Now, that would be illegal. But
I know, but it could also
saying,
be going
oh, I
against what
don't
they're
think this
claiming
is the
is
way it
science,
is.
right?
Yeah, if you just said that, that wouldn't be illegal. Obviously, it would have stigma, but it's different, right? So there's obviously a distinction to be made there. So which one were you referring to, Neil?
The one where, you know, if you were to take the thing, right, then you would get, if you didn't take it, then you wouldn't get fired from your job. But like, this is the thing, like for
thing.
academia, right? If you were to say that the Earth is flat, right? If you were to be like a professor, right, or you want to be like, you know, one of these like higher ups in universities, right? Then all you do, you're just copying what you've been taught, right? And then you do a test, right? Make sure you memorize all of it, right? And then you get it right, and then you teach it to other people. So if you go against anything that's on that test, if you're like, hey, what's on this test that I'm learning and then I have to teach is wrong, right? You know, you're not going to be able to have that position. You're not going to be able to have that job. You're not going to be able to make money, right? So those are the big things when you say, oh, there are why are there millions of whatever we say physicists that, you know, aren't flat earth, aren't going against this. It's like, okay, well, there are, and they don't have the main jobs anymore, or they have their jobs, but they don't want to come out as flat earthers, so they just continue to teach this, right? So
also they're all like secretly in on it. Like they all
I'm not saying they're all. I'm not saying all of them, right? I'm saying maybe some of them. But what the main point that I'm saying is, it's in order to have these positions of power in jobs, right? What the physicists have, they have to all learn the same stuff. And if they go against of what they're learning, right, they won't be able to pass the tests. And those tests equal money from, you know, jobs and schools. So there's no like
agree on the macro level.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about not just like a few physicists. We're talking like about a lot of physicists here.
Can I ask what these physicists have proven about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, they
I'm not
just go
talking
along
about
with
that
the
right now,
doctrine,
because I
right?
would actually like to talk about the logistics of this whole operation, this whole government conspiracy.
Okay, so you're not actually interested in why we say the Earth is flat?
No, because you're trying to pivot the conversation.
No, because that is the conversation.
With a straw man, right?
No, because
you're
trying to
you have
pivot
to
the
believe in a
conversation.
conspiracy theory,
You can
and
try
that's
to pivot the
definitely not the case.
conversation, but I'll just take that you
Holy
lost it.
shit.
Yeah.
Patrick, can I ask you a question?
Hope harder, bro. So
because I'm talking about this. I'm talking
no,
about
because we don't because you're not interested in the topic.
Can
you
Patrick
just
and
want to
Neil
deflect from
continue
it.
their conversation?
No, I don't necessarily think. I mean, Neil, we can continue, but be careful about the stuff, the medical stuff.
Medical stuff.
Yeah,
I'm
and
talking to Neil.
don't try to straw man us as a bunch of conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
This may have nothing to do with the conspiracy whatsoever.
You believe there's a conspiracy going on? Yes or no?
For fuck's sake, I'm saying the opposite. Can you get with the program?
Patrick, have you ever heard that you
no
can't?
conspiracy?
What about COVID-19? What about COVID-19?
Yeah.
What about COVID-19?
Yo, someone mute this angstrom guy. Patrick does have a point. You know,
wait.
There is on some
Has
level
he
this
ever-
is a conspiracy, and he's
Come
saying
on, I
like
know you're gonna be
humans
joking.
are dumb,
have to be percentage.
and how
Why
are
don't you
they
shut up?
keeping it up? You know, without.
All right, no one needs to talk except
mute him
Yoda
as well. Why not?
and Patrick. Yoda and Patrick have a conversation.
Right. So I'm going to posit to you that the situation may be more dire than a conspiracy theory. That is, the situation is one of a grand delusion where people have bought into a cosmological worldview that's proffered by the Western culture that dominates society currently.
Okay, that's all very well and good, but we have also had other cosmological views in the past which have gone out of fashion when people have reevaluated evidence and looked at things. Take Christianity, for example. Why is the majority of Western countries not Christian? At least not officially Christian. Why are they not Christian anymore? It's because the standard of evidence has increased. People have reevaluated the evidence for God. They've said there isn't very strong evidence for this, and so a lot of people have turned away from it.
Right, and a lot of people are now turning away
with
from the globe cosmology, which is not evidence-based, but belief-based.
No, just there was stigma attached with leaving Christianity. 100%.
There's a stigma attached to the Copernican revolution too, and people burned at the stake.
So my point is that if people left Christianity, even though there was stigma attached to it, does that not somewhat prove that people are willing to sort of back down from something when they find out that what they believed wasn't true, and then reevaluate their beliefs, even when it has stigma? Like, I
Yeah, well,
don't
that's
think that
happening now,
stigma
right?
is
You
going
were
to be
told
able
that
to
flat
prove.
earthers are the stupidest
Wait, let
people
me
on
finish.
earth.
I don't think that
All right.
stigma is going to be able to prove at the macro level that all of these people are completely oblivious to it, right? So either you're claiming that you know something that all of these people don't, or these people are in on it, and there's some grand conspiracy involving hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of people
That's a
across
false
academia,
dichotomy, and that's
across
patently absurd.
government. So, okay, so what's the situation?
Situation is that everybody's interpreting the data that they receive, whether directly from their senses or from scientific instrumentation, into a globe. It's the map territory problem.
So are they all oblivious?
Not oblivious. They're doing this with a deliberate interpretive frame of reference. They're putting the map before the territory. They're putting models before actual measurements.
Okay, but we've had problems like this in the past. So if we take, for example, heliocentrism versus geocentrism, for a
Right.
long
So
time
great.
people
You
believed in
acknowledge we've had such
heliocentrism before
problems in the past, and it was not the result of a conspiracy theory. Good job.
But
You just shot your argument in the foot.
what people the guy who initially proposed that geocentrism could have been the actual model for the solar system was literally killed for what he believed in. Like, there was stigma attached with that, and yet now we still accept that geocentrism is the correct model and heliocentrism is false. So why would the
Sure.
flat Earth be different? Why would that not have followed the same pattern?
Well, we're here not because of any challenge to accepted norms. We're here because of actual empirical reality. You've never seen or experienced the globe in your entire life, neither has
Okay,
anybody
so
else.
you haven't actually answered my question there.
No, I'm answering it right now. Our driving motive is not to uncover conspiracy theory or to go against the grain. We're here because we're evidence based. We're direct
Okay.
realists.
No, but you still didn't answer my question. So you said you're evidence-based, fine. But why would the flat Earth be different from the heliocentrism versus geocentrism
Because
debate?
we're evidence
Wouldn't be.
based.
No, that's not answering the question.
That does, yes, because
It doesn't. So
heliocentrism
why is
and even heliocentric globe
heliocentrism different from the shape
cosmologies
of
are
the
not
Earth?
evidence based.
No, but why would they be different?
Because they're not evidence based. Do you want to explore this idea further, or do you want to try to continue strawmanning my position?
Not evidence-based. So the guy who initially said that the solar system was heliocentric. Sorry, I'm stuttering there. Heliocentric instead of geocentric. Guy who initially said that
That
was
wasn't
just
evidence-based.
saying it out of. He just said it because he felt like it. Like, why
No,
would he say it?
by their own words, it was a philosophical preference.
It was a philosophical preference.
Yeah, that's right.
No, it wasn't. That's not why he said it. I think he
Yeah,
died
it was
by
a
it because it was a
complete philosophical
philosophical
preference, right?
preference. No,
You
it
had on
wasn't.
one side a philosophical preference to put a globe Earth in the middle of God's creation as a special place, occupying a unique position. On the other hand, you had people saying, "No, we cannot be so full of hubris and ego that we would assume that we're at the center of this massive creation.
You
We're
have it
rather
wrong.
occupying an
It's the other
insignificant
way
space."
around. So they all
No,
believed
this
that the
this
start.
was the geocentrism versus heliocentrism debate. It was over based off of a
He was
philosophical
killed because he
preference.
believed in heliocentrism.
Yes, based off of people were killed also because of the secrets that they've leaked from the Pythagorean school of knowledge as well. So I mean, this isn't anything new.
But he was killed because he believed in heliocentrism, which he observed from evidence, and people philosophically believed that the Earth was going
What
to be the
evidence
center
was
of the
that?
solar system.
All right, I'm going to hold you to this. What evidence was there for heliocentrism at the time?
Evidence for heliocentrism. He looked in the sky and then he observed like the patterns of like stars and shit.
Yeah, the same things that were observed by flat Earth civilizations prior, including the Chaldeans.
So why was it different for heliocentrism compared
Because
to?
there was an interpretive frame of reference that changed based off of philosophical preference.
Sorry, repeat that. It was an interpretive What did you say?
Yeah, it was an interpretive frame, an arbitrary frame of reference. And everything that I'm saying actually holds weight with our grander understanding of Einstein's equivalence
It was
principle
an interpretive
under
frame.
relativity. So really,
So
you
none
shouldn't
of them
find
believed
anything that
it.
I'm saying wrong right
He was
now in
killed for what
the
he
grand scheme of
believed.
the current dominant
Wait,
paradigm.
no,
Saying.
hold on. You
Patrick,
didn't
Patrick,
actually.
can you not interrupt? Can you not interrupt while he's
What he
mid-sentence,
just
please?
said didn't make any sense.
We'll let him explain it fully, and maybe if you listen instead of talking while he's talking.
Yeah, what I'm saying shouldn't be controversial by anybody who upholds the current dominant paradigm, because what I'm referencing right now is actually an Einstein equivalence principle in general relativity, where
This is why
reference
it's valid.
frames are not absolute. This includes your interpretive frame of reference of what the sky is doing. Whether objects in space are moving or you're moving relative to it makes no difference. It's a simple coordinate transformation from one to the other, based off of kinematics. There's no dynamic forces involved. There's absolutely no actual physics involved.
Are you talking about relativity in a conversation about why someone was killed for believing in the heliocentric model?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
actually
talking
bringing
about
it
that.
forward into
So
the conversation because relativity is a conversation about reference
yeah,
frames and
sure, but we don't.
interpretation.
But I'm not talking about reference frames either.
You are when you brought up observation as being evidence for heliocentrism.
So my whole point was that he had evidence to believe in heliocentrism. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm
That's my
challenging
point.
that
So
and
I
saying,
don't.
no, it was an interpretation. It's arbitrary interpretation. The evidence did not stand up because it's
Okay,
arbitrary.
and your observations are not an arbitrary interpretation
Correct.
because.
Because I have direct measurements of the surface of Earth not conforming to the globe.
So, okay, wait, let me get this straight. So everyone accepted the arbitrary interpretation that this guy had for reasons that are beyond our understanding, but your direct measurements are not accepted by anyone because
No, it wasn't for
reasons.
reasons beyond our understanding. The understanding was a philosophical preference. You had one group of people who said that
Philosophical
you're so
preference in
full
a
of
Christian
hubris
nation.
for putting Earth at the center of the universe, and another group of people who said, no, we are special because we're God's creation. We are at the center of the universe.
Then the philosophical preference would lean towards geocentrism, no?
Well, that is a preference. I mean, it depends on
That's
your
why they
subjective
believed in
interpretation
geocentrism in the
of the
first
reference
place.
frames that are being declared.
That's why they believed in geocentrism in the first place, and then heliocentrism was picked up later, not because it was philosophically preferable.
Yeah, it was.
The
It was
philosophically preferable
preferable.
one would be geocentrism,
Well, no, I mean, it depends on your point of view, right? If you want to
which was
believe in
largely
more of a
Christian at the time.
materialistic, atheistic view of cosmology, you might separate God's unique creation from yourself.
Okay, and yet the nation was largely Christian at the time, so it was still accepted in spite of it being philosophically preferable for it to be geocentrism.
Well, yeah, eventually the Roman Catholic Church came around to heliocentrism because they integrated it with the Big Bang Theory as a creation story, which, by the way, the Big Bang Theory was
Not
propagated
talking about
by
the
a
Big Bang
Jesuit
Theory.
priest. George
We're not
Lemaitre
talking about that.
invented the Big Bang cosmology.
Okay. I'm not talking about the Big Bang Theory, so I mean, you can talk about it as
Well,
much
I
as you
mean,
want, but
it's
it
part of
doesn't
the
have anything to do
cosmology
with what
that
we're
we're
saying.
challenging.
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It has everything to do with what we're talking about. Flat earthers generally don't accept a Big Bang.
Okay. We're not talking about the Big Bang. We're talking about geocentrism versus heliocentrism.
Yeah,
and
that's
how
part
it
of the
relates
cosmology.
to the flat Earth versus spherical Earth debate. Because both of these situations, you have a society which opposes the other belief, right? And yet you have people who are saying the opposite. They're saying, no, this is actually how it is. I think this is the way it is. So before it was geocentrism, some guy proposes it's heliocentrism, he gets killed for it. Later on, society progresses, they realize, oh, it's heliocentrism. So why is it different for the flat Earth versus spherical Earth debate? Why is that
Yeah,
different?
okay. Oh, great. I'm glad you asked that because I'll answer it the same way I did about 10 times before. We have direct measurements.
So why would the direct measurements stop people from accepting it?
Because direct measurements are empirically validated, and there's also no philosophical interpretation required.
So they're externally validated, therefore people don't believe in it? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, people are not willing to look at it. That's the problem.
It doesn't make any sense. Because people, bro, I mean, the whole
I'm
point of
sorry it doesn't
physics
make
is that
sense to
people
you.
look at
That's
empirical
your
evidence.
subjective understanding.
Like,
Sure, fine.
No, but the whole point of physics is that people are looking at empirical evidence and then building a model of like reality. So
Yeah. So why is it they won't
make
look
the
at this
claim that
one?
suddenly
Well,
people don't care about it. That just seems incredibly odd. And,
well, it's
like
because
we're not in a very religious society right now. Like
Yeah, I know.
philosophical
It's funny,
preference
right?
doesn't really affect anything. Not
They
in the
would
way
rather
that it
put the
used
map
to
before
back
the
when the
territory.
geocentrism versus heliocentrism debate was about. It's not in the same way. So those 2 points that you just brought up should have strengthened the case for flat Earth, surely.
Well, it actually does strengthen the case very much, and it's why we're here. It's why we've been doing this as a community for 10 years, and why we debate astrophysicists and we record those conversations for anybody to listen to.
Okay, so what does that have to do with what I just said?
Well, the evidence is quite clear that the Earth is flat, and the problem really is, as you've outlined, that these physicists, these scientists, are not willing to subject their own biases to correction.
They were with heliocentrism.
They aren't right now.
They were before. Why has it changed?
Well, maybe they were wrong before, and that's why we're here.
They were wrong before, and then they corrected themselves.
They updated themselves,
Over like
but we're
hundreds
here
of years.
we're here to correct the record. Listen, when you start looking into the entire field of like astrophysics and cosmology, you're not going to find one single scientifically testable hypothesis anywhere, and yet people call this shit science.
Again, so we're talking about something else. We're going off track again.
Well, no, this is absolutely on
No,
track.
because we are.
Okay, so we're
Because
here
it's
to actually
different.
defend
Your
what is
opinion, because
scientifically valid. We're here to
if we
defend
go
what's
down this route,
empirical.
we're going to start looking at the evidence for flat Earth, and then you're going to say things like, "Oh, look, water can't stick to a ball," some shit like that. So
So now you're going to
before we
poison the well and strawman my position before
No.
I have even a chance to fully
no, because
articulate
I
it.
already
Good
know
for you,
exactly
man.
what you're
You're
going to
just
say.
He already
Tom Frick.
told you, sorry to interrupt, but he told you what he was going to say. It would be
Your
measurements
voice
of
makes me
the.
want to kill myself.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. Anyway,
He already told you. If
no,
he's
Master
muted me, then
Yoda-
just remove him from the channel. I don't care whether you like my voice or not. I will interject in the channel if I wish to. If you don't want to listen to me, you're free to leave. But he's already told you that would be measurements of the Earth, not water can't stick to a ball. Please don't poison the well again. I will interrupt when I need to.
So we're not talking about the evidence for flat Earth yet. I would like to talk about the fact that the heliocentric model had evidence for it, which caused us to accept it.
Which is what?
Do we need to go over the evidence for the heliocentric model? Do you believe in the heliocentric model to begin with?
Evidence requires no belief if it's true.
Yeah, I want to know what the evidence is.
No, so can still.
And no, not now after I've tested the heliocentric model. If you want a clear answer to the question, sir.
Do you accept the heliocentric model?
No, I just answered that. But you were talking through me.
Which model do you accept then? Geocentrism?
No, I don't accept models. I accept measurements, especially when we're talking about geometry.
So
I'm about to blow your mind, Patrick. Listen, we benchmark our claims to reality, not to models. Like I mentioned already before, the map territory problem is prevalent right now in modern
How do you
Western
do science? If you have
framework.
no models, how do you do science? That's the whole scientific process right there.
No, the scientific process has been afflicted with models that bear absolutely no relation in reality.
Okay, so models that bear absolutely no relation in reality.
Yeah,
so
like the Niels
let's take a
Bohr
model, for example, energy.
the Niels Bohr model of the atom
Does
is
energy bear
considered
relation
very
in reality? Yes, it
insufficient.
absolutely does.
For fuck's sake,
Absolutely
dude, are
does.
you going to let me ever talk, or do you just want to keep talking like you're some self-important fucking runt in this conversation?
You
The
make a
Niels
point.
Bohr model
Can I
was an
respond to
example
it?
of a
Or are you
model
going to
that's
keep on
been
making 3 more
falsified by
points I
modern
have to respond
standards.
to?
And yet the Niels Bohr model
What's the
was
problem?
sufficient enough for people to claim to develop nuclear weapons off of. All models are wrong. Get that through your thick skull.
All models are wrong. Yeah, because they're models.
Right, so why would we benchmark our claims of reality to something that we know is wrong a priori? Makes no sense. So we are benchmarking our claims instead to reality that is objectively demonstrable.
Because models don't have to be 100% right to be a good reading or a good model.
How do you evaluate if your model's right, Patrick?
You do tests. You do scientific tests.
Against reality, yes. So we sidestep the whole model affliction in the middle.
Let me finish speaking.
We're doing geometry, though.
You finish? I'm
But
going to
aren't we
finish.
doing geometry?
I'm going to finish.
Aren't we doing geometry though?
So let's take energy as an example.
Isn't shapes geometry?
Dude, let me finish.
But isn't shapes
Let me
geometry?
fucking finish.
Isn't shapes geometry? Why do you
Isn't
keep
shapes
rattling on about
geometry?
science?
Because it's a scientific debate. If it was a fucking
No,
geometry
it
debate,
isn't.
we'd be
It's a
having a fucking
geometry
geometry
debate,
wouldn't we?
dude. How do I employ the scientific method to come to the conclusion of a geometric form? How?
You're literally on the shape, so you're gonna have to do
No.
tests to see what
How
the shape
do
is,
I
aren't you,
apply?
bruv?
How do I apply the scientific method to conclude a geometric form? How?
So, literally, what you guys do, you literally look at the horizon.
No. How?
Look, I want to
Use the
finish what I had to
steps
say.
to
Like, you
conclude a
won't let me
form.
finish. You won't let me
No,
finish.
then use the steps. Answer me correctly. Don't try to bulldoze through me. Answer
Trying to bulldoze through
correctly.
me.
How do I
People
use the
listening to
scientific
this, I
method to
can't finish
conclude
what
a
I'm saying.
form?
I can't make a good point with this guy. I can't.
Bro,
No,
you said it was science. Now back yourself up, man. He's asking you to.
No, because he forced a point out of me, and then he wants me to
Yeah,
back
you
that
said it
shit
was
up.
No,
science.
you said something stupid.
It wasn't stupid.
You said it
It
was
is.
science.
Jedi.
But
This
we're
is a
Science
talking
means
Jedi.
scientific method means
Right, please.
experimentation.
Thank you. We're talking about the shape of the Earth, a three-dimensional shape that's equidistant from a radius. We're going to be talking about geometry. But you keep bringing up science for some reason, so I'm asking you, how do you employ the scientific method to conclude a 3D geometric form that's equidistant from a radius?
Pretty simple. It's the same way you'd apply the scientific method to anything else.
Okay, so do you think that the scientific method answers all? Excuse me.
Finish.
No. Do you think science
You want me to answer the
answers
question? Why
all
won't you let me finish?
questions? Do you think science answers all questions?
No, because obviously you have like
No,
questions about
obviously not.
cosmology.
Thank you very much. Do you understand how this is going? I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to answer very succinctly, and then we're
I'm
going
not
to
your
fucking
pet.
move on.
I'm not your
So
pet.
obviously not. Science doesn't answer all questions. And if you knew the scientific method, you understand what the process was trying to achieve. We're not trying to identify a concrete noun. Why is he talking through me?
It's a monologue.
Shut up.
You're monologuing here.
I'm talking to you. You should be listening.
Monologuing.
Because
I
in a
can't
moment,
speak.
I'm going to want you to respond.
I don't give
You
a
understand,
shit when you want
right?
me to respond. It's a
Because we're talking about geometry, I want you to show everybody. Stop talking. I want you to show everybody step by step, step by step, 1, 2, 3, 4, how you employ the scientific method to conclude a geometric form 3D that's equidistant from a radius. Go.
Fuck you.
You can't. That's the point.
I can't.
Go on then. Do it.
I was going to
Go
like
on then.
5 minutes
Do
ago,
it.
and then you had to like
Go on then.
monologue.
Just do it. Prove
So
me
I'm not,
wrong, dude.
I can't
Just
debate
prove me wrong.
you because you
Just
won't let
prove
me
me wrong.
speak.
Just prove me wrong. Start at step 1. What's the first step? Prove me
I can't
wrong.
debate you because you'll go.
I'm
you won't let
asking
me
you to
speak.
prove me wrong. The only thing
won't
you
let
need
me
to do
speak.
so is prove me wrong. I'll
No,
help
you won't let me speak. We
Start
need
on
an
the
arbiter.
first step.
If I'm going to debate you, I need a moderator. I can't debate you like
No,
this.
you don't need your mummy to
Yes,
hold your
I do.
hand.
I need a
You just
moderator.
need to
I need a
answer the
moderator.
questions. That's
Yes,
all
I
you
do.
need to do. All you need to do.
Everyone can see
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
bulldozing
I'll
the
ask.
conversation.
Does somebody want
You're
to
being
moderate this conversation for this baby?
Patrick, in case you didn't realize, Jedi is a mod.
Yeah, but
Okay.
he's not. He's a moderator who already has a position in the debate, so he's obviously going to be biased. This whole server has a reputation
Oh,
for
look,
moderators
please don't
that just
poison the world. Would
mute
somebody
people
like to
and then
moderate this debate
bulldoze
for the kind
monster
gentleman?
Yeah, I'll moderate. I can sit back
No,
since
you
since I'm
can't.
done.
You can't get one of your little buddies to moderate this shit.
Patrick,
You need
stop
someone who's
talking.
actually going to moderate.
Right. This is how you moderate, right? So Patrick, you got to go on mute because you never shut the hell up. Okay, you guys can take turns talking, and I'll make sure that each person can finish what they're saying. Simple as that, right? You said something science, Jedi saying it's geometry, right? So let Jedi explain that to you, and then you can respond back to him. Go ahead, Jedi.
Okay, so I'll be as clear as I can and as quick as I can. We're talking about geometry. The Earth is apparently a shape. You said it was science. I'm asking you to use the scientific method to conclude a shape. Show us how it's done.
So it's the same way that you guys, all of your flat Earth evidence is stuff like you can see into the horizon. There's no curve, so from my observation, I can see that the Earth doesn't appear to be a sphere, and so I think that the Earth is a flat plane. So that's actually an example of scientific evidence. There's no such thing as geometric evidence. I don't know what that is. If you could explain what that is, that'd be cool.
Okay. With geometric evidence, we observe the form and we measure the form. For example, a triangle. It looks like a triangle. We measure a triangle. With scientific investigation, the first step of the scientific method is to observe something happening in the natural world. There are some more steps because obviously we're not going to stop when we've identified something happening. We're going to want to make a hypothesis and an experiment that we're going to test to see if our prediction of cause is the causal mechanism for the effect that we're witnessed in the physical natural world. I'm asking you to apply the scientific method to conclude a shape.
So what you just described is the scientific method, right?
The scientific method.
What exactly?
The scientific method is the observation of a natural phenomena. Your prediction, step 2, of the cause, that will be your hypothesis of the natural phenomena. You would then go forward in an experiment and test your independent variable to see if it is the cause of the dependent variable, right? We're trying to figure out causes, my friend.
How is looking into the horizon not a natural phenomenon?
My friend, DJ, I haven't finished. Because in natural science, we're answering the question, what caused something to happen in natural science, right? That's what the scientific method does. That's what it's built for. That's the question that it answers. So why are you talking about geometry? In reference to the scientific method.
Patrick,
it's not the scientific method.
You wanted it moderated, and I'm moderating, right? So let him finish. If you need to take notes, right? Take notes, and then I'll let you finish after he finishes talking, right? So you just want to insult people, right? Do you call me a fool? You wanted it moderated, and then you started
When
interrupting.
did I ever insult you?
No.
I never insulted you.
Okay, if I misheard you just then, I apologize. Okay, but please try not to interrupt. If you need to take notes, because you will be allowed to speak and finish speaking completely after he's finished speaking. Is that okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Right. Thank you. All right, continue, Jedi.
That's it. I've made my point. I just need the answer.
The answer to what?
How do you employ the scientific method to conclude a 3-dimensional geometric form that's equidistant from a radius?
I already answered this, like...
Right, DJ, I can't do this.
You're the Lord. I swear I answered that like 3 minutes ago.
Right, okay, I'll walk you through it, dude. Right, what's the first step?
No, okay, no.
No, the scientific method. What's the first step?
First step of the scientific method is
you
have an observation.
Of what?
You have an observation. It can be
of
anything.
What? No, it can't be anything.
Yes, it can.
No, it can't be anything.
Okay, it's like
it has to be
observation of a physical
The
phenomenon.
reason why the word phenomena isn't there is because it's implicit within the relationship that we're building. It's a cause and effect relationship. It's implicit within the hypothesis, your prediction of what caused the thing to happen that you witnessed in the physical natural world. It's the whole point of science.
This is the whole point. This is what your argument hinges on.
So when we observe something,
your argument hinges on the word cause. Hinges on the word cause. So when I make an observation, the scientific method is this.
Scientific method is, dude, and you just don't want to listen, man.
Scientific
what causes a shape?
Scientific method. This is that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to say that there's no cause, so therefore you can't apply the scientific method. No.
Not to geometry.
No such thing as the geometric method.
No, of course, there's no such thing as the geometric method. But if you want to investigate geometry, you observe and measure it.
Apply the scientific method. You
make
an observation. Build a model.
Okay. So no.
Test
you
the
make
model.
An observation of what?
You refine the model.
Of what? What are we looking at?
Looking at this, we're looking at We look at the horizon. I said this.
Okay, we're looking at the
5 minutes ago.
horizon.
You look at the horizon.
And
This is
now what do we
you
do?
are doing. This is not
And
a
now what do we do?
geometric proof. It's a scientific proof, but you don't
No,
understand
no.
that.
What? Now what do we do after we observe the horizon? You said model.
So we say, oh, okay. So therefore, it must be a flat Earth.
Okay, so we're just observing and declaring.
Well, then we refine the model. We test it with reality.
No, sorry, what,
So we
a
would
model?
then say,
Sorry, when I went through the scientific method earlier, when did I say model?
no, because I don't know. I don't care what you think the scientific method is. That's
Would
the
you like me
scientific
to
method.
cite it for you?
I don't care what you think it is.
No, no,
That's
not
the
what I think.
scientific
What I
method.
know
Yes,
it.
it
No,
is.
no, not what I think it is. What I know it is.
You're saying that never in the scientific method do you create a model. Really?
No, in the scientific method, step 2 is the word hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Hypothesis, yes.
Yeah. So what's that?
Like it's your initial idea before you're going into
It's initial
an
idea.
explanation.
Explanation. It's a prediction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a prediction of cause, isn't it? Now,
No,
if you want to
when does it
come
say
up,
cause?
if you
When
want to
does it say
come up
cause
with a
of an
science,
explanation?
dude, maybe you've
When does
just
it say
got things,
cause?
dude. That's what an
Search up the
independent variable,
definition. When does
dude.
it say
That's what an
cause?
independent variable is.
No, it's not. An independent
Yes,
variable
it
is just one you
is.
change. Just
Yeah,
change a
that will be
variable.
your presumed cause in the experiment, the thing that you isolate from all control variables. It's the thing you manipulate to see if it changes a dependent
Yeah, this is
variable.
how you take
The
out practical
dependent
investigation.
variable being the thing that you observed
This is
in the
separate from the
natural world
scientific
to
method.
happen.
Look, okay, that's a practical investigation. If we're talking about the
Yeah, that's
scientific
the
method, you
scientific
don't need to
method.
take out a practical investigation to
No,
apply
but
the
it's the
scientific
scientific
method.
method, isn't it?
No, that's a practical
Yes.
investigation.
No, it is the scientific method, isn't it?
No, the scientific method is building models and refining them.
No, no,
Practical
no, no. This is
investigation
where I
taking
think you might be confused, and I want to help.
No,
Scientific
Jedi, you don't want to
models.
help.
I do. Listen,
So where was I
scientific
wrong there?
models come
You don't want to be
afterwards,
helped.
later.
That's the problem.
Oh, shut your
Please,
bitch ass up.
dude, you're going to get kicked out in a minute. I'm trying to be reasonable with you. Scientific models are based upon hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true. That means that you must go through the scientific method first. That means observe something, predict its cause, falsify it in the experiment, validate it to be true
What
or
is this
false.
scientific method you're making up?
Right, do you remember science class at school?
Science class? You don't have science
Yeah,
class.
yeah. Do you remember
Into
year
physics,
fucking
biology,
7?
chemistry.
I'm going to lose my patience with you, dude, because you've got an arrogant attitude about you, but you don't
I have
even
an
remember
arrogant
year
attitude.
fucking 7 science. Year 7,
You don't remember year 7 science?
Do you remember
My
when we
guy.
walked into a science lab for the first fucking time, where the gas taps were, and the Bunsen
Yes,
burners, and the fucking beakers, and the heat-proof maps? Do you remember those? We constructed hypotheses, didn't we? Do you remember when the water was fucking boiling because we put the Bunsen burner underneath it, and we put the thermometer in it because we wanted to
Why are you
measure
talking about
when
this?
the water
You made up
boiled?
a scientific model definition.
No,
explain
dude.
to you.
Dude,
No,
you're just
okay.
wrong.
Okay, we have the moderator here. I need to actually finish what I have to say, or else this is going to get nowhere.
You can talk to
right?
your fucking self,
Okay.
mate. I'm going to go and get some citations from some universities for you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. The scientific method is not to, try and explain a cause or something like that. It's to make a model. It's to make a model and refine the model. And you refine the model
Jedi
from
is grabbing
observation.
some. Just a second,
So,
Patrick. Right, so
I think
Jedi is
you can
going to
apply
get
that.
some help.
I haven't been able to
Patrick,
speak
can you
this
hear me
whole
talking?
time. I haven't been able to speak this whole time.
Yeah, but
You're doing a pretty
I'm
shit
the
job of
moderator,
moderating.
right? So if
DJ, it's fine. It's going to
Dude,
take me a
it's a
while
very
to get like
difficult.
the 10 to 15 that I've got. So just let him talk, man. It's fine. He's already said that it's models, that I'm going to be incorrect when I post the citations. So let him just have the fucking rope. It's fine.
I feel like I've
Carry
said.
on,
I
sir.
feel like I've said that. I feel like I've said that there's a difference between practical investigations and the scientific method. You don't need to have practical investigations to apply the scientific method. The scientific method just requires observation.
No, the
Practical
scientific method
investigations give you a
requires
method.
experiments.
Practical investigations give you something to observe. but you can just have observations without practical investigation as well. That's
Perhaps
where the
you'd
problem
like
is
to go
arising
ahead and
here.
just provide for us some citations for what you're saying.
I don't have citations. It's just the
Oh,
definition.
so you're just making this shit up on the spot then,
I
right?
can search
You're
up a
just making it up.
definition of the
Yeah, just make it
scientific
up.
method.
Whatever you think that science is, just make it up for yourself, and then everybody has to believe what you say. Get your citations.
I need citations for
Right,
saying that.
okay. So I'm going to start reading these out and I'm going to post them. So this is from the University of Rochester. The scientific method requires that a hypothesis be ruled out or modified if its predictions are clearly and repeatably incompatible with experimental tests. Further, no matter how elegant a theory is, its predictions must agree with experimental results.
Off on this topic.
Why is this dick talking through me? It's like, you're going to listen to this, right? I appreciate that was somebody else. But it's given me enough time to post it in the side chat, so you can read along if you want to. I'll be posting in a moment what independent and dependent variables are, what hypotheses are, and what experiments are. And what you'll notice is I won't be posting anything about models, because they don't appear within the scientific method. Scientific models come after the scientific method's been complete. But this isn't fucking geometry. This is really annoying me.
And he's gone.
Yeah, he ran away.
Good. I thought you would.
Yeah, that guy was a pain in the ass.
I've never heard anyone say that the scientific method is the intent of it is to create a model. That's the first time
Exactly.
hearing
That's
that.
what he, yeah, making a model and refining it. Where did he find that bullshit? Sorry, go ahead.
I thought Yoder, you and Jedi were doing a really good job, but it's just, you can't get through to somebody like that.
Thank you. His primary angle was to paint us all with a broad brush as a bunch of unhinged conspiracy theorists, and that was it. If you want to be taken seriously, you can't be taken like a conspiracy theorist.
And I want to ask if it's just me or if anyone else has noticed that the more arrogant they are, the less they actually know about the topic. It seems to be an inverse relationship. And I just seems that I notice it time and time and time again.
Yep, me too. I'm sorry, quite a few of these arrogant arseholes come from my neck of the woods in the UK. Pisses me off no end.
That's why I love when you engage with them. It's perfect. It's appropriate.
Yeah, and they
I think
also
it's
complain
appropriate,
about
yeah.
being talked over, even though they talked over everybody else before them.
There's an old saying from the classics: when hubris rises, nemesis falls.
Now that that's done, I'd like to lodge a formal complaint against Overfences and her bad moderation. She lied and said I kept on interrupting. I did not. And then she asked me to mute, even though I'm on.
Somebody just remind me of the ban command again. Thanks.
Anybody got that hurt feelings form on hand? Oh, it's from Matrix only.
And he's gone too. Good. That guy is a loose cannon. Like, you'll be having a serious conversation, and then he'll come in with like some weird Pac-Man Earth bullshit, fucking weird flat Earth science fiction, and ruin the entire vibe. I have none of that.
Yeah, it seems like we're seeing more of that in the last couple weeks. Have you noticed? Like people claiming to be flat earthers and just suddenly saying crazy shit all the time? Like somewhat reasonable for a few minutes and then not. I don't know. I've just noticed it's increasing lately.
Yeah, and there's a difference between some people who are just actual like flat Earth believers and actually believe the bullshit they say, and those that are LARPing.
Yeah, it seems to be an uptick on both, you know. But there's definitely something going on.
You seem like a reasonably articulated fellow, and we probably could have had a good conversation if you wouldn't just stop being dishonest.
He's just really good at regurgitating things, dude. Like the education system. And hey, maybe he's really good. He sounds like he probably went quite far through the education system. He might have even gone to university, probably done his A levels, right? But definitely his GCSEs, because he's good at regurgitating information. And that's where I joined the conversation, where he's basically trying to use his memory of regurgitating his story about what he knows about the heliocentric model as some kind of defeater to our point. He knows it. So that's his evidence, right? He's just really good at remembering shit.
But he was getting it wrong. So I guess it was just BYO, scientific method.
Yeah, arrogance overrides as well. He knows he's wrong. He knows he's wrong.
All right, so now what?
I was
wait.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I guess we just wait. Like sharks in a pond without blood in it yet. But when that blood spills, oh, there'll be thrashing of tails and gnashing of teeth, probably. Or DJ will turn up and, smooth talk them. How are you finding your response to your Flat Earth video, DJ?
Oh, very good. Yeah, getting a good response from it. Working on episode 2 now, which should be a fun one.
They got take it down from TikTok, though, right?
Yeah, I just clipped a
For the
2-minute
potential to,
section and
cause mass panic.
Was it
violence.
actual Flat Earth stuff on TikTok and they took it down? Is that what we're saying?
It was just a 2-minute clip of the start of my video, and it was just saying how the misconception, how flat earthers don't claim it's a disc in space. And then I got a message from TikTok saying that they took it down for misinformation, and I'll put the thing in the chat, what it said.
I reckon if you made a TikTok Flat Earth video and said the Earth is a disc, that would have been fine.
Oh,
Yeah, they said you're not a true
Funny how they
flat
don't
earther.
ban a lot of this AI stuff, though, even though all the AI stuff is clearly misinformation, like that Trump interview.
Yeah, I'm losing my mind a little bit over this AI shit. As in, it's everywhere and so prevalent. You have to not double check, triple, quadruple, I don't know, hexaptal check. You have to keep looking at these things over and over again. Because if you don't pay attention, it might get past you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But yeah, I checked out your video, and obviously the first thing you noticed on like the YouTube bit was Flat Earth is an archaic conception, so that's still up there. It's just interesting. And interesting you got taken down just for a snippet of your video that you're promoting, dude. Like, pointing out the misconceptions. That's obviously interesting, right?
Yeah, it was crazy because TikTok's the place where it's not meant to be censored for flat Earth stuff. I put the same thing on Facebook and other platforms, and it had no issue. But TikTok, got flagged somehow. It even says this at the bottom. It says, such content may lead to violence or cause public panic.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's okay. We've been running a call center for like the last 10 years.
Yeah, you flat Earth
24/7 Flat Earth.
extremists. You're dangerous.
We're here for that,
encouraging people. It's very dangerous to encourage people to think for themselves.
Yeah. Most people are not smart enough to do that.
It is true.
If you invoke a model, then you're invoking someone else thinking for you. How about that take?
What is it that that hobby skydiver Flatman Can says? The mind's like a parachute. It doesn't work if it's not open.
That would
Well,
be
you
it.
wouldn't want your brain to be so open that it fell out.
Matthew Lance has joined us. Good afternoon, Matthew, or good morning.
Hello.
I can never remember what the time is for you, but it's probably around lunchtime if I'm correct.
Yeah, near there.
Awesome. Good to see you, Matthew. Hope you're doing well.
Looking forward to the weekend. Thank you.
Yo, DJ. You there, bro?
Yo.
Yo, your video's gone?
No. I just took a clip. I was going to put it on my TikTok, so I just clipped
Oh.
2 minutes of it, and then I was going to add a link to my YouTube to watch the full thing, but TikTok removed it. Yeah, which I thought was crazy.
What the hell? I thought it was YouTube removed your video.
No.
That's on YouTube. What the heck? I just saw that right now.
I mean, the other flat Earth videos I have on there are fine. I guess it's probably just a bot. I mean, I was asking ChatGPT about it, and they said, yeah, it was probably just flagged by a bot. So.
What's your channel name again, DJ?
Pickled Minds on YouTube
Cool.
and TikTok.
I was gonna say people that watch it too can flag it themselves. If you know anybody that watched it and doesn't like you, or doesn't like FE stuff, they can just flag it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it actually made it to the platform. I think it was like when you first uploaded it, it says reviewing content. Usually it just goes for a few seconds and then it's done. This one went for longer, and then I just went to bed because I figured it would be ready, you know. And then when I checked in the morning, I had this message. I've appealed it, but it said appeals usually pretty quick, but it's been days, so I don't know. Like Refracted Space Ghost said, I got a Globobot detected by a Globot.
Yeah, which category do you think FB falls into? Hoaxes, harmful, conspiracy theories, false information related to public safety, crises. I don't see it. I see fitting into any of those categories. What the heck? Misinformation, my butt, dude.
What's the flattest place on Earth?
Probably like the
Is it
salt
those salt
flakes.
flats that one guy used to talk about?
Yeah, the salt flats.
At the surface of the ocean.
I was going to say the abyssal plains, the seabeds underneath the oceans. Not all of them, obviously. There's like terrain under there, but these abyssal plains stretch for thousands and thousands of miles.
Your
Oh yeah,
bathroom
they're in
tile.
Bolivia. Look at that. The Earth is as smooth as a billiard ball if you scale it down. That's pretty flat, but
How the hell is that
I
flat?
guess it's a ball still curves.
Was
You
it
can
a
see
billiard
flat
ball's flat?
though.
He did, yeah. Said it's pretty smooth. That's really flat.
What the?
Thanks, ChatGPT.
It's right in your brain, dude.
Wait, did he
Everything's
leave
so...
or he got banned? Oh, fuck. Oh, he just dipped. Yo, Jedi, what was up with your mic earlier? This morning, I was like going crazy.
Local issues, dude. I figured it out in the end. So it's
Oh,
just
for
some
sure.
maintenance works down in the local area, whatever it was. Got down to
fair
speed of like not even 1. But it's flying now, it's all good. Glad I'm coming through clear. More or less. Getting really pissed off with whoever that guy was earlier because he was saying some ridiculous shit. And we all know how I get when people say ridiculous shit, especially if I can't speak when people are saying ridiculous shit. Frustrates me.
I'm talking about Flatlander.
Thanks for jogging my memory. Now I remember completely. How did you guess?
Well, I was trying to talk too, but I couldn't. I was almost at work already, and I knew I was going to be in it for like 30 minutes, so there's no way I could start a convo and just leave in the middle of it. I don't know if you saw my post the other day, but he was complaining about somebody in here saying that he couldn't talk because that specific person was in here. I wasn't sure who that was he was referring to. He said it like maybe 3-4 days ago.
I couldn't say if he's alluding to me or somebody else.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking now. I'm like, oh, maybe it's Jedi. But I'm not sure. He never said who it was exactly. I don't know if you spoke to him before about esoteric stuff.
I spoke to him before about going south, and south being the edge of the world. South, you can't go south, and south's the answer to all your questions, and south, the north's in the middle. Yeah, that stuff. We spoke about that briefly. So much so that in the beginning of our conversation, he thought I was a globe earther. I found that mildly amusing.
How insulting.
Did you shit on him about it?
We came to an agreement that I wasn't a globe earther. But it's been one of my pet peeves for ages. Got nothing personal against the guy. I can't control anything that anybody says about Flat Earth, especially on other social media platforms. TikTok, I don't need to name them. But in here, I feel a sense of, maybe ownership's the wrong word, but that kind of thing. I feel responsible, that's probably a better word, for the things that are said in here, especially when we're talking about the Flat Earth and answering questions about things. And if we start giving them ideas that really we're trying to steer them away from, I get pissed off. So yeah, we will talk in the future, and hopefully he will understand my position.
I don't know the way he talked before. Seems like he was waiting for you to leave and then he'll start talking about it again.
They win when they can peg you as a conspiracy theorist.
All right, you horrible bastards.
What's up, bro?
Hello. Just checking this thing works. How you doing?
Just hanging out on break right now. What do you do?
Same thing, just hanging out. Trying to figure out who's talking here. Because the little thing on the left, you know how the name would light up? It's not working on my new tablet thingy, but we'll figure it out.
Hey, Latch, your mic is kind of bad today.
So I'm around a lot of ambient sounds.
It sounds kind of like fuzzy. It's not the ambient noise. Are you on your phone or you at the gym or something?
I'm at work. I'm
Oh.
always. What's on? Is it any better or not? About the same.
Well, since we're not so much into conspiracy, maybe we can talk about history. I'm going to fill some dead air for a minute and go over the actual founding of NASA. We're going to sidestep all that crazy shit with Jack Parsons' laboratory that became Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We're going to sidestep Operation Paperclip. We've all heard that 1,000 times, and that's not a conspiracy either. What I'm going to talk about is NASA's origin with the Presidential Psychological Strategy Board under President Harry Truman on April 4th, 1951. I'm going to link to our home server so you can follow along. Primary documents are there, available for you to download. I think this is important. A presidential directive called the Directive Establishing the Psychological Strategy Board was issued by President Harry Truman on April 4th, 1951. The directive's purpose was to authorize and provide for the more effective planning, coordination, and conduct of psychological operations. The main push for this was after World War II, cementing the American and the Western cause as the greatest endeavor for mankind on Earth, now and forevermore. The Allied powers had just won World War II along with the communist Russians. And now the West wanted to show the world that their system was superior to the Russians. And this is really the genesis of NASA. It began here with this Psychological Strategy Board, which was a directive that gave rise to covert action, covert operations, CIA operations, NSA operations, the toppling of governments, the assassination of political enemies, and so on and so forth. And yes, NASA was part of the same discussion, at the same board, at the same table, while discussing these many other things. So posted in the link there in the side chat, you can read for yourself The Directive by Harry Truman. And then on September 2nd, 1953, a couple years later, President Eisenhower, so it went from Truman to Eisenhower, he reorganized and renamed this. He renamed the Psychological Strategy Board to something more innocuous. He called it the Operations Coordinating Board. That was filed under Executive 10483. So why would he do this? Well, I would say the Psychological Strategy Board is a little bit on the nose for what they're doing for the president, but to call it something more innocuous, like an Operations Coordinating Board, I mean, it could sound as dry and logistical as running a parking lot operation for a valet service. And that's your Operations Coordinating Board right there. So, what's interesting is on the side link, besides just the executive orders, you can also read some declassified correspondence. Right underneath the founding of the Psychological Strategy Board is a link to a memo. The subject is Organization of the Psychological Strategy Board. It's a memo to the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the Director of Central Intelligence Agency. First paragraph reads, in accordance with my conversation this morning with Alan Dulles, who is the Director of CIA, I'm attaching copies of draft material relating to a proposed report by the Bureau of Budget to the President dealing with the organization of the Psychological Strategy Board. It is my understanding that the members of the board are meeting at lunch today and might have an opportunity to go over the draft material. We are particularly interested in having the views of the members of the board on the proposed memorandum from the President and, of course, would welcome any major suggestions with respect to the draft report itself. So, reading further, you're going to see all the kind of stuff that they get into. It's 18 pages long. I won't belabor the point, but it kind of covers what I just talked about before with regards to what their overall mission is. On February 25th, 1957, a few years later, came Executive Order 10700, which made the Operations Coordinating Board a part of the National Security Council. And this was its formal integration into the broader national security framework. So I posted a link, or actually a PDF, to the executive order. And then you can also read, along with that, the executive order establishing the OCV. All right, so we're now in 1957. Okay, we're now brushing up against the space race and Russia's claim of dominating outer space, putting technology up there to spook the West and spook the Americans and so on. So the Sputnik program was announced, and it prompted the Eisenhower administration to commission a scientist from MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. His name is Dr. James Killian. And this was actually quite a famous memo that he wrote. But he commissioned him to staff the President's Science Advisory Committee and study the Sputnik problem and provide verbiage that would then get later adopted into the U.S. national policy on outer space. So I provided a link there to the Killian report, as it became known, introouterspace.pdf. You can read that. Now, regarding NSC 5814, the Operation Coordinating Board, again, the Psychological Warfare Department, NSC 5814 became known as the Preliminary U.S. Policy on Outer Space. It was promulgated on June of 1958. It was based off of the Killian report. So the findings of Dr. Killian in studying the Sputnik claims, studying American capabilities, and studying what space is, furnished then a panel who developed this document, NSC 5814. That stands for National Security Council 5814. Is a pivotal document. Everybody needs to read it. This document emphasizes the need for a United States-led space program, and in the document, it includes a specific psychological exploitation objective. In its own words, it calls for the judicious selection of outer space projects, including those with even limited scientific value, primarily to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact of American power, technological progress, capabilities, and dominance. Essentially, it was to create a space program, that's paragraph 62, leading to the development of NASA, that projects U.S. technological power. It's propaganda. That is the primary impetus behind NASA. NSC 5814, Preliminary U.S. Policy on Outer Space, promulgates a psychological exploitation objective calling for the judicious selection of certain projects of even limited scientific value to project American progress in space in the greatest possible light at all costs. This has so far nothing to do with hiding flat Earth or anything like that. This is all about projecting American power and dominance, and that still may be the case today. That's why it's important, I think, to sidestep a lot of the ash and trash on the outer cruft of this conspiracy bullshit and actually look at what's going on, what they say in their own words is going on, whether or not that's actually going on. We can use them as a hostile witness. It's damning enough. We don't need to go further and say that they're actively hiding flat Earth and all these scientists are wrong and NASA's putting out entire document servers of fake documents to hide flat Earth. That has nothing to do with this. It's all about projecting power, technology, capabilities, discoveries, even that may not be true, for projecting the American dream, American superpower. On page 1 of this, CIA Director Alan Dulles appointed his representative to this effort of this document here. Hold on, let me post a direct link to that. Why would Alan Dulles, director of CIA, be interested in appointing his direct representative to oversee the effort of creating NASA if this is just about scientific endeavors? Again, we have a document that itself says that they want to select projects of even limited scientific value, limited, barely any scientific value, for the purpose of projecting American might and power. All right, so if you go to that link to our Discord server, you're going to see a wiring diagram from the Department of State. I sourced it at the bottom. The title is The Governance Architecture of 1958, Policy and Authority Structure, from the President flowing on down. You have the President at the top, who has direct authority over the National Security Council on the left, and the National Air and Space Council on the right. Those two converge together underneath both to the Operations Coordinating Board. The Operations Coordinating Board then coordinates between DoD, military space programs, that's under Advanced Research Project, and NASA, so-called civilian space, which is now in its interim form in early 1958, is being staffed by spooks from the President's Psychological Warfare Department, as evidenced by Alan Dulles' memo and its own founding documents I talked about earlier. It soon evolves. Then comes National Security Council document 5918. 5918, unlike the previous F5814, was processed through the National Aeronautics and Space Council, which was created by the National Space Act to deal with everything space related for the greater propaganda effort. So I posted a link to the National Air and Space Act and the as well as National Security Council 5918. 5918 gets into detail about how they are going to integrate rocket testing for ICBM engines and basically give them to NASA to test, because if NASA tests it and it's outwardly a civilian space organization, they can have these rocket motors all day long as they're doing judiciously select endeavors of limited scientific value with them to project their power and capabilities, right? I mean, the joke around here goes, you've heard it before, take an ICBM, a nuclear missile, put a NASA logo on it, and you can test that rocket motor all day long and nobody fucking cares. So underneath that, I've got a nice infographic titled The Coordination of Covert Missions, the Operations Coordinating Board, 1957 and 1959. When you read through these documents and you look through the source material embedded within those documents, because they have references, you're going to see all kinds of crazy shit that you've never seen before. You're going to see references to documents on like the president's policy on covert action and like assassinating and toppling foreign governments. And then you're going to see that the same people sitting on the boards and signing those documents are the same ones doing the same shit for putting NASA up. And you just got to wonder, what the hell is NASA? You can read further how in these documents they talk about partnering with other countries that are friendly to the United States and basically giving them the same program as NASA for their government. I mean, what a great pitch. What a roadshow. Hey, America builds NASA, one of the greatest propaganda efforts of all time, partly developed with the brainpower of all the Nazi propagandists that were brought here, right? And then go to other countries that are friendly to America and say, hey, check out our space program. Do you want one too? Let's set it up for you. And by the way, here's the deal. This technology probably doesn't exist. Wink, wink. But you're going to build this stuff too, right? You're going to project also endeavors of only limited scientific value, such that you can project progress and capabilities in a very mysterious domain which may not truly exist, for the purpose of inflicting psychological exploitation. These documents say all these things. These are not hidden from you, they're out in the public. The problem is the public doesn't really know to look at them. You know? So what does it take? Well, once again, flat earthers to go do the freaking research and then teach the world about the world that they live in, that they occupy. And it gets spooky. Within NSC 5918 or 5418, you're going to see a specific section on psychological exploitation. You're going to see it in 5918, I think, too. Is that 59? I get the numbers fucked up. But in the document that came afterwards, you're going to see even the specific mention of satellites being used as part of the overall psychological warfare exploitation mission. So I also have a clip from Charlie Wilson, who gave a very quick interview, a snippet even on a CBS nightly news show. When after hearing about Sputnik and what the Russians did with the satellite, they asked Secretary of Defense Charlie Wilson for a quick take on what he thought about it. He called it a cheap scientific trick on camera. Well-documented history. Why would he call it a scientific trick if it weren't something that he was already thinking about that the United States was doing? Yeah, scientific tricks. Is this a conspiracy theory? Well, the conspiracy theorizing isn't being done by us. It's being done by the people who developed these programs, wrote these documents, buried them under layers of classification, only later to be declassified for whatever reason. Now they're available to us. I would almost guarantee many of these documents were probably declassified by mindless bureaucrats who weren't really thinking too clearly and themselves were probably not read into certain programs. So we don't have to sit here and say, oh my gosh, NASA's hiding the flat Earth. That's kind of silly and stupid. I mean, honestly, what the picture shows is that NASA's lying about technology, which means you could conceivably think that the Apollo moon astronauts, when they were vacationing on the island of Guam or somewhere for the week or two that they were said to be at the moon, they would have no knowledge of a globe Earth versus flat Earth paradigm. They would still think Earth is a fucking globe. In fact, it's probably better that they think Earth is a globe and that they know that their involvement in the moon mission was to project power, technologies, and capabilities that didn't exist. That to me is the real conspiracy theory here, which is what NASA says that they were going to be doing all along, is doing this very thing, right? So I wouldn't even say the NASA Apollo astronauts, or any astronaut for that matter, that's claimed to gone to space at any distance from Earth, has any capability, any position to actually say for sure with firsthand knowledge that Earth is or isn't a globe. They're part of a propaganda machine. They're movie actors with military rank and with advanced college degrees and pilot's licenses and stuff. That's who they are. I would even say today that it's possible I can conceive of entire offices at NASA who fully know that NASA is, and have been read into, that NASA is a propaganda machine and puts out a lot of bullshit about technology and progress that isn't real. I mean, maybe they're faking the ISS too, right, guys? But you could still conceive of a team of engineers knowing this, still thinking Earth is a globe, and still trying to figure out how to actually get something to orbit it. That could still be going on. The scientific trick jumped the shark. They were a bit too early with that. They could still be actually trying to figure out how to fully dominate space. I mean, look how many times these damn SpaceX rockets blow up in our faces for all the world to see. No, they're not hitting the firmament and blowing up on a glass shield. No, we're not saying any of that. I mean, they're blowing up. You see the freaking ignited liquid nitrogen and everything streaking through the air. And when they blow up asymmetrically, they start spiraling, right? And then you get these beautiful spirals, boom, 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 as the rocket's spinning. You know, it could be that space really is, by their own accounts, a very dangerous, hostile, and unforgiving place, and they still haven't quite figured out how to dominate it to the extent that they're projecting that they have. They could still really believe Earth is a globe. And yeah, for that matter, we actually know the Earth is flat, and maybe the reason why they're fucking up so much is because they're refusing to accept that idea, or they just haven't taken it seriously. And there also may be a very select few people at NASA that know the Earth is flat. I'd be certain that that's the case too. But I would also say they're far and few between, and they don't necessarily have to be at the top of NASA either. I mean, they could be like the old fart engineers in the back that have seen too much and kept their mouth shut because why? Their pension's coming. So anyway, food for thought, guys. Hoping with this that we can really level set expectations here, kind of put what we do more firmly on the rails of truth and direct empiricism and reality, and not wander too far off into flat earth science fiction like many people tend to do out there. It makes us look stupid. So Yeah, the more I hear people talking about conspiracy theory and NASA hiding flat Earth and all this shit, the more it just makes my blood curdle. I don't like it. Um, I don't know about you guys, but I really do want to reach some of the movers and shakers of our world, people that have high credentials in academia or in the practical world in engineering and applied sciences. I want to reach politicians even. I want to be having conversations in here or on other platforms someday with people that will take us seriously and not like a bunch of rabble rousers full of piss and vinegar complaining about conspiracy
Well,
theory.
man, so here's the thing about this server, right? I totally believe you, but you know, people have the ability to express themselves and have their beliefs. You know, there's different kind of rooms you can join. A good room. Have you seen the room called Conspiracies?
Yeah, so if you want to talk that, go there.
That,
Don't
that
affiliate yourself with me on this topic in here because I might boot you. Because we are rational empiricists. At least that's what our mission is at 24/7 Flat Earth. We're trying to uphold higher objective standards.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Conspiracies is a great room if you kind of like divide it and like, oh yeah, I believe in, you know, just like me, you know, I don't know what the truth is. So I like to go to different rooms, you know, especially the conspiracy room, and you meet a bunch of cool people who kind of just, you know, break it down and we talk about it and debunk and you know, it's good stuff. Happy Friday, by the way, man.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. Thanks for tuning in. Are you new to this topic yourself, or have you
I
been
don't
around
know.
a while?
I think I've been in this server for about 3 years now.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I'm not a regular. I just pop in sometimes. You know.
Yeah, I got you. Thanks for tuning in. I mean, you can imagine just as many people would say in their respective channels that for us, this is probably the most important topic of our lives at this point in time. There may be one or two others that are of equal or more important, but it's definitely one of the most important topics. You know.
Yeah, man. Uh, yeah, man. Ever since they did the moon, what's it called? The moon orbit.
Yeah.
Ever since that day, I've seen a lot of people talking about the OG moon landing. They're like, dude, that shit was fake. And I talked to some of my OGs, man, you know, the people who was around when that shit happened. They're like, yeah, dude, that shit really, like, when I look back at it, it really does look fake. So yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a trip, you know.
Most people don't
Uh,
don't bother to look, right? They've heard about the Apollo moon missions. They may have seen some pictures here and there, but they never actually looked at all of it. We start digging into it. You start seeing the footage yourself, like the kind of stuff that most people aren't shown in the media, but the kind of things you'll find in the footage on your own. You're going to see a lot of crap, man. You're going to see homeless tweaker shelters in space. Those are supposed to be advanced spaceships, right? They look like freaking meth shacks, like they're cooking meth inside that shit. And I mean, I guess that's where you would go with that if you wanted to be safe and not blow anybody up within arm's reach distance.
right. But dude,
I mean,
here's the
this it's
thing, man.
crazy.
Here's the thing, right? Okay, so you know, I believe in a bunch of shit, right? But I don't believe in it at the same time. Does that make sense? Like, I
Yeah.
believe in a bunch of shit, but I'm still skeptical. Like, you know, what's his name? There was like an astronaut. He came out and said Actually, we never went to the moon. You know what I mean? And I'm like, what the fuck? Is he joking? Is this a joke? You know?
Man, you know, in liquor comes the truth, and Buzz Aldrin is buzzed permanently, 100%. He's always 3 sheets to the wind. He's the biggest liability they got, but he's also their biggest star, so they're kind of stuck. They're stuck with him.
He's Buzz Aldrin. Oh shit. Excuse my language, but damn. That's amazing, dude. You should be a comedian.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, maybe I was one in a former life. My humor's very dry, though. I mean, people tell me all the time that, if I were to be a comedian, it'd probably be a deadpan type. But anyway,
Oh,
thank you, man, for your thoughts.
dude, it's 2026. Have you seen TikTok?
Fuck, have you heard TikTok flat
Humor
earthers
is
try
the
to argue?
driest
They
ever,
suck.
dude. It's the driest ever, dude. Comedy is the driest ever, dude.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me, dude? What? It's your
Yeah,
time.
nothing's like really truly funny anymore. Everything is like medium funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. And a lot of people, man, back in the day, man, I'm 23. So I used to watch Kevin Hart and shit. And what's his name? Damn, the fat Mexican guy. I used to watch him.
Georgia, what's his name?
They call him Fluffy, right? Fluffy. Well, it was like some insensitive jokes, kind of racist, kind of,
Yeah.
Conspiracy jokes, I don't know the word of it. I'm Danish. I'm from Denmark, so I don't know English so good. But you can't say those jokes nowadays. You feel me? Like,
I hear you, 100%. Yeah.
you should get you banned, get you muted, like the Discord shit, man.
Yeah, I'm significantly older than you, my friend, but I remember watching Tropic Thunder in movie theaters
Oh yeah.
and laughing my fucking ass off and talking about it for years with my friends. Nowadays, like, I can't even bring it up because I'll be tarred and feathered and booted from everything that's important to me in life.
Really?
You ever see You ever see Tropic Thunder?
Yeah,
Robert
man.
Downey Jr. in blackface, like, come on. In
Yeah, I watched that
2026, that's
shit.
not gonna fly.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite movies, man. Yeah, I know. He did the blackface or whatever.
Yeah.
But I feel like people aren't really talking about it. Like, oh, he did the blackface. It's kind of like, oh, if you are nobody and you just pop out of nowhere like an influencer kind of guy, and you decide to like do I don't know, a skit about a panda, and oh, there's a little bit black on your face because you did a panda, like a panda makeup. Oh,
Mhm.
there's some black on your face. You kind of did the black face, and you get canceled. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like the smallest shit nowadays will get you banned, dude. Get you fucked over. Like, excuse my language.
No
Canceled.
worries. Yeah, you
Canceled.
get canceled. You
Canceled.
get canceled from
Canceled.
culture. And so it sucks.
Yeah,
I
I'm
got something
sorry.
else
I'm
I want to
drunk.
get into if you don't mind. I'd like to pivot onto another topic here, somewhat related. Like, we were just talking about NASA, how they're projecting technology that may or may not exist, right, for the purpose of advancing American superpower. So I've mentioned this before too. I want to talk about it again because we're kind of at a lull. Electrokinematic drives. What the fuck is that, right? What does this have to do with anything? Well, I'll tell you the origin of this. I came across an interesting NASA program called Propel, Propel, Propel. It stands for something. I forgot what it stands for, but it's an acronym. And it's all about their electrostatic, electrodynamic propulsion technology going back to the 1970s. That is to say, what they're doing is they're manipulating Earth's electromagnetic field or magnetic field, and they're manipulating the plasma environment up in the space environment, they say, in order to provide for propulsion, for even braking, so slowing things down, and for maneuvering. And I thought it was all pretty fascinating. I wouldn't claim to fully understand all of it, but you read enough, you start to get the general sense of things. So I grabbed a bunch of these documents and I slapped them into Notebook LM by Google. It's a large language model meant for research. Notebook LM is great. You can give it 300 PDFs at a time, and it's cut off from the internet. So it's going to stay boxed into your walled garden of PDFs and only operate within that knowledge framework, along with its normal training data. It's really good for doing needle in a haystack retrieval. You can get really deep into documents, down to the word on certain specific pages, and it will be fully interactive. It's
Wow.
really great.
I'm gonna
So
have to check it out.
check it out, man, because I gave it about 50 documents, and I just started interacting with it. And one of the things it'll do for you is do what's called a mind map. It's basically a link chart from concept to concept to concept, showing relationships and groupings of different ideas that are discussed within the framework, the body of work that you uploaded to it. Really useful, especially if you're trying to understand how certain concepts may be related between things that don't seem to be related on the surface. So I started going through the mind map that it generated from all these documents, and one of them was B-2 bomber. That's the flying wing, right? The stealth bomber. B-2 bomber using electrokinematic drives. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I clicked on it. I said, what can you tell me about the B-2 bomber and this electrokinematic drive technology? And I'm going to read for you exactly what it pulled. This is what it came up with on its own after reading all these documents. So it's going to sound a bit technical, but it's pretty mind-blowing. I'm going to read it. The Beefield-Brown effect, discovered in the 1920s by Dr. Paul Alfred Beefield and his student
Shout out, Paul.
Thomas Townsend Brown, refers to a phenomenon where an asymmetric capacitor, a device with two electrodes of different physical dimensions, separated by a dielectric medium, experiences a net propulsive force when subject to a high voltage electrical charge. Brown discovered that when high voltages ranging from tens of thousands up to 300,000 volts are applied, the apparatus moves in the direction of the positive electrode, the smaller electrode. Brown theorized that this effect demonstrated a direct coupling between the world of electromagnetism and the idea of gravitation, a field that he termed electrogravitics. Decades later, researchers and aerospace experts proposed that the principles of the Beefield-Brown effect were secretly applied to the Northrop B-2 Advanced Technology bomber. In March 1992, the magazine Aviation Week and Space Technology published disclosures from Black World scientists and engineers claiming that the B-2 actively utilized electrostatic field generating techniques by charging its wing leading edges and its jet exhaust stream. Guess what I did? I went out and I grabbed a copy of that. It's on the internet and I've got it. It continues. According to Dr. Paul LaViolette and other proponents of electrogravitics, this configuration essentially turns the B-2 into a massive electrogravitic vehicle. The proposed mechanics of how the B-2 utilizes the Beefield-Brown effect are detailed as follows. Number one, the creation of electrogravitic gradient.
Oh shit!
By applying, this is
getting a
crazy,
call.
right? By applying a high positive charge to the leading edge of its wings and injecting negative ions into its jet exhaust, the B-2 creates a potential difference estimated to be in excess of 50 million volts. This ionizes the air, forming a dense cloud of positive ions ahead of the craft and trailing clouds of negative ions behind it. So guys, if I can give you any analogy to this, if you ever go to like a restaurant and they have like the Dyson fanless hand dryers, you stick your hands in and the air just whooshes like out of nowhere. That's kind of like what this is doing. According to subquantum kinetic theories, this charge distribution sets up an artificial electrogravitic field, specifically a matter attracting gravity well in front of the aircraft and a matter repelling gravity hill behind it. The B-2 bomber effectively surfs the self-generated gravitational wave, producing a reactionless forward-directed force. I don't know if I want to keep going. Like, I'm halfway done.
Turkey.
Crazy as shit, man. So all this to say, like Notebook LM, not prompted with anything, but just to take a look at these documents and do a mind map, came up with this conclusion all on its own. It's freaking crazy. And it brings me to these ideas that there might be some kind of bifurcation of technology trees that have been developed. You know, the whole world believes one set of interpretations for the technology and observations we have. And then it's possible that meanwhile another branch has taken place, a fork has taken place of actual development that goes counter to what people most commonly believe is happening. That appears to be the case here. Number 2 is the high K dielectric Hall. To maximize the B-field-Brown effect, the system requires a heavy, high charge accumulating dielectric material. The Black Project scientists in this news article revealed that the B-2's radar-absorbing material skin is constructed from a dielectric ceramic made of powdered depleted uranium. This material has a specific gravity of about 17.5, nearly 3 times the density of barium titanate dielectrics used in the 1950s, which enables the hull to function as a giant high-voltage capacitor, capable of exerting an enormous electrogravitic lift force. Next, number 3, the flame jet generators. The B-2 is powered by 4 General Electric jet engines, F-118 GE-100 jet engines. It's theorized that rather than just providing conventional thrust, these engines act as an electrical generator and as a flame jet high voltage, or as these engines act as a flame jet high voltage generator, using the jet exhaust to effectively eject negative charges from the craft, while the overwing exhaust ducts act as a collector grid to recycle the high voltage electrons and power the leading edge ionizers. Next, aerodynamic and stealth enhancements beyond propulsion. Charging the leading edge creates an electrostatic buffer that deflects oncoming airstreams. It helps reduce aerodynamic drag, minimize the abruptness of sonic boom during supersonic flight. I didn't know this thing was capable of supersonic flight. I guess it is now. And significantly alter the aircraft's thermal signature, making it less visible to infrared-guided missiles. There's an ongoing debate regarding the true nature of the B-field-Brown effect. While some researchers maintain it's genuine, skeptics argue it's merely the result of corona wind or ion drift. It goes on, and under the skeptical view, the B-2 may indeed use a leading-edge charging and exhaust ionization, but strictly for drag reduction and thermal masking via corona discharges rather than for anti-gravity propulsion. Yep, I'd agree with that. That tends to be what's happening. That's crazy. These large language models, man, I tell you, when these first came out, Congress was trying to limit their use and power amongst the public. They actually came out with a bill, I don't think it passed anywhere, where they basically said that no citizen without permission from the government would be allowed to use LLMs to digest like the Federal Register and FOIA release documents to do link analysis because they might uncover things that weren't intended to be discoverable. I wonder if this is such a case. Although I didn't do anything like that. I mean, pretty fucking weird. Anyway, that's all for now. I have to kind of recede back into the shadows for a bit. I'm gonna go on mute.
I'm sorry. I had some phone calls. I had to talk to a few people, man. I'm sorry.
I finished up and I had to step back. But the good news is we are live streaming to YouTube, Rumble, Twitter. In fact, you can see the two YouTube bots at the top. Click on their profiles, grab the links, and you can rewind the tape.
Awesome. What's your Rumble and YouTube name, man?
Those links are going to be there and available as
Well,
you follow them. Yeah, I personally am not on on these things. I don't stream, but the bots do. The bots are part of our 24/7 Flat Earth community, and we use them to reach the rest of the world and document our discussions.
Awesome. Well, I can't see. Well, so here's the thing, man. I did a bunch of mushrooms, and I was in a call, which is funny, on this same server, and I was kind of like tripping, and people were like making fun of me because I was tripping. So I decided to basically break my phone. And I don't remember my password to my Discord. So that's why I'm on PlayStation. I'm on, PS5 right now. Um, basically because that's the only. I mean, I have my computer, but I can't really move around with my computer. So, and yeah, man. I guess I have to open up my laptop and find it, huh? I'm sorry, man. I'm drunk.
It's all right. It's
I'm
Friday.
drunk. Oh, it is
Let's do our
Friday.
best to keep that stuff off of the live stream, my friend. Right? I mean, we don't want to, you understand.
Yeah. Yeah, so is there a name for it?
24/7 Flat Earth. You'll find some of our live streams if you just Google that. We are 24/7 Flat Earth. That's the name of our community. Why? Because we are here 24/7. No matter what time of day or night, no matter weekend or weekday, you want to talk Flat Earth, we're here. Somebody can be here to talk Flat Earth with you. So,
Awesome. Is there like a specific channel, you know? You know what I mean? Because I just looked up Flat Earth 24/7.
bro, check the bots at the top of the
Oh.
user list. We got links there. Okay. Hey, want to hear
Oh,
some
I
Flat
found
Earth
I found
music?
it. I found it. Because I just looked up. I found it. That's amazing. Are you running it? Who's running this YouTube.
See if this works. Oh, gotta upgrade the bot. Oh wait, I got it. Check this out. It's Friday. Let's play some music. Let's play something fun. Here we go.
Won't that get you copyrighted, man?
Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. Hey! Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. Free.
Oh, yeah.
Man, pay for the map, pay for the model, pay for the spin and the high-tech gospel. Them build space age systems just to track, but I walk in the field, man, the ground stay flat. Walk to the river, sit under the tree, breathe in the air, yeah, the experience free. Them sell you a sphere, them sell souvenir, them sell hemisphere, them sell atmosphere. Me just take a step and a next step, see the road stay level like it waiting for me. Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story. Oh, but this one free. You pay for the movie. Hey. The merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free. My friend. Free like a dream. Turn on the TV. There's a globe on that. Buy a brand new shirt. There's a globe on that. Plumber truck drive by. There's a globe on that. iPhone background. There's a globe on that. Music album cover. There's a globe on that. Stamp it everywhere so you don't forget. $1 billion brand, yeah, cost them sweat. But me walk outside feeling the breeze. Water resting flat, calm as you please. Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story. Oh, but this one free. You pay for the movie. Hey. The merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free. My friend. Free like a dream. For the rocket, pay for the flight, pay for the telescope to steer in the night. Searching for the curve that they say is in reach, but it's just a straight line looking out from the beach. Wally get thin, but the world same way. Still feel flat when you dance all day. Oh yeah. Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story. Dream. Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. Laugh if you want now. The joke on the feet.
Hell no. That's amazing. What? That is tremendous.
Thank you. Glad you like it.
Great song.
Simple message. Easy to like. What can go wrong, you know?
Mm-hmm. You guys get a bunch of females in here?
Yeah. We also have a
yeah.
ladies' night some weekends on. I don't know if we're doing one tonight, but there's a Flat Earth Ladies' Night that we do. You bet.
Where's the girls at?
Where the girls at?
Where they at? Huh?
Oh, we got Over Fences is in here. She's a girl. She might be away, but she hangs out. She's one of the best flat smackers around.
Well, can me and her be friends?
You can show up to ladies' night tonight on the home server if you'd like.
So can you send me the server?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Damn, we on the YouTube. Oh, we famous.
Dude, we are live streaming all over the world. They're listening to you.
Oh my god.
Who's listening?
The whole world.
Oh my god. He say this stuff is on YouTube 24/7.
Yeah, YouTube, Twitter, X, Rumble, Spotify. The whole world.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, we do everything. We have structured debates. We get into food fight, shit throwing competitions. We have it all. We have ladies' night, which is very pristine and proper. And we also have some hotheads in here, like myself, who like to run their mouths and get in trouble.
Wow.
Yeah,
Dude,
man, we
that's
got it all.
like
This is like a flat Earth city on the internet. It's crazy. It's awesome.
next level. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. I'm gonna give you your flowers. That is smart. That is brilliant, dude. That is amazing.
Bro, come find our home server
Wow.
on Discord. We got 30,000 members, and we've got a library channel. Once you get verified in the server, you'll have access to our library.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna fix up a new Discord uh, profile because, as I said, I broke my other phone. So, but yeah, man, if we doing YouTube, I'm down. Most definitely. But yeah, man, if we doing YouTube, I'm down. Most definitely. That's amazing. Okay. Let's talk about flat Earth, man.
Yeah, let's get into it. So, flat Earth is like the default setting, right? It's default because if nobody ever told you it was a globe, you'd have no reason to think it was a globe.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right? Let's say somebody conked you on the head, you fell asleep, and you wake up like on a Rip Van Winkle years later, and it's a post-apocalyptic hellhole, and you crawl out of a cave and you see a hellscape before you. You might be the last one on Earth, and you forgot everything. Why would you think Earth is a globe?
I might look at the sun and be like, "Oh, it's round," and I might
Bro,
look at
do
the
you do that
moon.
with like cars in a parking lot and be like, holy shit, I might be a car?
No, but like that's kind of like the
Okay.
thing in the sky, right? Like you have stars. What shape is stars?
Well,
Stars
why
are
would you think
round.
the ground is in the sky, bro? Come on. The
I
ground is
mean,
not
dude,
in the fucking sky, dude.
yeah, I guess. I don't know.
You know I'm right. You know I'm right. I mean, every ancient civilization that we know of has a flat earth cosmology, really. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the ancient Chinese, the Norse, the Slavics, various North and South American cultures, all flat. All flat cosmologies. Hindu Vedic culture has a flat cosmology. These ancient people who gave us astronomy told us that the earth is flat. Maybe we want to start that. Start with that and listen to them.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah, they
man.
didn't. Go ahead.
So as a skeptic, right? Can I ask you, where did you start? Did you believe the round was? Sorry, the Earth was round?
Yeah, for most of
when
my
you were
life.
when you were a kid and a young
Well,
man?
when I was a kid, I remember having some questions early on. I recall this. I recall moments. I remember, my dad was in the army and he had field manuals at home, and I used to go through them. And I remember one of them was, I don't know, I guess regarding orienteering, or there was a major section on it on orienteering. So using a map and even using the stars to navigate. And I remember reading it. I remember seeing a very common diagram that we see today, depicting the Earth as a round circle and starlight as parallel rays hitting the circle. And they would show like a stick man on top of the circle and say, "That's you looking at the starlight." And then they would show the starlight hitting the very center of the circle, the point of origin in it. And they would say that you can kind of treat the Earth this way and that way. And it's because of the parallel starlight that Earth has to be a globe, because you have to walk around that curving surface. The stick man has to go around that curve in order to change his angular relationship with the starlight that's coming in. Which would be no different than if you're the stick man in the middle of the circle, and as you walk along a horizontal axis and the circle rotates. These diagrams puzzled me because I guess in my small childlike mind, even back then, I saw that they were equivalent to each other. It's a matter of interpretation. I remember struggling with this, and it puzzled me. Now, I didn't really think much about it the older I got, and I went on most of my life uh, to even work in fields where everybody thinks the Earth is a globe and has to be a globe for shit to work. I only discovered this whole flat Earth thing a few years ago, bro. I'm in my late 40s right now, so
Yeah.
better late than never, as they say. But the question
No.
arose actually within me. It was right before the COVID lockdown stuff, right? What got me into it was, there were a lot of influences. First, I had the question of, what did the ancient great thinkers conceive about our world? Were they flat earthers or not? Around that time, I'd seen some early footage coming out from the flat Earth community, footage of long distance telescopic lens zooms of boats and oil rigs and mountains in the distance. People posting these videos and images saying that this can't be true because I shouldn't be seeing that from this distance. Curvature should be in a way. At one point, I heard about the radius challenge. And what's the radius challenge? Take the challenge today. Go find us a single measurement that establishes that Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Go find that and present it. I took the radius challenge. I spent months in my spare time kind of poking around academic papers and resources, doing searches on the internet, going from paper to paper, reference to reference, department to department, university to university, back in time, looking for substantive measurements that would give us this radius value of the globe. And it didn't take long for me to get to a field of surveying and geodetic surveying. These are people that measure the Earth for a living. And I saw pretty quickly, too, that what they were doing was they were taking measurements of the Earth, and then they were bending those measurements around a ball using math over and over and over again. And then I'd say, well, how are they justifying doing this? And I would look at the source data for the math. And the math goes back almost like a freaking infinite regress fallacy with no point of origin in sight. I looked for the golden seed value to give rise to this idea, and it really just comes down to an interpretation of what the stars and the sun and the moon do, and the planets. People took this ancient idea of the celestial sphere, the night sky being like a black ball with a bunch of holes poked in it, and the light of God shining through, as some of the ancient Greeks thought. The idea comes from using that as a surface to map the world into. And when you take a flat world and map it into an imaginary conceptual sky ball, you're going to get a curving surface for your Earth, even though it doesn't curve.
Okay.
So when I backed it into this and I was like, wow, that's how they created the globe, it started to click. And I'm like, holy shit. This is like just one big giant misunderfucking standing. Yeah. That's why I got into flat Earth.
It's like Glober, dude. I mean, like they're globing you.
I guess so.
That's awesome.
You think that's why we
That's
have like
great.
round heads because they're filling our heads with so much globe knowledge at a young age that we just
Yeah, why would you say that? Like, why come in here at this point and start opening your pie hole saying stupid shit? Come on, dude.
Um, dude, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I smoked a lot of weed just now. I think I almost smoked a whole joint, man, as you were talking. So I'm kind of like out of it a little bit.
hell yeah, bro. Spark that shit.
Um, but I guess, man, if I can ask you a question, what's your thoughts about Agenda 2030? 2030. Have you heard about it? Agenda 2030. If you haven't heard about it, man, it's cool. I can explain it to you in like small, like short segments.
What kind of weed was it?
Guys, we're
Hashish.
not going to talk about this on the live stream, okay? Come on.
Well, I think this thing has a lot to do with flat Earth. Agenda 2030. Basically, um, it's we in 2026 right now, and I saw this thing basically pop out back in like 2016, 17, and you can't really find it now. It's like a document back in the day. Only a few people know about it. Um, so basically, man, the coronavirus was basically in there because there was like, oh yeah, man, let's put this sickness on Russia, and I guess it never
Yeah,
really
guys,
got put
we
on.
can't talk about medical talk either. I am so sorry. I know it's
Okay,
an important
never
topic to
mind.
many of us, but we like to play on this side of the rules than the other side of the rules, which means we go into social media prison. We don't want to end up in social media prison. We reach
Okay,
far more people on this side of prison for flat Earth than that side of prison. Feel me?
you don't need to talk like that, but yeah.
Master Yoda, isn't your picture like stoned as fuck though?
No, man. Poor Yoder hasn't had sleep in a week.
That Yoda's his eyes are red as fuck, bro.
Yoder needs a glass of water.
Yoda's fried.
Oh man, I love to smoke weed. Like my favorite thing ever, dude, is like Okay, dude, I got some shit I can cook.
My friend, I'm sure it's completely legal in your jurisdiction, but not for the whole world and not a
Oh,
topic.
it's
I'm
definitely
so
not
sorry
legal
again. Listen,
here, man.
we gotta put this train back on the rails, okay?
When I say smoke some shit, it can be anything, man.
Yeah, it could be banana peel for all I care, but we're not
Yeah,
talking about anything else, okay?
okay, dude. What's your guys' thoughts about the new UAP files?
Looks like a lot of horse shit to me. I mean, have you seen this stuff? Like, it's worse than like Unsolved Mysteries 1990 with Robert Stack. It's like that bad.
Yeah, it's probably fake. I mean,
If there's
oh,
anything
it's
like supernatural or metanatural, dude, I tend to think these things are probably the freaking demons of the ancient past that have always been around, and they've got a new interpretation for a modern age. People are looking at the same phenomena, but they have this cognitive bias. They got this filter that says we live in a technological age, and they apply that fundamental bias, that attribution error, to their observations in space. And they're like, that must be technology too. These must be aliens from another planet. That's what they're thinking. But it could just be the fucking demons, man. They're just,
so
you
dude,
know?
I was basically at a barbecue with my mom and my dad, and I bring it up, right? I'm like showing these videos of the suspected UAPs, and my dad is like, dude, what the fuck? What are you talking about, man? That shit don't look like nothing. And my mom is like, I don't give a fuck. And this is real OGs, man. And you know, I talked to my pops. My pops said he believed in UFOs, and he said he don't give a fuck about what he just saw. So that shit is amazing. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. Them new files, they might just be fake, fraudulent, fluky, fake. I don't know, man. They might just be trying us.
I like it. I like it.
Man, what's your thoughts about robots and stuff? You know, like Tesla,
Those aren't robots,
AI.
bro.
You know what I mean though? Like AI and robots
What
and
are you
stuff.
referring to specifically? Like, there are the Tesla bots, yeah, but those are separate from the Tesla vehicles.
Well, he's basically the inventor. No, he's not the inventor.
You're too high, bro.
I'm high as fuck, man. But what's your thoughts about AI? Do you think it's just, you know what? Never mind, man.
I got to get some stuff done right now. I have to step back for a few. I'll be back in a bit, but
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
listen.
yeah. I need to drink some water, man. Fuck. Hello, guys. Hello, people in the server. Dude, that's funny. Round and flat are not mutual exclusive. Round coins, round LP, round table, round bowl. Tots are dumbos. He may have a point. A child's head. What? What the fuck? Excuse me.
That was
Hey,
disgusting, man. What is
hey,
wrong
hey,
with you?
hey. Excuse me, dude.
No, that's so. Ugh.
You acting like you don't take a shit
I do
and
take it, but not
fart
right now. Not on
and
Discord.
burp.
You know, I like watching a nice YouTube video while I'm taking a poop. Or Instagram Reels. I'll like swipe up on those. Maybe take a hit off the
Oh,
nicotine.
oh, so you be smoking the vape while you're taking a shit?
Yeah, bro, it makes it slide out faster. That's what I'll tell you. It's expensive, man. Do you guys mute the hash man? Was that Tenzo 2? I didn't do anything.
Okay, so it was you. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think it's a good thing to mute people for their own safety. You know, especially since we live stream, you know, if somebody's drunk or high or whatever, you know, it's done out of consideration for them really, you know. But you can feel free to talk about something or engage with someone else in the chat.
Oh, the red, white, and blue. Huh. Lats, you there, bud? Does anyone want to talk?
Lats might be at work. I'm working too.
I'm also at work. Huh. See, whenever a customer comes in, I just mute my mic. Then when I'm not dealing with customers, I just let it rip.
Yo, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yo, what's up, man? How's it
Hey, hey,
going?
man, hey, you can hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I thought I got muted.
You were muted for a while.
Why?
You can't talk about weed in here, I guess.
I don't think I talked about weed, but
You
okay.
were. You were. You definitely were talking about weed. I mean, I'm a
What was?
pothead too, but even I can admit you.
I might have slipped up. I'm sorry.
I guess they just want to talk about the topic here. So, flat Earth to talk about.
Yeah.
I like having like a really flat level desk. That way, it's not like.
Dude, you funny as freak. Funny as freak.
Thank you, bro. I try.
Dude, honestly, dude, like a lot of people don't realize it, but I see what you do. Like you believe in something, but you're also trying to make it a good time. You know? I think that's great. That's amazing.
If someone gets it,
I mean, dude, if you in the military and you like, oh, shooting people and stuff, at least you gotta have a joke, you know. You know what I mean? Like we can't just be over here depressed and sad about this topic. We have to do this. You know, we have to be happy about it because it's, you know, it is what it is. And we need to get through it. We need to get through it, you know, through it, whatever. And that's what it is, man. Hey, Tensa, Tensa.
Yes.
Uh, can you explain to me why the moon travels around the flat Earth?
See, I don't really know much about the moon and the what is the lunar? What is it called? I have no clue, dog.
I feel you.
Might have one of better answers out of these um
Can you explain why the moon travels around a globe?
Why he leave though?
Oh, I don't know.
A truth by proxy. A truth by proxy. You in here? A Cooper.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? What's your thoughts about flat Earth?
yeah, the flat. I mean, it's so flat that the moon spins around it. I guess I just need a minute to think about it.
Hey, Maz.
But you might have a better answer.
Hello.
One of these people, they probably know way more about the flat Earth than I do. I'm just a
Well,
little
Yeah,
I want
observer.
an
it's a
explanation.
learning.
I want an explanation of how it goes around the globe. Does anyone have one?
Do I own a
Well,
globe? No.
Maz?
well, man, me personally, man, I'm a skeptic. Um, but I don't know, man. I mean, it could totally be true. You know, I've
Well,
never been to space myself.
That's always
You
my
know,
argument. Is I've never been to space, so I cannot prove whether it's flat or not. But if I were to be able to go to space, whatever space is, I know you guys deny space in here as well, but
So, are you saying we need to get really far from an object in order to measure it?
I just say I would like to take a little trip and go and see what's going on for myself.
hey, let's do it.
If you want to
Because I'm
measure
like one
something,
of the
yeah,
type of people that like I'm not
to be
gonna believe
backed
in.
up from it from a little bit.
Yeah, you got to get like you have to apparently get, farther than the ISS to tell whether the Earth is a sphere or not. You can't just measure the surface.
But the ISS
So you
is
need to
fake.
No, you
The
can't. It's only
ISS is
it's only
it's fake.
255 miles away. You can only see 3% of the Earth from that distance. They can't see the Earth as a shape, as a sphere.
Well, I'm not gonna
Okay, so
lie to.
what do you propose? We get further away from it?
No, that was your proposition, that you had to get away from it to tell what it was. I
I
mean,
think
we
that's a
already
pretty
know
good
what it
idea.
is because we measure the surface, you know?
I think that's a pretty good idea, right?
Let's
If I
say I
wanted
don't want to measure the surface.
Well, I don't need to get as far out as the ISS. If I can get far enough of like up to see there's like like a curve.
Well, that's what
You
I'm
know
trying
what
to
I
explain to
mean?
you. You have to be farther than that to see that.
Okay, then we'll get further than that. Oh, it's okay. We're
Okay, well, why
there.
can't we just measure the surface instead?
We're at that because
Are you like,
no
I
one
want to see
has
if my
time to
table's
do these
flat, so I'm
experiments.
gonna go like 3 miles away from my table and look at it?
Like in the future,
hold
where
on.
we're going to be able to like take these kind of flights, we're going to be
Well,
able to
that's an
go.
appeal to the future fallacy. Why can't we just measure the surface now?
Well, let's say
I don't
we
own
have
a
an
laser.
object. Let's say we have an object in our
Hold
hand
on,
and we
Cooper.
want to know what
Hold up, Cooper. Hold up. I'm talking to Tenza. So what are your thoughts, Tenza?
I don't own a laser, and I don't have the materials for the test, but I would
Has
rather
anyone
ride
told
on
you
a rocket.
about optional tests besides a laser?
I just don't have the time in my day over fences to go and do these tests.
Okay, fair enough. But you'll discount all the other ones that people have done until you're actually able to.
I'm not discounting the laser tests. I've seen laser tests that are, completely valid.
Okay,
But
okay. Can I ask a
you're
question?
just not ready to make a decision until
I'm
you
just
can.
the type of person that, like, unless I see it with my own eyes, I just
Okay.
want to observe it.
Well, sometime if you have a little bit of time and you have a body of water that's like a lake that's, at least 5 miles long, 10 would be ideal, or higher, and then you can have a friend with a mirror, you can test it yourself. No laser needed.
Okay, can I say this?
But you have to be interested. I mean, I understand that you might not want to spend that kind of time, but that's the easiest way to confirm it.
Okay. Can I say something?
Sure, what's up?
The Earth is flat, but we have water, right? We have water.
Yeah.
We can't find the Titanic, but we can find the Titanic if we go deep down in the ocean. So why is the ocean so deep, but the land is so flat?
What? Bro, it's not even that deep. It's like 7 miles deep at the biggest
Does that
point.
make sense?
No.
You have
No, it doesn't.
okay. So here's the thing, man. You have water and you have land, right? The Earth is flat. How flat is it?
Well, it depends where you are, right? I mean, water is flat at rest, but
Is it
obviously
flat
the
like an
land has
acorn?
topography, right? We have hills and valleys and mountains.
Well, where does the water go? Is there like a barrier under the
Oh,
under the?
I don't know. It's like saying what's the edge of a lake like, right? I mean, obviously, I'm not claiming there's some edge to the earth. I'm just saying, we can
I'm
measure the
saying
water is
under.
flat. What? Oh, under the earth? I don't know. The deepest hole ever drilled was like 7 miles down, and that's about how deep the oceans are. So we don't know what's
No.
under.
The water goes 100 miles down.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It don't.
It's got the deepest part of the ocean is the Mariana Trench. It's about 7, maybe 8 miles at most.
Yeah, yeah.
down.
Are you
So
kidding me,
the
man?
the Koala borehole and the
They don't
Marianas
exactly have
Trench are
a
about the same depth. Yeah.
No, they're thousands of miles over fences.
What's thousands of miles?
Yes.
The ocean.
10,000 meters, 35,876 feet.
Fuck, man, bring your own globe day. Fuck.
35,000
I'm so glad you're here, Yoder. Don't leave me in this.
876.
Okay. I'll provide comedic relief here. Yeah, guys, come on. Like, what the globe is stated to be is what NASA says, right? Like NASA's the authority. That's the globe that we're dismantling, not your own version of it.
Well, I guess they just said it was 35,876 feet. I guess that's just a thing.
I mean, that sounds more reasonable than thousands of miles, like maybe thousands of meters. Maybe you meant meters, right? You're from Denmark.
Dude,
I got you, bro.
that's literally 35,000 fucking miles.
Man, do you realize that 36,000 feet is what we just claimed? I
Oh,
mean,
okay, never mind. It's 10,000 meters. I just found it.
You have to put the units in units of
10,935
Lego
meters.
for our friend from Denmark. He understands Lego units.
Yeah, and either way,
5,000
do
bricks.
you know how many? Yeah, we claimed 6-7 miles. 10,000 meters is roughly that much.
10,000.
Yeah.
Did you wait, Maz,
10,000
did you read
meters is like 6,000.
10,000?
It's like 6 miles.
Did you read 10,000 m and think that was miles? Funny.
Meters,
Yeah,
miles.
meters.
You crazy English and your imperial units. You know what's really wild, guys? Like the difference between a mile and a kilometer is the phi ratio. Yeah, the phi, 1.618 to 1, or 1 to 0.618. So you could take any mile, multiply it by 1.618, and you'll get kilometers. Pretty close to it. Go ahead. You don't believe me?
Well, yeah, that's just how conversions work, though, right?
Yeah, but the weird thing is like, I don't think it was intended to be that close to a phi ratio. Know what I'm saying? It just happens to work
No,
out that way.
I don't understand the significance of the ratio, I guess.
We don't understand. Well, I mean, the phi ratio is something that's used a
Are you
lot in
saying
like physics.
Are you saying phi, F-I, or are you saying pi, P-I?
No, phi, phi.
Okay.
Yeah, phi rate, like the golden ratio, phi. I guess if I could say phi, right? Like if I'm taking like a Koine Greek class for like biblical studies, phi or whatever. And there's a difference between like capital PHI and lowercase PHI. Capital PHI is like the big phi, 1.618, and the little PHI is 0.618. And nothing like a math lesson to deaden the room. Sorry, guys.
Well, I don't know if Over the Fences is still here, but I mean, I could say what I was going to say earlier. It's like if we had an object and we wanted to determine its shape, like, would we press our face as close to that shape as we could to observe it, or B, back up to where we can get as much of its view as possible?
I guess it depends on your error margins. You know, you tend to want to widen up your scale if you're not going to be too accurate at small scales. So, like, take for example J. Tolan Media, right? The guy that does the high altitude, long distance infrared observations. He doesn't care if he's off by 10, 20, 30 miles when he's observing like 800 miles of terrain, because it's not going to make that big of a difference. But 10, 20, 30 miles when all you got is like 50 miles to work with, that's a significant portion of your measurements. So depends what you're doing. Like they've got these things called linear encoders, which are used for precision engineering when you need something like picked up at point A and dropped at point B, and you need sub-millimeter accuracy, you'll get a linear encoder, and it's like this device that's hooked up to a rail, and it scales along it, and these things are capable of extremely fine precision, like maybe even microscopic. I don't know, which is fascinating, right? I mean, you could use one of these maybe and measure plumb lines with it and see if gravity fields are deflecting anything. Nobody's ever done that though.
What's up?
What is that?
Cali, baby.
Alrighty. What's up, guys?
What's happening, guys?
So how's my audio now? Is it coming through okay? Or do I
You're
still sound
coming
like
through,
trash?
man, like a fat kid through butter. You're coming through.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I never heard that one before.
Okay, you can steal it.
Thank you, good sir. Like 10 minutes ago, I heard him calling my name right. He's still here, bro.
Hmm.
He's probably dealing with customers or something.
Dude, have you heard that
Is
there's a ladies' night at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Oh, I think I heard that it actually starts at around in 3 hours, actually.
Oh, you do reckon in 3 hours. Well, I will note that on my calendar. I have a daily planner. She's my wife.
Wow. That's very organized of you, actually. Damn.
I'll tell my wife
Holy.
I'm attending ladies' night on the Flat Earth Discord. I'm sure that'll go over great. I should
You're
bring her
actually
on.
married?
Huh?
I didn't know you were married. That's cool. Congrats, man.
I've been married a while.
She's
I
flat
sound
earther
young. I
also?
take that as a badge of honor. Huh?
Oh, yeah, you do sound really young. Is she a flat
Yeah.
earther also?
Yeah, she just doesn't give a shit, honestly. Like, I
Oh,
don't
fair
think she
enough.
could name she couldn't name the planets. Like, she's in her own world doing her own thing. So,
Yeah, fair enough.
and I think some people are actually genuinely like this. Like, they're not going to have like cog dis over this because they don't genuinely freaking care. They're not emotionally invested into the globe and outer space and all that crap. They're genuinely
Wait,
people
sorry.
like that.
Did you say that there were other planets?
I didn't say there were other planets. I said I don't think she could name the planets.
That implies. So wait, do you think that there are other planets?
I don't
Mark,
think
what is
Earth
a
is a
planet?
planet. You
he
tried
didn't
to
say other
God it, dude,
planets.
and you crashed and burned. Sorry. I'm like 10 steps ahead.
Okay, I'm just. You said she can't name the planets. Like, what other planets?
Bro.
Mark, what is a planet?
Well, it's an astronomical object, but
Yeah, Earth is not one of those, right? Because Earth is not in the sky.
Man, he's
okay,
trying hard.
that's yeah, that's fine. But you said she can't name the planets. What are you talking about? What other planets?
He's just throwing that other
Are you
word.
stuck on repeat? Like, did somebody
Bro,
put the retard tape on?
You're not answering my
He didn't.
question. What
He
bro,
other
didn't
he's
say.
talking
planets?
about the
He didn't
wandering
say other
stars in the
planets.
sky, dude.
You fucking soy piece of shit. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so can you not answer the question? Like, what other planets are there?
Other
I already
planets that keep
answered
loading
you.
this fucking question, you retard. Come on, stop it.
Can you name one?
Jupiter.
Okay,
Bro, the
where's
wandering
Jupiter?
stars in the
In
sky,
the
No.
dude. It's
sky.
in the
He wanted
sky.
us to say Uranus because he's thinking about that right now.
Okay, is that a planet?
Yes.
Uranus is a planet, yeah, and it's next to a hairy black hole in space.
Oh, really?
It
How do you
is,
know?
yeah.
Because we looked up and we saw it.
Because Neil deGrasse Tyson showed it to me.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson showed us his hairy
Yeah,
black
but
hole. Yeah.
space isn't real, so how is there other planets?
Because your idea of a planet is different from mine. You think of this retarded thing, and I think of this realistic thing. Next
Your
question.
mic is kind of cutting out. I'm sorry. I'm just
And
not
he's
sure.
saying
Like,
that
there's no evidence of other planets, so I'm not sure how she would have any other planets to name.
Mark,
Kind of,
the reason why they call these things different from stars and why they call them wandering stars, or what we call them here in the year 2026 planets, is because they act differently from stars, like the normal stars that we see in the sky.
yeah, wait, but space. Do you agree that space isn't real?
Mark, it has nothing to do with being able to land on these things and live on them.
bro,
Next
we're not
Okay,
saying that
question.
they're in space, dude. Holy.
okay.
They're
So
just in
where
the
are they?
sky. They're above your head.
Where is the sky? What does that mean?
Above
Where's
your
the
head.
sky? Holy crap,
Wow,
they're
he doesn't know
broken,
where the
guys. He
sky
doesn't know where the
is.
sky is.
Shit.
Holy shit, yeah. Where's the sky? I'm a glober. Where's
Yeah,
the sky?
Well, to
I'm not
be
a
fair, for
glober.
Globers, the sky is up, down, and all around, so it must be
Yeah,
confusing
I was just
sometimes.
gonna ask that. Hey, Mark, is the sky below your feet?
Hold on a second.
Oh my god, what is this
Gotta
creature?
mute that retard real quick. Oh shit, my bad. I think a bunch of us trying to get on. My bad.
Hey, turn your cam off. Yeah, we don't allow cams. You have
Nah,
3
man,
seconds.
so yeah,
Time's
Mark.
up.
Mark, is the sky below your feet?
No, that doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think so. So where is it?
The globe paradigm, it does. The sky above your head, to the right, to the left, below your feet. It's everywhere. Or do
So
you
Right.
disagree?
you think
At
according
least you know
to
where it isn't.
the globe theory that you walk on the sky?
So I'm asking you, right? So you know it's not under your feet, so you know where it isn't, right?
Okay, but I'm asking where is it?
Not under your feet. That'll
That
narrow it
tells
down a
me
little
where
bit.
it's not where it is.
You need to know where
Right.
the sky is, bro.
So maybe we can try the opposite. Right.
Maybe
It's
he's
good test.
blind.
Maybe.
Let me
We
ask you
answered where it
something.
is.
Honestly, what I think's going on is he made a fool of himself without meaning to, and now he's like kind of pretending like he's like, oh no, I was actually doing this whole bit the whole time.
100%.
Oh no,
Okay.
dude, he's actually like this 100% of the time, dude.
Okay, anyways,
Except when he comes in and
Yeah, like
starts
he
let me
doesn't
ask.
even know that he has hands.
Hey,
He
Mark, you
has
might
except
want
no
to
idea.
re-roll your character, new PFP and username.
except when he
This
comes
one's
in
cooked.
and LARPs as a flat earther. You
I'm
know,
not
except
LARPing that. Dude, we're all flat earthers here. What's the problem? Like, we all know the
you're a
That's
earth is
flat
true.
flat.
earther.
People think it's a globe.
Who?
People who think it's a globe.
Why do they think that?
Ask them.
Why do you think?
Why do I think they think that? Because they accepted what they were told. Because they don't see one, so they were told it, and so they accepted it.
Okay. But why are people telling them that it's a globe?
Because they think it's a globe.
Well, hey,
It's
hey,
a
man,
circular argument.
No,
hey,
it's not
No, this is
PFP.
circular.
a
It's actually regressive.
yeah, it's like a big game of telephone.
That's different than circular.
Okay.
It's like tradition. It's like Christmas.
Yeah,
Yeah, man,
right. Fiddler on the Roof.
it's
It's like a
easy to
Jewish
say you
opera.
know something. You know, I'm sorry to cut you off, man. My
What?
bad.
Did you want to ask something?
No,
You're more than
what I'm
welcome
gonna
to.
say, dude, is neutral, right? It's easy to say you know something like God or like Allah or Buddha, right?
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, dude, that's just theories, right? And you got people over here believing in the flat Earth. The
But
flat Earth
it's
is
not a
kind of
belief.
like a God, you know. It's kind of like Allah and Jesus and all this kind of stuff,
No,
right?
that's the globe paradigm.
Well, have
You
you
guys
ever
believe
been to?
without
Have you ever
evidence.
been?
Dude, I gotta say,
Have you ever
Maz, your
been?
accent's fucking cool. Like nobody could tell you're from Denmark. You sound like you could be from like some urban center in the United States. Just saying.
Thank you.
You know, and to that note, I'm gonna shout out to all my Danish friends out there. Y'all from Denmark, you got the best like foreign English accent of all of Europe. You do it way better than the Germans, that's for sure.
I don't know. Shout out all my German people, man.
No, dude, shout out all the Americans, bro. We got the best
Great
accent,
German
hands
people,
down.
man.
You know what the Danes are
Hands
like?
down.
Our fucking country ruled England for 400 years and taught them how to speak properly. Oh yeah, you probably didn't know that I knew anything about Dane law.
Oh, it's the truth.
It is the
English
truth.
comes from Danish, so yeah, man. Vikings. If you ever watched the TV show, wars and criminality and killing people and taking over shit.
Crazy.
It started in my country, man. So I don't know if you want to thank me or hate me, man, because
I'll thank you, man. Vikings are cool as shit.
oh yeah, man, definitely. spread it around the world, you know.
Anyway, now that you know that flat Earth is not a belief, go ahead. You can continue with your statement or question.
You
Wait, did he
talking
dip?
to me?
Oh yeah, dude. I just had to correct you real quick because you said that flat Earth is a belief.
I'm a skeptic.
Skeptic of what?
Well, I haven't personally been all around the world, and I haven't
Yeah, neither have
personally
I.
been to space.
Well, you can't go there, but okay. You can't really go to places that don't exist. But continue.
I don't know what I should continue with, man. But I do support it. I know. I mean, dude, you'll be surprised how many things this government. I mean, man, you look back in the day, man, they got MG Ultra, all type of shit, man.
I mean,
You
I'm not
know,
surprised by it. I know about that stuff. That doesn't
who
change that the
knows,
Earth is
man?
flat. You can
I
have
don't know,
MK
maybe
Ultra on a flat Earth.
Okay.
MK, not MG. I'm sorry, MK.
That's okay. You're good.
Brainwashing is bad. Okay.
Okay. Drugs are bad.
Oh, I get it.
Okay.
Holy shit, that took me a while.
Drugs
Damn it,
are
dude. Why does it take me so long? Holy.
South Park shit.
Damn it, dude. The freaking two-layered jokes just freaking get me every time.
Nah, dude, my homeboy is a real comedian, dude. You'll be surprised. He is
No, he's
actually
good.
funny.
Oh
Thanks,
yeah, no,
man.
for
Like
sure.
I've actually never been told I'm funny before. So
Oh, nah, dude, you got it. Like this is off the top, right? If you start writing shit down, oh my god, man, Terminator, man.
What, are you telling me these aren't pre-written jokes? Holy.
It's off the top, man. He's going off the top, you know. I do the same shit when I'm sober, but when I'm drunk, I'm kind of just like going with the flow, you know.
Oh, dude. You're not even gonna remember this conversation later.
Okay.
hey, man, you coming to ladies' night tonight? I heard there's a ladies' night. Flats, is there a ladies' night tonight?
You know what? I think I heard there's something starting in about 2 hours and 46 minutes.
Oh, wow. Fancy that. I think I'll be there.
Oh yeah. And I have
You a
some
lady?
attractive, nice, smart ladies. Are you assuming my gender role?
Flats will be there
Hey,
for sure.
Actually,
ladies'
this
night.
one, I'm not sure if I can
I'm
be there, but
thinking,
I will try.
No.
okay,
Lads,
man.
it's not laddies' night. It's ladies' night. You got to leave your lads.
Oh, damn it. Yeah,
I see
you're right.
dad jokes again.
Ladies.
I'm full of dad jokes.
Lats has his alter ego, Letitia.
Letitia.
Yeah.
Letitia.
You little sassy bitch, Letitia.
That's amazing.
I think I'm gonna get something to drink.
Hey, go for it.
Damn it, man. You'll have one for me too, bro.
All right, I'll have two for you.
Oh, shit. Thank you, bro.
Hey,
Damn,
man,
you're
what's
just
your
about to get
guys?
white girl wasted. Damn.
Man,
I'm on box
what's your?
wine. You know me, some Franzia. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, dude, I can drink. Dude, oh my god, dude.
Well,
Boxer wine,
we might do some. Well, there's some good box wine out there.
dude.
But
That's actually like diarrhea, dude.
no,
Drink
there's
box
good. There's some
wine.
decent box wine. There really is. But so some of the women have requested something different. So I'm thinking like maybe we can do some trivia, or we could do bingo again. You guys have any thoughts?
Yeah, something like that. Bingo would be fun, but trivia I think is more engaging. You know,
Okay.
you don't need like a bingo card to like keep track of for the audience.
Yeah, I did this the other night kind of as a test run, and so I have a link that generates a unique bingo card for up to 30 people. Although we did have, like, a duplication with 1 or 2, or it can generate 30 individual links so that we have a pool of answers that everyone pulls from.
I'm gonna
Each
send
card
you a
pulls
couple
from.
questions.
Yeah,
Couple
that'd be
questions
great.
that yeah, so, like, DJ and I actually went through a few of these. Here, a DM. I'm gonna because I'm not gonna give them away right now.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. I'd really appreciate that.
What does the winner get? Over fences.
Another year of global retards in politics.
I thought you were gonna say something like 1 month nitro or something.
Oh, no, if someone can prove the globe, we'll hand them over the keys to the server.
Let's
You know, like
go,
I
dude.
will gift somebody a whole year nitro to get prove the globe.
Yeah, I will too.
How much is that anyway?
I
It's
don't
like
know.
20 bucks or something.
Are you saying that if someone were able to prove that the Earth is round, that you would believe it's round?
I think it's like
Yeah, if
20
they could
bucks.
prove it, yeah, they'd have to prove it
Yeah,
though.
of course. What the heck?
Oh,
Relax.
okay.
I think it's like 20 bucks a month. No, a year.
Trying to see. You know what? I don't even know how to do it. I guess I better look that up before I start relying on my mouth on gifting people nitro. If I don't even know how to do it.
You go into settings.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yeah, and you hit get nitro, and then there should be like a gift button.
Nitro gifting. Let's see.
Yeah, and you get like a link.
Damn, it's $100 for a year. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, it's expensive, but you could get the cheap one, the basic uh shit for like $10,
Oh, the
right?
base, man. Nobody wants that basic. Nobody wants to be basic, bro.
Dude, that shit is better than nothing. What?
Well, I'm gonna be gifting the super ultra nitro blasting for a whole year, dude.
Oh, watch
Hundred
out what you
dollars.
do, man. Watch out, man, because you might be paying for your own shit.
Oh, it's only $100.
Is that your
Not
own
like,
shit?
what do you mean my own? My own, out of my own pocket? Yeah, bro.
No, like yourself. Like, are you giving it to yourself?
Oh, I mean, shit. If I could prove the globe, then yeah, I'll gift myself nitro. Yeah, oh yeah.
I never seen that shit, man. The ultra
Oh, gifting
nitro.
somebody nitro. Yeah, this is the super plus ultra nitro Discord.
What do you
Yep.
get? Do you get like avatars and shit?
I don't even know, dude. Honestly. You know, let me check. Let's look into this here. Learn more about nitro. Let's see. What do you even get? It's loading.
Cause man,
You
I
get
gave about like
500 megabyte uploads. Nice, nice. You get custom emojis anywhere. Whoa. Unlimited super reactions. Oh my goodness. You get HD video streaming. Holy. It's 2
holy.
server boosts. Whoa. And custom profiles and more. Whoa. Crazy. My
Whoa. Oh, you
goodness.
mean the
Look at all
ones you
these
have to
perks.
pay for?
That's insane. I won't even
Dude,
know what
that
to do
shit
with myself if somebody gifted me that. Oh my goodness, bro.
that shit reminds me of PlayStation Plus. Oh, okay, you wanna pay $100? Cool. Let's give you a bunch of PlayStation 2 games that you can't play normally. But if you buy the $100 pass, you can play the PlayStation 2 games.
Hey man,
Like
there's a lot of
what?
good games on PlayStation 2, bro.
Yeah, but like, dude, like after a month, you can't play them anymore. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
Like,
Well, I gotta think about it, dude. Have you ever been like have you ever been gambling before? People have like dropped thousands of dollars in an hour.
oh yeah, man, I used to gamble a lot. I stopped.
Yeah, good for you, dude.
Yeah, man. Shit is sad, man.
Yeah, I've gone through my ups and downs with gambling. I'm done gambling though already. It's boring after a
I,
while.
I do like gambling in physical, like physical casinos,
Oh,
because
you don't like doing it online?
yeah, because online it takes like a week before you get your money. So you wake up the next
Oh,
day and you
ew,
get drunk again, and you're like, dude, I want to gamble again, and you got like
ew, gross.
1,700 on your fucking account. Like, fuck it, start gambling again. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I've never
man.
done
But in
online
real
stuff
life,
before.
yeah, man, in real life, you just go to the fucking casino and you gamble and you get your money or you lose your money and you go home. You know. So
Oh yeah,
yeah, that online shit is it's a parasite. Be scared.
yeah. You better
Be
not come to
afraid of
Vegas,
the
then, dude.
online.
You're gonna lose all your money over here.
Yeah, man. I seen my homie lose his car over that shit.
Yeah, no doubt.
Motherfucker almost went homeless because he kept blowing money on that shit.
Yeah, man.
Fuck,
I've
I'm
witnessed
laughing
people.
in DMs right now. Sorry, guys, if you hear me chuckling. Never mind. I'll go on.
Oh no, you're good, dude. You're good. I was just saying, I've seen people like get a divorce over gambling, lose cars,
Oh yeah.
houses, girlfriends, even their own, you know, their themselves, self deletion. If you understand what I'm saying,
Oh
it's pretty
yeah,
sad
man.
sometimes.
Yeah, yeah, man. It's the worst, man. You know, money is more worth than anything. I mean,
Uh, it's debatable.
well, it depends who you are. I mean, I can have no money and be okay. Some people live by the money. If I don't got money, I need to get some money, so they go and get killed, or they kill themselves. You know,
I
that
mean, you
makes
can
sense.
self-sustain like out in the forest or on a farm
Oh
somewhere,
no.
I guess.
Well, you could do that, but a lot of people don't got that kind of mindset. Mindset, you know.
You know, that'd be kind of sick actually. If you can have like 10 different people, you guys have like a little community farm, y'all can work on it together and just sustain off that one.
You know what that's
So,
called?
what is it called?
A RICO case. A bunch of people out of nowhere didn't buy the land. Oh shit, that's a RICO case.
Are you really from Denmark, dude?
Yes,
I used to
yes,
hang out in
man.
Denmark. Just saying, like, I used to live in Northern Virginia. I used to live there too. Northern Germany, and used to take ferries in from Rostock. I'd take a ferry into freaking was it like Newcoping or Gatesir?
New clipping?
Yeah, and then I'd take a train up to which one? Now I'm drawing a blank. It's been a while.
New clipping is a is deep.
Yeah, it's deep, right?
That's a
Like,
long train ride.
yeah, I know. Well, it was the closest port town, whatever, to the ferry that would drop me off. But I mean, even the people out there, they spoke English with like a perfect British inflection. It was freaking mind blowing. And then, so the first thing I did, first time I went there, I went to a bar, right? It's pretty crowded. It was like midday. I guess that's normal for Denmark, same in Germany. Everybody's getting hammered on like a Wednesday. And
Yeah.
the bartender's like asking me what I want. and she sounded like she was from where I'm from. I'm like, holy shit! Like, hey, where are you from? She's like, oh, I'm from here. I'm like, no shit. She's like, yeah, I studied abroad in like Missouri for 6 months, but that's about it. Like, holy crap, you sound American. Blew my damn mind. Like, seriously, the Danes, I think, do English the best out of all the foreign countries, in Europe at least. So,
Oh yeah, man, and Japanese, Chinese, French, German. I mean, you
no,
name
no,
it,
Germans
man.
are all fucked up, and I say that as a
Well, I'm
near
talking
native German
about the
speaker, dude.
languages we speak. We
Yeah,
speak all
hello.
languages.
Today is Thursday. Yeah, the A-level English it's the THs, man. The THs and the Rothic Rs. They just don't get the Rothic Rs at all. But in Danish, you got the Rothic R. You've got the dark R, you got the light R, you've got all the Rs. But in Germany, they don't have all the R's. It's all just like in the back of the throat. They just throw everything in the back of the throat. Kind of perverse.
Yeah, you can use all
Well,
the R's except for the hard R.
yeah.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Well,
Yeah,
actually, no, I'm not kidding.
Germans can't do the hard R. They'll never get a strike or whatever on social media for anything they say with the hard. They can't do it. But you Danish people you guys gotta be careful because you got the hard R. At the end of you can do.
My homeboy Intertoaster, man, he was from, I forgot what part he's from, but he's German and he talks like me.
Oh, nice.
So basically, back in the day, man, you had a bunch of military installations back in Germany, right? And it grew like a bunch of families from America. So you do in Germany, man, because they had the installation of the military base. They have a bunch of kids who speak American, like fluently American.
Yeah.
And my homie Intertoaster, he's a black guy, and yeah, man, he spoke fluent English and German.
I have family that grew up in the DDR, so it's a little bit different, but
Right. The
for
DDR,
those
what
who
is
don't know
that?
that's the former communist East Germany.
Oh, so you're also a military baby?
I wasn't, but but I grew up in a military family, but I that's a whole separate matter. I do have extended family though that are East German, so yeah,
You're
I
talking
go there
about
on
Dance
occasion
Dance
to visit.
Revolution.
Hmm?
I thought you were talking about Dance Dance Revolution.
There's a great
Only
movie you
DDR, I
guys
know.
got to see actually about all this. Totally serious. You got to watch it. It's called The Lives of Others. The Lives of Others was an independent film. It was made in German about Germany, about the wall and the kind of propaganda. And what's really cool, it actually has a story for us. The story follows an East German secret police officer who's tasked to investigate and keep tabs on an artist, a subversive artist in East Germany who is inclined towards Western ideals and proclivities. So he goes into the artist's apartment. He starts bugging it. And he actually sets up like a listening outpost, like from upstairs. And he's just keeping tabs on the artist. And what's really cool is the movie's about this East German Stasi officer who, over time, starts to learn about Western freedom and ideology, and actually starts to question his own career choices, his own philosophy, his own life path, and himself starts to become a subversive. I got to think that there are people just like that on the globe side who listen to us on YouTube, who come in here and interact with us every day. And just by virtue of proximity, they hear things, they absorb things, their subconscious takes and cogitates things that we're talking about. And it starts to change their lives and they start to resist it. They go through the same kind of struggle that you see this man in this movie go through. So the movie's the lives of others. It's an absolutely phenomenal film. Go watch it. We've talked about it in here before. It's one of the reasons I brought it up. So here's a plug.
Hey Yoder, you
Yo.
reminded me of another movie kind of in that vein, but slightly different.
Mhm.
Have you seen the Coppola film The Conversation?
No.
Okay, you might want to check that out. It has a similar
Okay.
premise. Yeah, it's
Writing it
Gene
down.
Hackman stars in it. I
No
watched it in my
kidding.
film theory class, so
I'm all
it's
about Gene Hackman. Rest in peace.
yeah.
Coppola films, yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
Great,
check it out.
great. I'll check it out. Okay. Maybe that could have served as inspiration. This movie, The Lives of Others, came out about maybe 20 years ago. I don't know how old the Gene Hackman movie is.
It's from like 1974.
Okay. Okay, that makes
I
sense.
had The Lives of Others in my watch list, but I haven't seen it yet, so I
It's
might check it
great.
out this weekend.
There's a pivotal moment in the scene. I kind of want to ruin it for you, but I really don't. And there are other moments like this, so it's really not that big of a spoiler alert. But there's a scene where they're showing the wall coming down, the Berlin Wall. Those of us who are old enough to have lived through this, it was pretty freaking emotional. I remember like going, like my parents were like, "Hey, check this out, and I'm like, "Holy fuck!" Like the wall's coming down, like this is crazy shit. But anyway, in this movie, the it's being filmed in this segment from the East German perspective, and they're showing this on the East German nightly news, and they reversed it. They said that these are all the West Germans that are scrambling to come into East Germany because the wall's coming down. There's another lesson for us, right? People can show you actual footage of real things that are taking place, but they change the caption. And by changing the caption, they frame the entire scene in the exact opposite manner of what is actually happening in reality. So you have to be very careful, if you're going to base your entire worldview on images and film and stuff that is shown to you under a certain pretext, you got to challenge the premise.
Yeah, unfortunately, we live in a time where people don't read past the headline, you know?
Yeah.
If you just simply read, I was having this conversation with someone yesterday about how like one of the problems with the Globers is they don't actually read anything we post, and they don't even read what they post, right? They don't even read what NASA posts. They're just reading the headlines. And it doesn't really take that much to kind of dig into it and find out the truth. It might take a while to get to it, but if you just innately distrust the narrative on the surface and then you look for the real story, you oftentimes it's right there in front of you, right? It's not always hidden. They claim that like all this is hidden, but a lot of times it's just right out in plain sight. You just have to dig a little past the surface, you know?
Yeah, nobody can hide flat earth from anybody. And this, we were talking about the Matrix earlier. AI Overlord gave a like a postgraduate level like dissertation on an analysis of film analysis of the Matrix. It was awesome. Thanks for that. I caught that on the replay. I think he's here right now. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this has to do with framing. I forgot where I was going to go with this. Damn it! It's that box wine again. All right.
I agree though with his rundown of the Matrix. That kind of made me look at it differently too. And I don't feel like that. It's a theory, obviously, but it's got what isn't.
I don't know. It seems pretty obvious if you watch it again.
No, yeah, I mean, I think it's not confirmed, right? You have to piece it together yourself. But I agree that it does allude to that for sure.
Flatlander, have you seen the Truman Show?
Oh, I've seen all the big ones and a lot of other ones that are more discreet.
Well, in the beginning of the Truman Show, you'll notice he's like digging in the garden. And
Yeah.
so if you watch it again with the premise that he knows from the beginning of the movie,
Yeah. No, I know
it
that one.
changes the whole
That's a good one.
thing.
Yeah,
That's
no, I know
true.
that one.
That's true. I forgot. I remembered what I was going to say about the Matrix, guys. Real quick, it just had to do with about your frame of mind, right? The Matrix really does exist in your mind. If you can insert, if you can hack, if you can culture jam a globe into everybody's minds as a foregone conclusion, then everybody's interpretive frame of reference from that point onward, no matter how scientific you are, if you've already accepted the globe as a foregone conclusion in your mind, then you could be the most brilliant mathematician, the most brilliant, engineer, natural scientist, whatever. You might start interpreting all the data that you receive into that globe context. And it's going to be wrong from the very get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. And that's what I think they do with history a lot of the times too, where they just, like you said, like slap a caption on it and we go, oh, must have been that. Move on.
That's right. That's what people did. Like the celestial sphere concept was a foregone conclusion for ages. And even after over time, as people started to question the model of the sphere, the semiotic referent, they started to they would still use it as a useful tool to understand things. Even today, you can go to college, take a college level astronomy course. Granted, you might have to get through some advanced calculus before they let you take the class. When you get into it, they're going to teach you the celestial sphere model as basically a way to conceive of the stars from an observer-centric standpoint, just as you kind of see it, even though the sphere is itself an interpretation. But the understanding is that, yeah, while we put it into this framework, we all know that the cosmos is this grand, gigantic Big Bang field. And by the way, there are other observer-centric ways to conceive of the celestial heavens than a sphere. There absolutely are. The sphere is one way to do it, but it's not entirely accurate. And furthermore, it's not the only way that works in a pragmatic perspective. There are star trackers out there. Star trackers are used for everything from equatorial mounts, for cameras that want to do star trails and track a fixed point in the sky, and you get the really cool like circular star trails and stuff. Star trackers are also used for drones at nighttime that need to navigate, especially unmanned drones. They've been used in the SR-71. The SR-71 used a star tracker instead of radar for navigation, radio, because it had to keep its electronic signature down. There was actually a camera in the back behind the cockpit, like R2-D2, staring at the heavens. It was loaded with a whole bunch of star maps, and it used celestial navigation. It used the celestial sphere concept. It had star trackers. There are star trackers and everything that's involved, like military stuff and satellites and crap. All right, but there are different kinds of star trackers, and they don't all use the celestial sphere. There's a certain star tracker I came across called Gaia, like the Mayan word for planet or whatever. Gaia, Gaia, Mother Earth. The Gaia star tracker doesn't use a celestial sphere, and yet it is still observer centric. The way they do it is they treat all the stars as rays of light, as vectors, not as points in a fixed location on like the surface of a black ball. And because it's vector based, it means that you can't use this to triangulate the position of the star in free space. Interesting, just like how we see it. Just like you can't triangulate the rainbow in free space. Just like you can't triangulate sundogs in free space or a bunch of other optical phenomena. They treat stars the same way, as objects that are observer centric that you can't triangulate, that for all intents and purposes are infinite rays coming at you that you can see. So you get three observers from three different locations to all point at the same star, and those points don't meet at the same place. And that's the way these star trackers actually work, which is kind of phenomenal because it means it's going to be these star trackers will work regardless of what the topology of Earth is. It doesn't care if it's flat or globe. So you can take your star tracker now and you can apply it to a flat Earth datum, which you may want to use if you're doing local surveying. Like if you're the team that built the CERN particle accelerator, they actually used a flat Earth for that. So you could then use your astrogeodetic surveys, load a Gaia star tracker, and it will work on a flat Earth. It will work on, if you want to pretend that Earth is a globe, it'll work on that too. If you want to pretend that Earth is dinosaur nugget shaped, the Gaia star tracker can be used for that. Absolutely. That's the
man,
power. So anyway,
can I cut you off? Can I
yeah,
cut you
go
off?
ahead. I'm rambling.
When you say astrogeodetic, what does that mean?
Yeah, astrogeodetic surveying. So when oh gosh, latitude and
Because
longitude is
I never
based
heard
off of
about it.
when and where stars appear in the sky. So your clock is just as important as your ability to take angle measurements to things. So if you could imagine that people would think of stars as points of reference underneath everywhere on Earth has a corresponding geographic point.
Right.
You can use the stars to navigate. If you could imagine a plumb line, so you take a string, you attach a weight to the bottom of the string, you put the top of the string on the star, and let the weight hang down towards the Earth. That is called an astrogeodetic plumb line. And what people would do is they would assume that there are these right angles to these stars, and they could wait for stars to move at a specific point in the sky, such as exactly overhead, 90 degrees to your local position. And if you were to hang a plumb line from the star, it would come down through the center of your head, boom, right down to the ground. And people would imagine it would go to the center of a globe. Well, over time, they actually discovered that there are problems because where these stars were at their prescribed and appointed points in time, even using atomic clocks, were not exactly where they were predicted to be based off of the models. So they had to update the model, right, to conform to the real world. And this became something called the deflection of the vertical in geodetic surveying. The idea was that Earth is a globe and the gravitational field of Earth was warping the starlight, which was pushing the light away from where it should have been at its appointed time. So even though they would think the light should be directly overhead, it appears to be slightly offset, but we know it's actually deflected and it's overhead because Earth is a globe. And that's how people reified the globe using astrogeodetic surveying. So anyway,
those darn globies.
Yeah, they're so full of tricks, those guys. They got a whole bag full of tricks. Hey, welcome,
If I
Peter the
may,
Glober.
I don't think they were saying that the light was deflected. It's just that the vertical was not aligned with the star.
Yeah, same thing. They granted, yeah. So
Well,
it
not
became
a
later.
same
It
thing
came
at
later
all,
in
because
history, right? I get it, Peter. In like the 1700s, they weren't thinking in terms of gravity fields.
no, they were. It's just that they weren't saying it's not gravitational lensing like what you said may suggest, but
No, they do
that
say that.
plumb bob is. I know,
Plumb
but it's a
bob, there it
different,
is.
completely
No,
different scale.
they
That a
do
plumb
say it's
bob.
gravitational lensing. They do,
No,
and I
it's
can
not.
give you references as of like a couple years ago
Not in
describing.
the case you're describing. The case you're
Yes, and in
describing,
this very case, that's exactly
you
what they're
may want
doing,
to
and
think
that
more
those
critically about this.
corrections are known as those exact corrections are part of the general relativity corrections that go into GPS.
Buddy, listen, to destroy somebody's model, we have to understand it first. If we misrepresent their
I'm not
claims, we're
misrepresenting
destroying
this
a straw
model.
man.
I understand the model, and I'm giving it to you. Now, how am
I
I
don't know. It
wrong?
sounds like you took some Adderall and you're just going off.
All right, well, fuck you too, buddy.
Well, guys.
I was here to
relax,
welcome you
man.
into the chat, man, and I don't know why the fuck you got some beef, but whatever, Peter. Fuck you too.
Come on, guys. We don't need to be evil about it.
Hey, Maz, it's probably best you don't say anything right now. Just saying. If you want to talk about the room topic, Maz, I'd be happy to talk to you about that. or not. Maz is probably
Anyway,
fading on
yes,
us
the
now.
timing corrections for general relativity are having to do with the deflection of the vertical based on the idea that the gravity field's warping starlight, Peter. The timing is off. Take all the time you need. This might be a good segue because I have to go mow the fucking lawn in about 10 minutes.
Cool. I hope you can come back later.
Yeah, I'll come back. I
It'll
can't
be
wait for ladies' night.
6:00 your time.
Don't let that other roll
Alrighty.
go to waste.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hey, Lats, you still here?
Hello.
Oh, well, you're Maz. I was asking if Lats was still here. He might be at work. So, Maz, have you been in here before?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Cool. Have you been to our home server?
No. I
No?
would love to.
Yeah, so this is just one of our outposts, right? We have rooms that we keep going almost 24/7 here and on the English hub, but our main server is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So I'll send you a link to that if you want to check it out. Got almost
Right.
30,000 people there and tons of information on anything you could think of related to this topic.
Okay. So to be honest with you, I lost my password. That's why I am on my PlayStation.
So you can't go to other rooms or something, or
No, I can't see the link. I can't go into chat.
okay, well,
But
yeah,
I
I
will
mean,
make a new account when I get the time. The next few days I'm going to a rave and stuff. Maybe on Monday I will, if I'm okay and shit. I do have to go to work and shit, but when I get home, I'll make a new account and I'm gonna call it Maz. You know
okay.
what? Give me a name. Give me a name.
Okay, well, the
What
name of
should I
the
be called? What
it's
should I
just
be
Discord.
called?
Oh, well, you could just go with your own one or give your, add some numbers or something after it. But if you want to go there, it's just discord.gg/flat earth.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, come back. And we do stuff there too. We aren't only in the outposts. That's our home, so we like to hang out there as well. Sometimes we come out
Right.
here and deal with what's out here, but prefer to be back there whenever possible. It's a lot more sane. Or on the English hub as well.
So you
But yeah,
guys active 24/7?
do we what? Are we active 24/7? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, there's occasionally some downtime, but we have people in Australia, in Europe, in the States, in Japan, I mean, just about everywhere, South America. So usually someone is available, someone will be on voice. So, yeah, check it out. We have a lot. I mean, you said you're in Denmark, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, well, we have a lot of people in Europe, so there would definitely be people on your same time zone, same schedule.
Right. You ever meet any Danish guys or women?
No, we have people from the Netherlands that I know of, and I don't think I know anyone from Denmark. But we might. It's very likely that I just don't know. You know, it's very likely there's somebody from there.
Cool.
We have some people from Sweden.
My
Yeah.
celebrities. My yabbelas.
So, yeah,
Amen.
check it
That's
out.
amazing. Yeah, definitely. If you know somebody from Sweden, that's my second home. You know.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Plain Truth here. He's from Sweden. He lives in the States, so that's where he's from. I have some
Amazing.
family over there, but I haven't ever been there, so I'm going over there next summer.
Yeah, tremendous. You should go. You should
Yeah,
go. I have
it's
been. It's very cheap in Sweden. I mean, if you go to the outskirts, but in the city, of course, it's expensive. You know.
yeah, well, it's true everywhere, you know.
Yeah. Definitely gonna join. Hey, 20 cups, 20K ups. Hey, 20K ups. A spliff. A scarecrow. Hey, the scarecrow, you got a microphone?
Hey man, what up?
Hey man, nothing much. Hanging out, man, drinking. How about you?
Not drinking. Wish I was. I got some beer.
Yeah. Man, I'm honestly, man, teed up off the reefer. Uh, talking to my folks in here, man. They're talking about flat Earth. What's your thoughts about flat Earth and stuff like that?
I don't believe what they tell me.
You don't believe what they tell you? You don't believe what the government tell you? Or you don't believe what the flat earthers tell you?
I don't believe what they're showing me.
Oh,
Yeah,
the government?
that's the beautiful thing about what flat earthers tell you. You won't have to believe anything we say because you can all confirm it yourself, no matter what it is.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. I mean, the government, man. You see how many things the government scammed us? That's just that's the name I'm gonna say, man. Scammed because we don't know. A bunch of shit they did we don't know.
Bro, check this out. I go outside. I see the moon move. I see the clouds move. I see the stars move. I see everything move in the sky. And when I look at the sun, I see the sun move. And they're telling me the sun is not moving? I'm moving?
Well, the sun is moving according to the government statements. The sun is moving and Earth is moving.
No, but when it's going across the sky, it's not the sun moving like that. It's us moving. That's what they want me to believe. See, That's like 1 out of 5 things I just said, and you're telling me I'm wrong? I don't know. So that made me look into it.
Hey man, look, I'm gonna look into it myself.
I mean, that's the beauty of it. I mean, like, if I'm wrong, so what? It's like I got nothing to gain from this. Like, but I know what I see. The the North Star is always the same spot. It ain't moving.
Right, right. I mean, as a kid, I watched a movie called The Thing. Have you guys seen the movie called The Thing? Uh, so basically, in the movie, they talk about the Antarctica, right? And basically, in Antarctica, the sun stays up for like 24 hours, and then for 24 hours it's dark, and then for 24 hours it come back, right? The sun. So I remember that shit as a kid because I watched that scary movie, and I realized it was a true thing. AKA the movie is called The Thing. So yeah, man, I'm high as fuck right now.
No, you don't say.
I'm talking out my ass. My bad. But no,
Yep.
dude. Yeah, it's definitely weird, right? The sun is up for 24 hours.
In certain places at certain times of the year, yeah.
Oh, I'm saying Antarctica. And how do you say it in English? Antarctica?
Antarctica. And yeah.
Oh yeah.
You sound like a native English speaker.
Oh no, I'm Danish.
Okay.
Hello, friendo. Vital. Vitalcy. Do you have a microphone?
Yeah, what's up, Rodney?
What's your thoughts about the whole flat Earth thing?
Seems pretty flat.
Hey, what you up to, man? You driving a car, man?
Yeah, I'm in a service van right now, driving back. Stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
What's up with you?
I'm at my crib, smoking some weed, drinking some liquor, and just having a great conversation with some good people, man, about Earth and you know, theories and stuff like that.
Sounds good, sounds good. Anyway, I'm gonna go on mute because I got a noisy van here that's a lot of stuff bouncing around in here.
Oh yeah, I can hear it. I said, are you driving a car or is there an earthquake?
Nah, it's just a bunch of pipes and ladders and things of that nature bouncing around back there.
Yeah, man, what do you do for work?
I'm an electrician.
Awesome. Hey man, my uncle, well, not my biological uncle, but my homie uncle is an electrician. I can call him any day, and he gonna fix some stuff. So shout
Yeah,
out
no,
to all my electricians.
it's a very rewarding job, you know.
Oh yeah, 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 and it's hard, man. It's hard work.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that I ever thought I'd be doing my younger years, but here I am. And like I said, it's very rewarding, and you know, I don't know, I like it.
Right? Yeah, man. You get used to it, and you get the money, and you start liking it, right? Get used to it and start liking it. Man, I remember my first job, man. I used to clean up with a what's it called in English in American, man? Fuck. You got the broom. Broom. I used to broom
Sweep. Used to
next
sweep with a broom.
sweep with the broom. Yes,
Yep.
ma'am. And oh, girl, not to disrespect you. Yeah, man. Well, I just got my bad, dude. I forgot what I was talking about. Never mind.
You were talking about your first job.
Oh yeah, my first job at a mechanic shop, brooming,
Sweeping.
sweeping,
Yep.
and next thing I knew, I became a bricklayer. Started laying bricks and shit. Excuse my language. But who cares, dude? Never mind about me. I want to know about you guys.
Well,
You
if you were a
girls
bricklayer,
and
you
guys.
understand the concept of flat and level, right? You're
Oh
not
yeah.
accounting for earth curvature.
Well, I mean, you got to remember how big the Earth is.
Yeah, I know how big the earth is claimed to be, right? Do you?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know how big they say the earth is?
Well, I would say it would take me about 2 days to get to where you are with an airplane.
No. It'd probably be like, I don't know, 7 hours or something? 8 hours? Well, maybe a little
Where are
longer.
you?
Well, I'm in
Where are
Texas,
you?
so a little bit further, but yeah.
Oh, so you're actually closer to me. So I would take the plane from Billund to UK. I forgot the name of it. They got a nice station over there, and then I would take that plane towards England. I mean, what's it called? God damn it! I think Florida, and then I would go from Florida over to Texas, if I'm not wrong, which
Yeah, I
would
don't think you need
definitely.
all those layovers, I think you could probably find a much more direct flight.
Uh, I mean, it's a long path. It's about I don't know. You can look it up.
What the fuck are we talking about?
I don't know, flights?
Talking about Denmark to Texas flight plans.
Yeah, I mean, planes fly in flight corridors, right? And it's dependent on the amount of fuel they're going to use, on on the headwinds, on the weather, on geopolitics. There are many considerations, but nothing is
Uh,
accounting for Earth curvature in any of that.
It's saying 14 to 16 hours, so it's not that far. I mean, it's a day travel. You're fine.
Is it really that long?
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
didn't take that long to go to Italy. I gotta look that up now.
Well, Italy is close to Texas, just like UK is close to Texas. That's why I need to go from Denmark to UK to go to Texas.
Right. So meanwhile, before we lose the plot, you were
I'm
talking about
sorry.
the size of the Earth, and what does that have to do with what we're discussing, whether or not it's curving?
I wasn't talking about the size. We were kind of just rambling
Well,
about stuff.
wasn't it you earlier just said, yeah, you got to remember how big the Earth is? Wasn't that you?
Oh no,
Yeah,
no,
that's a
no,
good
no, no, no,
impression.
no,
I
no,
thought it
no.
was him talking again.
I said you got to remember how big the sea is.
The sea.
You didn't
Ah,
say
and what
Steve.
is?
Yeah,
You didn't say Steve.
I said the sea, and dude, I definitely messed up and said the sea is 10,000 miles,
Okay.
which
Either
is
way, what does that
ridiculous.
have to do with a curve? If you're laying brick and you're doing it level, what does that have to
Well,
do with the Earth being
if
curved?
the Earth is flat, right? Is the Earth shaped like an acorn?
What?
I'm just saying,
What?
like, if there's depth, right? There's depth. Is the whole planet shaped as soon as the depth hit?
It's not a
Is that
planet. That's the whole
is
point,
that
bro.
like cut the cut? Well, what is the moon and what is the sun?
The sun is the sun, the moon is the moon, and the Earth is the Earth. They're all different, see, so they have different properties. The Earth just happens to be flat.
Well, what shape is the Earth?
I have no idea what its shape is. The surface of it that we dwell atop, from every place that we can measure, is flat.
Well, I would assume somebody would have got out a
Out of where?
what
Where would
what's
you
it
go?
what's it called? A
Outer
you know the
space.
shit that you can scale a scale. Somebody would have got out a big scale and scaled out the Earth, right?
What do you mean scaled it? How would you know where? Okay, all right. Do you think that the Earth is just some big object that you can measure the entirety of it?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, but you assume somebody would have measured it with some kind of scale,
Yes,
or shrunk it down, or conceptualized it, or made a map. Yeah, no, nope.
I mean, man, why don't you do it?
Wait a second. Says who? You're telling me there's no Earth-sized scales that we can't just measure the Earth? I thought there was. Now let me Google that real quick.
What? What are you
I'm just.
asking?
I'm joking. Sorry. Bad joke.
uh, okay, so you think some guy on Discord has the budget to map and explore the entire Earth?
Oh no, no. But I think we can all get together and do it.
How would we do that?
Like holding
Well,
hands, like in the movie Us.
yeah, we all hold hands and we all grab our uh, pockets and pull out our wallets and spend some money. Right?
Well, I mean, you're sort of correct. I mean, collectively, all of the surveying and the navigation and the way that we access and use the Earth has been done, I would say, for the most part, at least in the places that we decide are going to be places we inhabit. It just turns out that every time that anybody measures it or navigates it or whatever is measuring it flat. There's no curve anywhere.
I mean, I never saw a curve.
Yeah, yeah. No one has. Unless it's an actual hill, then you got some curvature.
But man, not to disrespect you, but I still believe the Earth might be like a circular object.
Well, I mean, if you believe that, you mean circular as in like a big ball or a circle?
Now,
Because they
I'm
are
thinking
different.
about, when I went to school, they taught me that the planet is like the shape of an egg, right?
Yeah, what if it's more like a scrambled egg, like the shape of an amoeba?
I don't know,
Right?
man.
Nobody knows. Nobody freaking knows, dude.
I never been out there, man.
And no one has.
Hey, man, I tell you what, man, you got $2 million, you can go to space and figure it out,
Nope.
No,
Nope.
no, not
Nope.
even that will do it, dude. Not even that,
Hey,
because you can't get high enough to actually see what the world is from that height. We've done the math. We've
true,
done the
true,
math. Even
true.
from the height of the ISS, International Space Station, you cannot see. You cannot visually discern the curvature. There's not enough that's information that's sufficiently available, whether it's from your ground position out to the horizon or whether it's the supposed sagitta, which is the curve of the horizon in front of you from left to right. You don't have enough information to discern whether or not that's spherical or if it's the throw of light, the cone of light. The base of a cone is a circle, and if the floor of the Earth is being illumined by an overhead light source, then you're going to see the base of that cone, that throw of light onto the surface, which would be circular, right? Your own vision, your own maximum extent of vision is roughly going to be circular or spherical around you. You have limitations due to angular resolution loss, due to meteorological constraints as the light gets attenuated and scattered in the distance. Contrast, you're going to lose the ability to contrast between light and dark well after you lose the contrast between colors. So your visual space is going to be defined already by some kind of spherical reference. But that doesn't mean the surface is spherical, which is why you have to measure it.
Hey, Yoder, I know you're going to be busy in a minute, but I actually wanted to ask you a question about that. So I was
Yeah,
talking
you
to,
got it.
I was talking to J Dog about this today, and I was explaining the 3% and everything, and he could. I mean, for me, it's just like it's common sense, like I understand it. But he was saying, well, why is 3% too small to see curvature? And he was
Okay.
asking for an answer to that, and I couldn't really answer it. It just seemed like, well, you're only seeing this tiny fraction, right? But he kept, well, that's J Dog, but whatever. But
Yeah.
if there's some way I could have explained it, I would appreciate that to know that.
All right, so man, there's even more baked into this. Okay, so the amount of space that's available for you to see, the available space of the surface of a globe would be about 3%. Okay, and
Right.
this is the maximum constraint out to the limit of the tangent point
I'm getting a
of the
call.
globe.
I'm getting a
Okay,
call. I'll be right back.
this is what is available, like absolutely, regardless of your ability to interpret it. So if you were to take yourself onto the top of a large sphere and go and elevate yourself, 250 miles up from, a 4,000 mile radius ball, the limit of the extent of the surface would first and foremost be defined by the tangent of that spherical edge that is around you. And from 250 miles, that's like what, 1,400 miles out? Beyond that point is the point at which the curvature descends away from your point of view. All the light that is reflected off the surface of that sphere is not able to reach your eye because it's shooting above your head. So you're not able to
Okay.
see more of the surface.
Yeah, that
That
makes
is the
sense.
first constraint. The second constraint is your angular resolution loss due to your available optic as a hard limit. The third constraint is what's not available due to atmospheric dispersion and attenuation of light. And as you start to add these up, you then get to what's available in your periphery, okay? What's available to your eyeball in the peripheral space versus the cone of acuity defined by the fovea, which is about 2 degrees of angular vision in the back of your eyeball. All right, so you have different ways to see, and this might be a good segue into this. All right, the cone of visual acuity is about 2 degrees, which is the fovea. And you take in information by the periphery on the outside of it, which is blurry. It's not very well defined. You could not very easily differentiate the curvature of the Earth from that height, even if it was a globe, from the periphery outside your 2 degree foveal cone of acuity. But your eye scans left and right. So you take in the periphery as you scan, and then you take in your visual acuity from the foveal cone of acuity as you scan. But really, at every instantaneous moment, you only have actually a 2 degree width of the surface available to you to see. And your brain has to do a lot of processing through perception, through psychology, to reconstruct what you're visually taking in, which is why people would say when they go to the beach and they start to scan over the horizon from the beach level, they think they see curvature because they're taking 2 degree segments at every time as their eye degree scans across, and their brain is reconstructing what it perceives psychologically, and it inserts a globe. So for people like this, they're going to see globes all freaking day, and they're not going to convince them otherwise because their brain, their psychology, their bias is reconstructing a globe from their imagination, from what they're taking in visually. But really, the what you have definitively available to the human eye is about 2 degrees. So that's why we use cameras, right? Because cameras might have a wider field of view than the eye, and they definitely do. But the human eye definitely couldn't see that. Now, what you get from like the ISS from a camera might be like a 60 degree field of view at 250 miles up, and that's even at 60 degrees, which is I mean it sounds like it's 15 degrees more, but it's really going to be more than that mathematically. But we'll go for the sake of conversation. 15x more than what the foveal acuity is at 2 degrees would be available to you at any instance without scanning to the eye, and that includes like everything that or to the camera.
How
Excuse me.
How does Mars, the moon, and any other celestial object
Yeah.
look?
Why don't you shut up for now? Because I'm in the middle of saying something. What you have
That's
available
not
to you
important
from
to
this
anybody.
height is not going to give you the amount of curvature that is distinguishable. Furthermore, you would need some kind of visual reference on the ground that's curving. So looking at, if you're 250 miles, looking at where your feet are and then looking down to the earth and looking beyond, you're going to have to be able to visually discern curvature in that axis of dimension too. And there just isn't enough within 3%, far within 3% of the entire surface of the globe. And the surface of the globe is something like 296 million square miles or some crazy phenomenal number. You're taking 3% of that. I mean, it's freaking small. So you don't have enough curving visual cues with reference to straight visual cues for you to discern whether or not these things are curving. And what might be available at the most is the cone of light dispersion around you from the light source of the sun, which is going to be circular over a flat surface anyway. So let me show you something. Okay, I'm going on a tangent here, but I'm going to show you something. This is actually something I like to show to Globers, and I'm going to reveal my secret here for the audience. So I usually like to say this. I like to say, hey, Globers, check this out. This is a picture of Antarctica taken from a high altitude balloon during World War II. Or after World War II, when they went to Antarctica. This is the Antarctica surface from a high altitude balloon. Let me pull this up. And you'll see what I'm talking about when I post it. I've got the directory. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm going to post this in the chat. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Right, here we go. Posted 21 minutes past the hour. I
Oh,
like to
that's
say, hey
great.
guys,
Yeah.
yeah, look at that. That is a high altitude balloon image of Antarctica, 1947. Admiral Byrd sent up these high altitude balloons, take pictures. That's what he brought
Do
back.
do
All
you know
right.
what height that was? What altitude that was?
Specifically, I don't, but I might want to say it was about 120,000 feet for the sake of
Okay.
discussion.
Okay,
All
yeah,
right.
that's a good photo. I'm saving that.
That's good. Save that because you're going to really love what comes next. Like, this is going to blow your mind. It's going to get you to think about visual space and how to process what you're looking at based off of your angle of view. All right. Here comes the next one. All right, so Globers are like, yeah, dude, yeah, Flurf, you freaking totally took a picture of a globe curve there. And then I post the next image, 22 minutes past the hour. You know what I did? I zoomed into the top leading edge of the cone of light on a flat surface. Angle of view is tilted down. If you're going to claim you're in zero gravity, how would you know you're tilted down?
Oh shit, that fucking just stumped me. Wow. I was like on board with you first. I'm retarded.
No, this is meant to evoke this exact response. I'm glad you had that. This is meant to do that to you. Okay? And it's meant to do that to you to get you to question what you're visually processing from images, especially images that you don't have any provenance over. Right? You can't tell me where these images actually came from in the first place.
So yeah, I get you're saying. You're saying unless I take it myself, I don't know what I'm looking at.
Well, even if you take it yourself, you may not know what you're looking at either.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I
Yeah.
really appreciate that. It just because to me it just means it's like common sense. Like I can understand when you can only see that. And some of the things you mentioned are things I guess I just really struggled to explain it to him. Um so the visuals might help next time. I mean,
Yeah, great. I mean, use this. Be like, hey, look, here's curvature, and then
yeah,
show them that
exactly.
that's actually curvature and the the two-dimensional curvature. It's not three-dimensional, right? You're not looking at elevation of a sagitta.
Yo, real
Right.
quick, or if anyone even knows, just a quick question. Does anyone know in theory how high you would have to go? 3% not enough. Like, do we know how high and what percent you'd need?
Yeah,
Yeah,
post oh, go
I
ahead.
was going to say, I think the minimum height that you would have to go to see to perceive curvature. So the minimum necessary height, which is different than the sufficient height, might be about 450 miles. And then
Okay.
otherwise, I think about at 1,000 miles, you should be able to be enough to fully be in the clear.
Yeah,
So
that's
the Hubble
more than
Space
generous.
Telescope is about 400 miles above Earth. And the Hubble Space Telescope should be at a minimum necessary sufficient height, necessary height to see curvature, but may not be sufficient for your visual acuity or for your discernment, even if they take a picture, because you're lacking visual cues, even within the picture, may not pick up on the visual cues needed in terms of contrast and in terms of flat linear references that you need to compare curve to. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Thanks, Yoder. Yeah, that whole thing was awesome, bro. I enjoyed that.
Oh, thanks. Yep. If you want to know more about this, I know he's here. AI overlords listening. He's like got degrees in this shit. So listen to him. I don't. So there you go. Time for me to freaking mow the lawn. It's 4:25 my time, and I should have done this half an hour ago.
Oh,
Really
dude.
appreciate it,
I
Yoder.
thought you mowed it already.
Thank you, man. And Yoder shares this, and it seems to me like someone came up with another little kind of trick like this not too long ago. I forget who it was. It wasn't the same one, It was for the same purpose. Does anyone remember that? Or am I just tripping?
Probably me.
Was it?
Are you
You got
talking
another
about an
one?
image or data?
Exactly. It was an image
Oh,
where
of
so,
the
like
how much of
this,
the Earth would show?
not specifically, but I think it had to do with it was something about curvature. I forget. Where it was an image. It was kind of like zoomed in, cropped out, and oh yeah, it's fucking DJ, dude. That's it. But it's not
Okay,
the same.
yeah.
Mind. It's with
He's
all his.
bro. Yeah, we
Yeah.
share ideas all the time. Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
there you
our brains
go.
are connected. So there.
That's right. Okay, no, it was I mean curvature related there. It was like, oh, which image is from NASA versus AI generated. And he does like some flip-flop stuff and people stumble. It's fucking funny. That's what it was.
Yeah,
Right on.
we both do that. Like, we've got our separate image stocks to use for that, and
Okay.
it's a good bit. It's a good bit. Like so I actually found a bunch of CGI images of Earth taken with an app you can download called Terragen. Terragen. Go download it. It's free. You can generate planetary scenes. And this specific software is actually used by Hollywood. It was used in the movie Gravity. It was also used in Mission to Mars. It's used in a lot of these space movies. The free version is pretty freaking powerful, even compared to the full version. So I actually downloaded some free Terragen versions of the Earth, of the globe, and the horizon, and I embedded one image that was said to be taken from NASA. And I say, hey guys, which one of these was taken from Terragen? They don't know that three of them were taken from Terragen. I say, which one of these was taken from Terragen? They go through them and they select one. And then I blow their minds and say, no, three of these were actually taken to Terragen. The other one's NASA. Can you figure out which one was NASA? And they still can't do it. So it's like a double
Yeah.
whammy.
Man, you guys playing these mind games and shit.
Man,
Okay.
what is Terrigen?
Terragen is a software that's used to generate planets. Let me show you, okay? I've got time because I still haven't gotten to my lawnmower yet. You're lucky that I'm patient. I'm like trying to work my way. I'm actually looking
You
for
trying to
some
get to your
earbuds and stuff to
lawnmower?
take. So hold on one sec. Yeah, I've
This,
got to go
this
find my
lawnmower is
lawnmower.
this lawnmower is like
Um,
curvature. It doesn't exist. He's lying.
I can't find it. So I'm going to show this to you real quick. This is actually pretty cool, and this is what 20 Cups was referencing. Something like this. All right, boom, 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 boom. I've
Okay,
got
let's get
more of
across
these,
the
but
field,
these are
man.
4 that I put up, and they're loading, and 29 minutes past the hour. I'd say, which one of these is Terragen? People are like, oh man, like the bottom right. Okay. But guess what? The top left was supposedly taken by NASA. Right? So, and this goes into the broader discussion. Indio loves to ask this question. How would you know what Earth is supposed to look like for you to evaluate that image in the first instance? How do you know that that image is true? Because you have to have a reference point. You have to know what Earth should look like in order for you to know if an image of Earth is true or not. So how would you do that? So here are 4 images. Top left was supposedly taken by a Russian in the Russian module of the ISS. There's an image like a reference ID S123E008000. You can actually use that and reference that image if you go to like a NASA ISS image website and pull that exact image up. The other 3 were made with Terragen. And I've actually got plenty more that look even better than this that are made with Terragen. But these are just first 4 that popped up. So yeah, so people say like images from Earth prove it. I'm like, come on, man, use your brain. You got to go deeper than that. You got to go a level deeper. It's not just about pictures. So, all right, I'm gonna try to mow the lawn.
Thank you again, man. Good stuff.
What up, guys? How's everybody?
Good.
What's up, dude?
What's up?
Hey,
What's
want
up?
to play a game? Which one of these 4 pictures was taken with TerraGen CGI software?
Top left.
Yo, I got a question from a Glober the other day, which I answered my own way. I just want to hear what somebody else's response would be. Is there anybody that dares to answer the almighty globish, tardish bullshit?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! Who is our contestant? Is that Maz?
No,
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 no, no.
no,
That's me, DJ.
no.
Oh, okay, DJ. Oh yeah, DJ. I'm familiar with you. So oh god, brother. Oh, I'm gonna save the spiel, but let's just say the whole part of like the debate was just mind numbing because they couldn't concede very obvious points even to begin with. So I'm just curious. They had mentioned that with a vacuum chamber it would completely get rid of, density, buoyancy, anything like that. Thus, the only reason that an object would fall would be gravity. What would your response to that be?
Well, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum anyway. I mean, all they're doing is just removing more of the medium that's there that would act as resistance anyway. So, I mean, they're just making an extremely light medium, even less dense. So, I would say that nothing's going to fall in a vacuum chamber in the first place, unless something lifts it up and forces it right out of equilibrium, gives it potential energy, and then it's simply going to re-seek equilibrium. Obviously, unless it's gas, which just seems to completely defy gravity altogether. So yeah, it's not some environment that would negate buoyancy or density. It would just be a very, very light medium that basically nothing's going to have any resistance to. That's my response.
Hey DJ, can I pile on since I'm like a bad rash that won't go away? Still trying to mow the fucking lawn. So we've got some natural observations in the real world that refute the idea that gravity as a force compresses and pressurizes gas. I've got a great article from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies. I'm sure others in the chat have copied and pasted. Hopefully somebody's going to put it in the side chat. Journal and Cave and Karst Studies. So they studied.
Do you mind either throwing it in the chat or DMing it with me? If you throw it in the chat, I'll copy and paste it.
Yeah, well, if you DM me, I'll post it later because I can't get to my phone right now. So, Journal of Cave and Karst Studies, they studied a phenomenon where they looked at underground cave systems. These cave systems have been completely isolated from the world above. So, the gases that exist within these have been circulating, have been mixing amongst themselves for potentially millions of years, if you believe that story. Okay, so we'll go with that for the time being. For millions of years, these cave systems have had gases that have been mixing with each other and show absolutely zero evidence that these gases of different atomic weights have stratified, which is to say, like layer caked themselves, or shown any propensity to separate based on density from top to bottom within these cave systems. The article further goes on to kind of joke about this and say, we all know due to kinetic molecular theory, gas behavior is such that is absolutely unmodified by any so-called gravitational force. Because if that were the case, then heavier gases would be pulled down to Earth over time, and we'd all be suffocating ourselves in pools of radon and carbon dioxide, which is absolutely not the case. So whatever gravitational force is supposed to exist is so non-existent as to be non-existent, because we can't find any examples within nature where gravity is compressing gas and the heavier molecules sink to the bottom and the lighter molecules sink to the top. It doesn't happen in these caves.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
interesting. I like that.
Yeah, they've known this for hundreds of years. Okay, so gas, if you were to warm up a gas molecule from absolute zero, even an incremental increase in energy would cause that thing to shoot off pew, like a freaking bullet randomly in some direction. And it does not obey gravitational field laws. It's not like the curvature of the Earth and the gravitational curvature, the spherical harmonic of gravity of Earth is pulling gas molecules into parabolic arcs as they blow out from, like, when trees, okay, we all know trees exhale oxygen. Those oxygen molecules aren't going out and over around the curvature of the Earth. Gravity is not modifying their direction. We know this is to be the case because nobody can actually demonstrate that it's the case, first of all. And even if gravity were a real force that somehow interacted with electromagnetism, which is the real, like, actual intermolecular force at play, like you got van der Waals forces, you got all kinds of crazy, like, electromagnetic shit happening with gases. Gravity is 40 orders of magnitude weaker than these much greater interactions that govern the behavior of gases. 40 orders of magnitude. That's 10 to the negative 40. That's the differential. We're talking 40 orders of magnitude of a differential between what gravity is supposed to be and what kinetic molecular gas theory says is, based off of actual physical scientific experimentation. So how do we get atmospheric refraction around a globe where gravity is supposedly hugging gas molecules down towards the Earth, overriding their natural propensity to want to expand thermodynamically to fill voids and spaces and equalize with their environment? It's incoherent. All right, I got my lawnmower.
Interesting.
I'm ready to mow. I'm finally ready to do it, guys.
Oh man, no! I was hoping for a bigger monologue. That was beautiful. Dang it.
That's it. That's all I got for now. Okay, stay tuned to 24/7 Flat Earth. We do this all the time. DJ brother, come on, man. Like, I can't do this. I really have to mow. I've been talking about mowing the lawn for like an hour and a half.
Mow the lawn.
Yeah, I'm playing with this this TikTok studio and OBS and just trying to get it all set up. So when I start going live, I can present properly without fumbling around and trying to work out what to do on the spot.
Hey,
Yo, Maz,
Everton.
you don't have any other questions, bro?
Um, well, not really. Should I leave?
No, you could stay. I'm just curious. I don't have any questions. I'm just chilling here, making random
Yeah.
noises.
Hey man, if you don't mind me asking, what's your thoughts about aliens and UFOs and stuff like that?
Just cool stories. That's what I think
You
about
got
them.
any you got any cool experiences from your homies or
I mean, I've seen stuff in the sky. I've even seen triangular shaped things in the sky. I mean, whether they're aliens or not. I've even seen some. It's actually, I think last year, the year before, I actually saw this black orb in the sky being trailed
wow.
by like some fighter jets. Yeah, it happened uh, by the Nellis Air Force Base actually, but I'm not going to attribute it to aliens or anything like that. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, man, it could be anything, you know. It
Yeah.
could be just a star or a phenomenon, right? Like kind of
Yeah, I've
aerial.
seen something, the craziest thing I've ever seen in the sky. Right, it's very interesting. And obviously, yeah, I don't believe in aliens from outer space or outer space for that matter at all. But I was driving out on a freeway, very long road. I was in the country too, so it was actually it was my favorite parts of the trip. I used to take the trip a lot. Um, and no trees, no cities by me, so light pollution was pretty low, like yada yada yada. And I'm just driving middle of the night, one of the only cars on the freeway too. And I look up to the right corner of my windshield because I saw this like light that just like appeared. Right, it was kind of like, to me it looked like it was like blinking, but like every time it blinked, it like went in front of itself. So it almost looked like it was like teleporting, like right in front of itself. It was very odd. And I'm looking at it, and I'm
Wow.
like, yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? All of a sudden another one came, another one, and like just like that, like there was five of them
Wow.
all of a sudden. And I'm like, holy fuck! And they came out of nowhere. Like it was like nothing there. Then one was there, and then all of a sudden, boom! They all came, and they would stay like stationary for a second, and then every now and again they would like jump in front of like itself. And again, like the movement looked literally like it was just like teleporting. That's the only way I can describe it. Not claiming that it was, but
Yeah.
that's how I observed it. And the craziest part of this is that again they were far out in the distance, right? Obviously, I can't tell you how far they were, but like I could tell just based on like you know how small they looked and how like they were moving very. I just, to me it seemed like they were pretty far away, right? And all of a sudden, dude, I'm looking at these things from the right side of my windshield, and in a almost, what, 2 seconds maybe tops, they went from the right side of my windshield all the way behind my car, like across the sky. Like I remember, I almost hurt my goddamn neck because I turned so fast. Look, my window was down. I had my head out my window. They went from all the way in front of me to the right to all the way behind me and gone in 2 seconds. It was
Wow.
quite crazy. Yeah.
That's crazy how you say that because me personally, man, I live in Denmark, man, and I live in a part of Denmark which has a bunch of sea around it, right? So we have a bunch of docks and stuff. And man, one time I was at my parents' house, right? I was a kid. I was about like 16 or 15, right? And I was outside smoking a cigarette because I used to steal cigarettes from my dad and smoke them. So I was outside smoking a cigarette and I looked up in the sky. It was probably around like 2, 3 a.m. And there was like three blobs, right? And I'm thinking like, what the fuck? And they started moving, and I'm like, why are they moving? And then the fourth blob came in the picture, right, in the sky. Like, then it was like four lights, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like a whole light just teleported, and I saw it like the streaks. You know how like you wave your hand, and like you see like the waves of your hand, but you don't really see it. You know what I mean? I saw a light fly through the sky and come over to where they are, and they were like circling in a circle. So there was four lights above me. And dude, I swear on my life, God, on my mom, on my grandma, on my grandpa, everybody I love. That shit was not a joke, dude. They spinned around and they disappeared, like one by one. Like flew away one by one. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then what happened next was a big storm, like a big rain, like storm with lightning and shit. And the fucked up part of it was before the lightning storm and shit happened, I could still see them in like the sky far away. You know what I mean? Like I could still see them, and
Yeah.
one of them flew back to where I was very close, and then that's when I fucking went inside, because it got too close. I'm like, dude, that is not no fucking star. That's not no star. I went inside, dude, and that's when I got really big into UFOs and shit. Like back in 2017, 16. You know what I mean? Like 18, something like that. That's when
Yeah.
I got really big into that stuff because I saw that, and I just can't forget it, you know.
Yeah, a lot of unexplained phenomena in the sky for sure. Who knows if it's like something natural, if it's the military testing technology. It could be anything, right? Like the one thing I know it's
Right,
not though
right.
is aliens from outer space. At least the way that we're told, right? Like I'd be more inclined to believe that there's something from another dimension visiting us. Not even saying that that's likely or not, but I'd rather believe that than outer space aliens. So yeah, but
Yeah,
you'll never
I
know
mean,
until you podcast.
it's unidentified flying objects, it could be anything, you know. I don't know. I never met an alien. So, you got a bunch of people out here saying, "Oh man, they took me into the ship and they operated on me and they had sex with me and stuff." I'm like, dude, what?
No, you got people saying they got implanted with like little chips and like foreign objects in their body too. I've seen all
You know what I
those. I used
mean?
to be, yeah, I used to be big on aliens too, bro.
It's kind of like, oh, whatever. But then you have like 10,000 people saying the same shit. That's like, oh, okay, you got 10,000 people lying.
It's like
You know what I
that
mean?
worm thing that goes in Neo in the first Matrix movie. It's like what that thing was in me for real? The fuck?
Bro, now just take that same thought, now apply that to flat Earth. Now we got 10,000 people saying the Earth is flat. Now what?
Right. I mean, like the Mothman, right? You ever heard about the Mothman? I mean, you
Oh
can
yeah,
go to like Appalachia and you can talk to some people and they'd be like, "Man, I swear to God, I seen the Mothman," and they just drunk as fuck. Like maybe got like so drunk, they drink so much they got fucking the DTS. They start seeing shit. You never know, man.
well, you got people
Like
claiming all sorts of stuff that they look in the clouds to see demons, angels, they see little gnomes. People see yetis and all sorts of stuff.
I know one guy,
People,
man, who's actually schizophrenic, man. He used to I mean, before he was schizophrenic, we just used to smoke weed and shit, right? And just hang out and stuff. But then we started doing mushrooms, you know. And after we did mushrooms, a homeboy said there was mouses, like rats, in his pockets. You know what I mean? Like the animal rats in his pockets. So he didn't want to put his hand in his pocket because the rats was gonna bite his hand. And dude, we were like, what the fuck? Right? Like, dude, you tripping, you tweaking, man. I think he's still in a psychoactive a psych ward or some shit.
All right, man. The internet police is here. We're going to say no more talking about the substance use. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I do notice that we do have some new people though. If any of you guys have any questions or want to say anything, you guys are more than welcome to. Related to the topic of the room, hopefully.
Hey, Yoda.
He's mowing his lawn right now. I mean, unless he's using one of those old
Yeah,
school
I hope the
manual push.
lawnmower sound lets you know how busy I am. But what's up, man?
Hey, man, I just want to ask you a question, man. What's your thoughts about uh basically like angels and demons and stuff like that?
They were created by God, and the demons are angels who fell from God, and they're trying to fuck your life up. That's why they're here. All right, back to mowing the lawn. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not gonna take up any more of your time. Yeah, man, you got a bunch of people out here, man. Angels, demons, and stuff. You gotta be careful, man. Would you characterize me as a demon?
No, man, God made you, and you're beautiful. So you're not a demon, dude.
Okay, I guess that's something. Hey, Mark J. Hey, Ray Lai. You got a microphone, man? Bennett. How come so many people in here not talking? I guess they're just hanging out, huh? Hey, Cyclone. Do you have a microphone, man?
Cyclone's an OG, dude.
No, unfortunately, I don't.
Okay. Hey, man,
No, I
Hey,
what's
do.
up,
Cyclone,
man?
our
What's
friend
up, man?
Maz here. Maz is a good guy, Cyclone. So if you have time, it'd be great to hear from you and him.
Well, I kind of just want to crack open you guys so we can have more conversations besides me.
Yeah, what's up, Maz? I'm
Amen.
getting stoned just listening to you.
Amen, brother. Well, well, I can't say what you smoking on because I'm gonna get muted.
What's
Well,
happening? You believe in the globe?
I can't say I believe in anything governmental.
Yeah, I can't say you believe in the globe then, because that's governmental. Puts the mental in governmental.
Right.
So how long have you known that the Earth isn't a globe?
Well, I can tell you this much, man. I don't believe in the government at all.
This is funny, man.
But the government in Denmark is cool and stuff.
This is
But
what
there's
happens when you learn English through Cheech and Chong movies, eh? No, I'm
well,
just
that's
joking,
like
man.
me saying, dude, I have all the money, right? I have all of the money in the world, or maybe a piece of it. I have a piece of all of the money in the world. And then the guy tells me, the guy who has 13 pieces of money of the world tells me I have to do this. Okay, I guess I have to finesse my own country and tell them the earth is round. But my country still has a piece of the money. I don't know, dude. The world is a scam.
Well, the world
I'm
isn't a
just a
scam. The world is just what is outside. But the story that we're told about the Earth being a globe, that is a scam. Yeah.
well, I'm just a creature on this plane trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Join the club. That's why we're all here.
Hey Russ B, how you doing, man? Hey Russ B,
What's up?
hey man, what's your thoughts about the flat Earth stuff?
The flat Earth stuff. Earth is measured flat. We experience it to be a flat plane. So I know the Earth is flat
How do you know the Earth is flat?
because it measures that way. Everybody's also experienced the Earth that way since they were born.
Can I ask you, Mr. Russ B, how did you start believing in flat Earth, man?
And I start believing in it. It's
Yeah,
not a belief.
when did you believe in a sphere around Earth before you
I did.
believed in a flat Earth?
Well, I was taught just like pretty much everybody in here, right? I was told that the Earth was a sphere, but I wasn't given any evidence. So I just believed it, which means to accept without evidence, right? But then at some point, a few years ago, I thought about it and then I went to look for that evidence and I realized that it wasn't there. And the sphere that they told me that I lived on had a set of very specific geometric dimensions, right?
Yep.
So It was supposedly a sphere of a 3,959 mile diameter, radius rather. So, and there's calculators all over the internet that break down the math. And I live on Long Island, which is an island in New York. So I'm at the beach all the
Right.
time. My friends all own boats. And I just started going out and seeing if this math matched up. Right? There's even math that tells you that the horizon's supposed to be at a certain distance dependent on how high you are above sea level. Right? 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But what I realized is the horizon is always in different locations. Therefore, it cannot be the geometric edge of the sphere that we're told is blocking the bottom of boats and sunsets and all these things, right? Because it's constantly moving around. Do you experience that as
Right.
well?
Well, I can't say I have. I mean, I know some good people with boats, but I haven't been out there, calculating with, I don't know. I guess you've been out there calculating it and looking at it and stuff like that.
So I've tracked ships before, right? You have websites like marinetracker.com. I've gone to ports. You don't need to live by the ocean. There's lakes everywhere, right? It's probably easier to find a lake, right? Because we're looking for bodies of water because we know the physics of water, right? So any body of water at rest is going to be flat and level. So the best place to test to see if there's curvature is over bodies of water. So if you have a lake nearby, 10 miles, grab a friend, drop them off on the other side of that lake, get a mirror, like a bathroom mirror, or what do they call it? Military, those signal mirrors that the military uses to signal distress, right? And try to shine that mirror or hit the reflection of the mirror from across the lake at 10 miles. And according to the globe math, right, if the Earth was a sphere of 3959 miles, your friend on the other side of that 10-mile lake should be approximately 66 feet under the curve. So not visible at all. So there's many ways to test it. I was just explaining my experience. I have, access to water really within
Right. Yeah.
5-10 minute drive. Have you heard of
Yeah,
these tests?
man. I never heard about any of those tests, but I think that would be a immaculate way of convincing somebody that the Earth is flat. If you got a crew who can kind of just grab a rope, maybe a big ass ruler, and one team, like, oh, I'm gonna head over here. A couple of weeks, right? They keep sailing the boat, and you're holding on to it, right? And they sail it and sail it and sail it, and they head to the equator of the. You're basically behind where you are. Let's guess. I mean, where you from, man? You from
New York,
America, New York, right? You
America.
from little what's it called, the Apple or whatever?
Yeah, yeah. Long Island.
Long Island, yeah, man. You there, and they go around and they go to South Korea. That definitely would make a curvature, right? If he heads over there.
If my friend sailed off from Long Island to South Korea.
Yeah, and but here's the thing, man. You have to have a ruler
Yeah, yeah. All right.
that so you like attach it to something. So like all the weeks he heads over there.
Yeah, I
No
got you.
pun intended. No pun intended. Right? You got to see how long it comes over there, man. Right? And if it does a curvature, yeah, Okay, never mind, man. I'm
Yeah,
drunk.
yeah, yeah. All
Forget
good.
about it. Forget about it.
I just popped
Forget
in here. I
about
saw,
it.
yeah, I saw AI and Cyclone were in here. I popped in just to listen, but good chatting with you, man. I got to go on mute.
Damn, man. I'm terrible at talking about flat Earth. You know what, man? Let me talk to the YouTube comments.
You know what, man? They taught you how to talk about the globe, right?
Excuse me? What did you say, man? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you learned how to talk about the globe, just not about flat Earth.
Dude, I'm totally down to know about the flat Earth. I'm just trying to figure it out, man. You know? Um, we have curve perspective. Perspective. How far is the horizon at sunset? Says a guy in the YouTube chat. Can anybody answer that?
How far away is what at sunset?
Mr. Curve Detective says, how far is the horizon at at horizon? I mean, I'm sorry, man. Excuse me. Okay, scratch.
How far away is the
How far?
horizon at sunset?
Yeah, how far is horizon at sunset? Yes, sir.
Well, it depends on the weather conditions, and it depends on how high you are above the surface of the Earth. And it also depends what type of horizon you're looking at. But if you're looking out over the ocean, I mean, it really depends on the weather conditions. Um, you might see the horizon at 10 miles, or you might see the horizon at 5 miles, so you might see the horizon at 7 miles. It really depends on the day, right? You could be standing in the same spot on the beach 3 days in a row, and it looks like the horizon's at a different distance each day because of the atmospheric conditions and your height, right? So if you go up higher, it's going to be further away, and if you go down lower, it's going to be closer.
Okay, and we have Wally What saying Hubble is high enough, and the shuttles besides it and taking photos of it with Earth curvature dip shatters. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm drunk or I just can't read.
Yeah, he can't
Uh,
confirm anything about Hubble. He's been told a story about some tin can he thinks is up in the sky. The images that we get from it look like pure CGI. So whether they are or whether they aren't, it doesn't really matter because he just can't confirm it ever. He just has to have faith, and it's not going to change that the water isn't curving. So
okay, we have a man like me saying, obviously, you can't be in it if the sphere is 3,959 miles and the horizon is 3 miles away for a 6-foot man. Why does the horizon appear much farther at sunset? talking to the other guy in the chat.
Where are you getting this from? I'm just curious. I don't mean to butt in.
I'm
YouTube.
reading the YouTube
YouTube.
chat. The
Oh,
YouTube
okay.
chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably doesn't make much sense right now. Yeah, never
Yeah, the
never mind,
horizon.
man.
The horizon isn't further away; it's sunset. I don't know where you got that from.
Well, I don't know, man. I think we should pay more attention to the YouTube chat because actually, man, you have a few people actually talking in the chat, man.
Yeah, well, YouTube. You know, if you're in the YouTube, then pop your questions in the YouTube chat. We'll try our best to answer them.
Like we have Vertigo. How do you say your names? At Vigo Greg. He said, "Oh geez." Hey, Vigo Greg, what's your thoughts about flat Earth?
Yeah, I recognize that name.
Maybe he's not a new guy. I don't know. I'm new. So everybody is new to me. Aiden. Hey man, if you have any topic, hey, say it, man, in chat. I will read it out, and you will have these folks' attention, man. Or you could join the Discord server at what's the Discord server called, man? It's called Politics. What's the server called, man? Flat Earth.
Yeah, man, we're in the politics server at the moment.
Right. You could join the politics server, or you could join the homies server called Flat Earth. It should be somewhere around there, like in the chat, like description or something. Dude, I got these. Do you like hot wings? Do you guys like hot wings in the server? You like hot wings?
Hot wings, like chicken wings.
Yeah, man, hot wings. I bought some frozen, like some frozen hot wings, man. I feel like you think they good? They taste good, you know that? You
Dude,
think they
you're
taste
the
good?
only black guy in Denmark. Just saying.
Dude, I'm not black, I'm white, man. I'm drunk as frick. Dude, just tell me to S off, man.
Bro, I'm a white guy. I love chicken wings. Just saying. So I got you.
No, dude, hot wings is better than chicken wings, man.
If you say hooked wings like that again, I'm gonna choke you.
Ooh la la. Nah, I'm just kidding. Hell no.
Yeah, and I did mean it like that too. Caught
Oh
on.
yeah, you didn't.
Very sensual choking.
Yeah, homeboy didn't say nothing. He went into the YouTube chat and said, "Oh geez," and left. Do you guys usually talk to the YouTube chat?
No, but we should.
Right. I just realized today that it is a thing. I guess I could sue you guys. Oh, they've been
Screw us,
recording
dude. Do you
me.
think we're rich? Bro, we're flat earthers. We're poor as fuck.
Yeah.
It is
Hello,
funny. Like,
Nico.
what is the correlation between being a flat earther and having no job? Because I hear so many people say, "Like, you guys are flat earth. You don't even fucking have jobs. You're broke." What is the correlation there? I'm okay with the insult. I just want to know how'd you even get to that point?
Dude, the freaking president of Mexico believe in elves. And he's the president of Mexico and he believes in elves. Don't you think some guy out there can believe in a flat earth and still make money? What are you talking about? You tripping, man. Okay, I don't know if that was a joke from you. If it was like a
Yeah, he was just joking, man.
yeah, I'm like reading the room. I'm like, okay, maybe he was joking, and I just went all in.
Yeah, he was joking, but there are people that do come in and say that. It's like what?
Yeah,
I don't understand how they get to that conclusion. Like that's
It's just a coping mechanism for some of the globers that they can't prove the globe, so they just try to attack the people instead of the argument.
What's up?
What's up, guys?
The Earth is round.
It is. It is.
Yep, nobody
Round.
here. Nobody here.
Is a CD round? Is that what you mean? Like a CD?
No,
Don't
like
fall into the trap. Don't fall
it's a
into the
sphere.
trap.
It's a sphere.
Oh, okay, right.
it's a
Is it
sphere.
not?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not. What is it then? Enlighten me,
It's a
please.
it's a topographical flat plane.
Oh,
Just
Nah,
you guys.
I think it's an oblate spheroid.
Do you have a
It's
map
Do you have
of
any? Yeah, I used to think that.
I thought it
It's
was a
not.
triangle.
Oh, you
It's an
thought
oblate
it's
spheroid, bro.
Wow. All right,
Here's the
guys.
thing, dude.
One at a
Okay, can we
time.
debate
DJ,
this, please? Can we debate
DJ, I
this?
got an idea. Ask this guy what oblate means. I don't think he knows.
Oh, did you used to think the Earth was a donut, bro, from 7-Eleven?
Wait,
What does oblate mean?
guys.
What does oblate mean? You have any idea? What's the opposite of oblate?
Oh, isn't that like
In Blake.
like some sort of sphere?
Yeah. So you guys, you're chuckle
No,
fucks. You have no idea what you're talking about because
Oh,
you're chuckle
no.
fucks.
I know
You've
exactly
never
what it means.
you've
I
only
know
heard the
exactly
word
what it means.
oblate because you read it on the freaking Wikipedia website,
All
right?
right,
Like you have no idea what that
let him
means.
answer. Let him answer before he Googles it, because I know that's what he's
Bro,
doing.
calm down. I know it
What
means
is
like
it? Before
it's
he
like
googles
a bit like flat at like the top and the bottom. That's what oblate means.
What does that mean? Flat on the top and the bottom?
Yeah,
like
like your
means
mouth.
smushed. It means smushed.
Smushed? All right, what's the opposite of oblate?
You
Fuck,
know
guys.
what?
Okay, I'll tell you what the answer is. The answer is
Oblate up here.
prolate, okay? Oblate and prolate are opposites. Oblate and prolate, okay? This is when flat earthers educate you guys on what you should know and you don't
Actually,
know.
this is Plowblade.
Okay.
Bro, shut the fuck up, honestly.
Hey man,
Guys,
can I say
tell
something?
me why the Earth
Look,
is
man,
flat.
look. Me personally, I'm not a flat earther, but I'm trying to figure it out, man. I like to
You're trying
talk
to
to
figure
people.
it out. Yeah, what do you think the Earth looks like, bro? Donut from 7-Eleven? Tough,
Hey
tough, tough.
man, you ever been to
Hey,
space,
hey.
man?
No, I haven't, but I've did the math, so or
You
I
ever
saw
been
the math.
around Earth and had a
Oh,
ruler?
yeah?
I
Well, hold
saw
on
the
a second.
curvature
You
before.
did
Yeah.
you just say you did the math? You did the math? Is that what you just said?
My man did the
Ah,
math that they
please.
gave
Yes,
to him.
I did the curvature.
Can you tell me why the Earth is flat?
Hold on, double
Why
pat.
is it
Hold on a
flat?
second. Landor just said he did the mathematics, I think. Is that right,
Yeah.
Landor?
You know,
Yeah,
you know the
how
physics
big's the
don't
globe?
match with a flat
Landor,
Earth.
focus. How big is the globe?
Yeah,
What's the radius
no,
of
How
focus.
would I know that in my
Focus.
head,
You're
bro?
like a
Come on.
puppy, bro. You need a
You're so
treat.
dumb. Yeah,
Yeah.
did you use algebra or calculus?
Oh, go fuck yourself. You know the
Blah,
physics
blah,
don't
blah,
work
blah,
with this
blah. I'm a
stuff.
Glober. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Dude, you basically
Go shut
fucking
your.
yourself, dude. How you
All
gonna
right,
say I
Landor,
did
shush.
the
You
math
you know
and just
you notice
not
maybe
know the
double pat
math?
is able to have a conversation.
Double,
Double pat.
you're refusing any arguments, bro. Like I
You haven't
told
made
you
an
all
argument. Make an
before.
argument,
Oh,
Landor.
Okay,
bro.
Let's
okay.
You
argument
know,
instead of
No,
talking
I have
over
an
them, then.
argument. I have an argument. I have an argument.
No, can you
Okay,
All
go
right.
tell
ahead.
me
All
why
right,
is the
Landor's
Earth
gonna go on
Let's
mute
let's
while
listen to Sharp. Let's listen to Sharp.
All
No,
right.
can please answer my question,
No,
please.
Pat, shut up.
I mean,
How do you guys like? Do you guys have a map? How do you explain like natural occurrences of like? How would you explain like a lunar eclipse
a lunar
if Earth is
eclipse.
a flat
Well,
plane? Like when
Dude,
the Earth
holy
goes
shit!
between the
What
moon
does
and
a
sun.
map have to do? Holy crap, dude! You asked about a map and a lunar eclipse. What does a
Yes.
map have to do with a lunar eclipse?
No, I'm questioning the basis on which what
Yeah,
you
just
claim the Earth looks
are you
like.
questioning maps or lunar eclipses? Can you pick one, please?
Yo, who pissed in your cereal this morning, bro?
I'm trying to get you to figure out what you want to ask. Like, you want to
I
ask
asked.
about maps or lunar eclipses? I don't know which one.
Just start with either, man.
No, you pick.
Okay, can I see a map? Can I see what you think the Earth looks
Yeah,
like?
okay, I'll show you a map. Let me ask you about maps.
Let's stop shouting.
No, I don't. I was just asking to see one.
Yeah, okay, before I show you one, I want to ask if you know anything about what maps are. Because if I show you a map, you have no idea what the fucking map is. How am I supposed to accept your rebuttal of flat Earth based on what a map is?
Right? I don't think this is okay.
Yeah, okay, so maybe you want to talk about eclipses? That's way more complicated than maps,
No, I'm
little
just
guy.
asking for a
Little
map. Can I
guy,
just
that's
see
a
it?
way more complicated than maps. But I mean,
I
maybe you
don't.
want to talk
How
about
did this
eclipses,
escalate to
little
name
guy.
calling? I asked you to see a map.
okay, wait. Can you tell me why the Earth is flat? Anyone? Please.
Why it's flat? What do you mean
Yeah.
why?
What? What evidence do you have?
It's flat because it was created that way, I guess. It was like that when we all got here. And we know it's flat because we have tested over the surface of water not to have any curvature.
Yeah, it was flat before we measured it. So when we measured it, it was already flat. How it got that way before we measured it, I can't tell you, but it was that way before we measured it. So it's flat.
Have you got proof that it didn't
Why?
change?
Why can every person with normal vision, like good vision, only be able to see 8 kilometers then over the
8
horizon?
kilometers? What are you talking about? How far you could see would depend on how high you are above the surface and the atmospheric conditions on the day.
Yes, but why is that? Is that because the Earth drops off?
No. We can see. Okay, that's how we can debunk the globe, because we can see things that should be completely hidden by the drop off of the Earth. Right? Like we could zoom in across a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should be hidden by a high-rise building worth of Earth curvature. Right? Like if there was a 20-story building on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't even be able to see it because it would be hidden behind the curvature. But we can
Is there
zoom
proof
in.
of that? Has anyone done that?
No.
Yeah. We've got hundreds of tests. I could show
Can
you
I
a
see it? Can I see
21-mile
the
lake.
test? Yeah, sure. Can I
Yeah,
see?
man.
Can I see?
every 8 kilometers, it only drops off 1 centimeter. So
No, dude. Where did you get that from? Right, so the formula is 8 inches per mile squared. So even just over 10 miles, there's like 66 foot of curvature. So I'll pull up this test for this other guy. Yeah, look it up. Just go and Google it right now.
Okay.
How much curvature is there over 10 miles? It'll say 66.67 feet.
How do you
if the
address the
AI
fact
manages to
that
get it.
gravity curves light?
Gravity it's not even claimed to curve light in any way that would be applicable when we're doing a long distance observation, right? It would be negligible. And you can look that up as well. Just how much would gravity curve light over a 10-mile distance? It's going to say like basically nothing at all.
Okay, DJ, I searched it up, and it said 8 inches for every 10 miles.
No, it didn't say that.
That's exactly what it said.
No, that's not it.
Yeah, it's like you never took an algebra course.
I mean, to be fair, they sound like
Okay,
girls,
can I
don't-
talk to the dude who's not calling us names every 2 seconds, please?
Which one is that? Because you've actually garnered a lot of name calling. So
The one who's been on mute for half the time, please.
I've been on mute half the time. Is that me?
Yeah, that's you.
I say something, guys.
Oh, great! I'd love to talk to you. I have tons of free time now. I'm done. I'm done mowing the lawn.
Thank you.
For everybody that was listening, I'm done mowing the lawn, so I've got tons of free time. Yeah, you want to talk to me? Okay.
Okay, Yoda person. What evidence, apart from you can see over a 20-mile lake, do you have? Because that's not very good evidence.
I have high altitude infrared photogrammetry.
How did you take them?
Do you know what that is?
I don't
Not
think
really.
That's not the question. That's not the answer, though.
Yeah. Yo,
That-
bro,
that
can I
is
just see a map,
exactly
please?
exactly my answer. Okay, and I'm asking if you know what it is.
No, I don't. But
Can I just see
Do
a
you
map,
take them?
please, bro?
Wait, you don't even
This
know
guy
what a
just wants
map
a
is.
map.
Why do you want to see something you don't understand?
How
Okay,
did you
bro.
know that he doesn't know what a map is? That's just assumption.
Because I asked him before and he had no fucking clue. Okay.
No, I know what
Did
a
he
map.
say that? Did he say that?
No, now you're putting words in my mouth.
Okay,
You've called me names,
fine. Let's
you've
fine.
put
Okay,
words
all
in
right,
my
fine.
mouth,
You
you've
got me.
insulted
You
my
got me, guys.
intelligence.
You
Yeah, we
got
got
me.
you.
All right.
Okay.
You got me. All right. Let me ask you 3 questions. Actually, 1. What are 3 considerations that go into making a map?
1, I don't care. 1, I don't know. And 3, why does this
I have
matter?
no
I asked
idea
to
what
see
a
a map.
fucking map is, which is what I said about 5
No,
seconds ago.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. Okay, bro. All right, bro.
Flatlander, can you send me a map, please? Because this person doesn't know what it is.
No, I can send you a map too, but you have
Okay.
no idea what you're looking at. So how is a
Okay.
map going to help you if you have no idea what you're looking at?
Why is that important to you? I'm just asking to see a map.
No. A map is important to you. It's not important to me. A map is important because you're asking for a map, right? I don't fucking care about maps.
Okay, well, I was asking to see one, and now you're pressed over it, so I'm sorry about
Yeah,
that.
I know you asked to see one, and I'm going to ask you what it is about a map that you care about, and you have no freaking clue. So it's
No,
like, why should I send you
I
one?
want to see how the elements of this flat Earth lay out on a flat plane.
What elements?
Like, how do things line up?
What do you mean line up?
Yeah, how does everything line up?
Like you see it.
Oh, yeah, I would like to see it, please.
Okay, go outside and touch some grass and look at the sky.
But when I go outside and touch some grass, I only see a round Earth, so how am I supposed to see what
Holy
the flat
crap,
one
you
looks
see,
like?
no, dude, you're telling everyone you see curvature of the Earth when you go outside. Are you freaking crazy?
Yeah, I do, actually. I
Just
can actually
if
see
Earth
the
is a globe,
curvature
if
of the
Earth is a globe, it's too big for you to see curvature. Don't you know that?
No, I can see it.
He's
I don't
got
know what you're
googly
talking
eyes.
about. Yeah, exactly.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
let
to
me
ask
tell
one
you
thing.
what, they're in the
News,
field
can
of
you see,
psychology,
when you walk
okay?
outside, can you see the curvature of the Earth as well?
I can,
So
bro. I
doing
Yeah, exactly.
psychology,
News
okay?
can see it too.
If you go to frontiersin.org, okay, it's a
Look,
public
how is this related
web
to seeing
journal.
a map, bro? I just want to
I'll
see
tell
a
you what
map.
it is, okay? You can Google something called the lemon illusion. The lemon illusion happens when people think they see curvature when there is none. That's what you got, man. You got a freaking affliction. It's called the lemon illusion because you think you see
I'm
curvature
looking
at
at
the
it right
beach.
now. I'm looking at it.
Even if Earth is curving like a globe, which it isn't, you shouldn't see curvature from the beach because it's too big. You think you see it because you have the lemon illusion. You're afflicted with a psychological condition.
Alrighty. Can I see a
Thing.
map now, please?
Yeah, man, go post it in the side chat. Yeah, dude who said he was looking it up. Can you post it in the side chat?
Yoda, I have a question for you. How do you explain all the photos taken from outer space of us?
Yeah, what about the
Earth that is
24-hour?
round?
Yeah, the 24/7 live stream from like.
What when you
the
see a
space
sun
area.
that doesn't set? Like you're wondering about a sun that doesn't set over a globe?
Oh, what?
I think he means the live stream
Not.
from NASA, the ISS.
Yeah.
That's
Of
not.
the Earth that is round.
Oh, okay. So the only way to prove it is from NASA. I guess the past 2,000 years of history doesn't matter because only NASA proved it with the ISS. Is that what you're saying?
That's not the answer to the question though. What do you think about that?
No, we just asked a question,
I
bro.
think you shouldn't see that much curvature, even if the Earth is a globe from the ISS. The
Okay,
ISS
also,
only has about 3% of the surface of the ball Earth underneath available to it to see at any particular
wait.
point
You
in
just
time.
said the ball Earth. You just said the ball Earth. There
The
is a
ball Earth,
circle.
yeah, BALL, like a ball. Okay.
But
Do you know what the
that's
difference? Hey,
no.
let me ask you. Hey, numbnuts. Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a ball and a sphere?
I thought you said you weren't name calling. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
I called you
But also,
numbnuts.
They're
but
the
also,
same
didn't
thing.
weren't you
Difference
the one who?
between a ball and a sphere. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, but weren't you the one earlier making fun of us for not knowing what an oblate spheroid is? I feel like you should call it by its real name.
I was making fun of you because you're fucking retarded. What's the difference between a ball
Oh.
and a sphere, retard?
Yo, I don't think that's very nice to call people, actually.
Oh, cry me a
I think we
river.
should get
Okay,
banned.
so
I think you should
why
get
do
banned
you think Earth is a globe?
because there's countless like evidence and proof.
There's photos of around Earth.
Evidence and proof, countless evidence and proof, guys, countless.
Did you know that you just broke the rules of the server that we're actually communicating in? That's not very cool of you, man.
Yeah, listen, we're like the #1 topic in the server, so I'm not too worried about that.
I feel like can we get a staff member in here? How do I get one of those? Can somebody in chat?
I am a staff member. Isn't that funny?
Oh yeah, that is funny. Can I know how to make a complaint?
Yeah. Tell me, what's your problem, my son? Can you confess your
I'd
sin?
like to talk to somebody else than you.
All right, okay. How about DJ? DJ, can you confess your sin to DJ?
Yeah, sure. DJ, is DJ here?
Yeah, what's wrong, bud?
He just called me a racial slur.
I didn't hear him call you a racial slur.
Oh,
That's
sorry,
a
not
lie.
racial. He did call me a slur though.
Yeah. Retard is not a race. Like, if you're gonna call a retards a race, that's actually an insult to retards.
That was he corrected his mistake, by the way.
Yeah, I corrected my mistake. I used the wrong word.
Yeah, you got all kinds of mistakes. You have no idea what the hell a map is.
How do I make a ticket to complain about the stuff?
Yeah, same, bro. I was just called a slur multiple times. Sure, okay.
Okay, do you want me to give you like $10 on PayPal to make your feelings go away?
That would actually be great.
Yeah, actually, I mean,
dude, you're poor as fuck. I'm not going to give you $10.
Okay, then. Why'd you offer, man? This is
Yo,
just
did you know that they're like kids, like quite literally, and they're like trolling you? They're just like children.
They're not trolling.
They all join in the
I
group.
know. They actually sound like my kids, and I'm fully endeared by their behavior. They sound like kids that my kids hang out with, and it's kind of sad. Yeah. Listen, that's a terrible state of our educational system.
Wait, you have kids?
Oh,
I feel
bro,
bad for them.
I've got gray hair, and I got gray hair, and I had my balls snipped with a vasectomy. So yeah, I'm pretty old.
Do you look like your profile picture?
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Don't you? What's wrong with you if you don't?
Loki, yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, we can
sorry,
agree
I
on
feel
something.
bad.
All right. We're gonna hang out now. Okay, it's cool. I'm sorry for making fun of you.
What state you in?
Can I see a map, please?
Okay, fine. Let me show you. I'll show you a map. All right, guys.
Thank you.
Let's calm down. I'm sorry for making fun of you. All right. I know I leverage my age and authority and power, and you guys don't have that on me. You'll get that someday, and when you do, you're gonna have so much fun abusing kids on the internet. It's gonna be great. But until then, all right, sit tight. Let me show you what this is. Okay, I'm gonna show you a
Thanks,
map.
buddy. Thank you.
Show you a map. Okay, hang on. All right.
Just to
So
specify, like a map of your flat Earth, not just a map.
yeah, gotcha. All right. So I'm gonna show you a map. How about a map of have you heard of the British National Grid System?
No,
Yep.
I don't know if that's the
I do.
flat Earth though.
Yeah, well, as I figure out where this crap is, I'm gonna pull up an image of the British National Grid System.
How's that
So
related to flat
yeah,
Earth?
so the British National Grid System was established from something called the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey.
Yep.
And what
Yep.
they did is they surveyed the realm. They surveyed 2,500 by 2,500 kilometers, and they did it flat. And they laid it out as a gigantic square that encompassed all the British Isles, and I think parts of like Denmark and Norway,
Wait,
you know,
but that's
the
not a
Faroe
world.
Islands.
That's not a world map though.
No, it's not a world map, but
That's called
it's
Yeah, do
enough,
you
right?
have a world
It's
map?
enough.
Do you have a
Hey,
world map?
It's 2,500 kilometers flat of a survey
No,
that was
yeah,
done
but
by the British
Yoga.
government.
That's
This
not
is
proof,
the
though.
system. Listen. This is the
That's
system that
also
they
a
use.
factor.
If you have a property dispute with your neighbor in the UK, you're going to use this coordinate system to do it. And it's flat. It's not a globe. All right. I just got distracted. Let me fucking find this shit.
You mean a world map? Yeah. Please.
No, the UK Ordnance Survey, the
Yeah,
British
but do you have a
National Grid.
world map?
A world map. I mean, listen,
Yeah.
you want to pay me to go survey the entire world? That'd be great. I'll take like
No,
$2
but
billion
like,
and 500 people, and I'll do it.
shouldn't you have like a flat world map if that's your whole claim?
But why
Would
should
you have
I
a
do
map
that?
of what
Like,
the world looks
I've
like?
got a job, man. Like, I've got stuff. I've
Yeah,
got
but has
responsibilities. I'm
somebody
not gonna
not
go.
made
You
like
think I'm like
actual?
freaking like Admiral Byrd gonna go to Antarctica and like?
I wasn't talking about you, man.
Well, you said a world map. Like that includes Antarctica
Yeah.
and the North Pole. Like, holy crap, dude.
I mean,
People
You're
die
also
before they go there. I
confused,
don't know if
little friend. You're also confused because we didn't claim a map. You're asking for something we didn't claim.
Wait, but how can you not? Wait a minute.
What?
How
We
can
didn't
you
claim a
not have
whole
a
world
map of?
map. He just told you we didn't haven't run a survey on the whole world. He showed you a survey that surveyed the world or part of the world as flat. We have many such things and evidence to speak against your beliefs that the Earth is a ball. That doesn't mean it is a ball just because you believe it.
Yeah, I was asking for like what you guys. How do you guys figure that everything lays out in a flat plane, in like a map?
we measure it that way. Okay, it's very simple. There are people who measure the Earth for a
I
living.
understand that you measured it. I just want to see it, like visually. How does it all lay out? Like, is it a big like bowl or something? Like, what do you
Like from
what is it?
space?
Yeah, like what
Like
does it look
from
like?
like a NASA picture?
Yeah.
I don't
Why
have a
don't
NASA picture, my friend.
Why don't
All
you?
right, here we go. Okay, I'll show you. Hold on. This is the UK Ordnance Survey. All right. A B C D E F G H I J K blah 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 blah. You're gonna see this. 39 minutes past the hour.
Yeah.
Okay. When you take
That
the
looks
flat
like it's
square and put it on a
rounded to me.
It is
That's on
because
a
they took the
globe,
flat
yeah.
square. This is supposed to show you when they take the flat square that they surveyed and they put it on a globe, it doesn't match. So if you like play chess, right? You know chess, like if you take like the file from AFLQV all the way down that column, it doesn't
Yeah.
match the latitude or it doesn't match the longitude or latitude. It's like fucking diagonal because it doesn't converge at the North Pole. When they surveyed this, they didn't make it converge at the North Pole because they're like, it doesn't converge at the North Pole. They just measured it in a square fashion.
Yeah, but it like
So
wasn't
this
for
is
that reason though.
Yeah, this
well, it
doesn't
was
make
for that
this,
reason.
this isn't a
When they
map.
measured it flat, that is the map of the realm, dude. That is the UK Ordnance Survey.
Question master. Is this a map?
From A to Z, yeah, that's a map. and it doesn't match the globe.
But what is it
And the
on?
British government knows it.
This is just a globe map from before
Yeah,
World War II.
No,
yeah.
the map is A to Z, right? The globe is what it's pasted on.
Yeah, but
But it
that
doesn't
wasn't
match.
used for that reason. You could still pinpoint.
Okay,
Wait,
okay.
but
Which
is
one is correct? Which
maybe
one is correct? The one from A to Z or the globe from like, you know, the wonky donkey like latitude longitude curves?
The globe.
Which one is true?
maybe it's messed up because they tried to take a flat thing, but it's actually curved, and they tried to.
Yeah,
you
okay.
know,
Why don't you email King Chucky and say, "Hey, King Chucky, your British national grid system's all fucked up from A to Z, quite literally.
King
Take a look
Chucky?
at this and show him this picture and put this
Who's
in your
King
email and say you need to have the British government go like resurvey the realm and because they messed up.
Who's
Do
King
you mean
Chucky?
King Charles?
Well, maybe they messed up.
Charles, King Charles, hello.
Well, you said King Chucky, so I was assuming it was a real.
Yeah,
person.
Chucky. Chucky's like, you know, like if you're friends with a guy named Charles, you call him Chuck. At least in America.
Wait, you're friends with the King of England?
Oh damn.
Personally, no, but you know, he might be related.
You're
I find that
related
hard
to
to
the king.
believe.
Yeah, what if I'm a Nephilim? You have no idea.
Yeah, hang on. I want to hear this guy out in the chat. A day where the all maps are flat. Show us a globe map.
Yeah. Yeah,
Can we
maps
talk about
are
that?
You're
actually
looking
flat.
at one actually.
From A to Z, it's flat.
Just look
And
at
just
the
put it-
picture above.
Yoda.
If I take like a postage stamp and wrap it around a P, it's going to curve. But how do I know which one is real, the curving one or the flat one?
Both can be true at the same time.
Yoda, explain to
Alright.
me. On a flat
All right,
map.
I'm gonna go do the American thing and make some hot dogs and macaroni and cheese. So I'm gonna go on mute.
Good choice.
Okay. Can anybody talk to us that isn't just gonna like be
DJ,
obnoxious the whole
can
time?
I ask you a question about the flat Earth? Anyone? Can I ask them a question?
Wow. I don't think they're represented.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you know on a flat map, yeah, like a normal
Mhm.
flat Earth map, Greenland.
You mean
looks...
just like all maps are flat, so
Yeah. I mean just like one that shows the world just as like the world map, yeah.
which one? There's like there's hundreds of different projections. They're all
I mean one that
projections.
just shows all the countries and stuff.
Yeah, they all do.
Let me
Mhm.
send.
But like a flat
I'll
one,
send
like
I'll
in
send
a,
The
All maps
Mercator
are flat
projection.
projections.
somebody
Okay,
somebody
the
told me
Mercator
there was one that
projection.
was like a circle. So
Yeah, that's the AE projection. That's just a different type of spherical coordinate system projection. These are all
wait,
spherical
actually, I have
coordinate
one.
system
Can somebody tell
projections.
me if this is like the right thing? Somebody sent me this.
All right, 1 second.
Wait, no, DJ. What I'm trying to say is, why does Greenland look almost? It doesn't look as big as Africa, but it looks almost as big as Africa.
Is that it? I don't know if I can paste.
Because it's distorting the spherical coordinate system onto a flat surface, so it's going to cause distortion, right? Like Russia isn't that big, Greenland's not that big,
But you
all the
just said
continents
it's
are the wrong size.
Just said
Yeah,
it's
all the
just-
continents are the wrong sizes on your maps. Right? All maps are wrong.
You just said it's a sphere.
Spherical coordinate system. It's based off the sky. It's based off the celestial sphere. It's what the whole globe is based off of, actually. It's kind of a complex topic, though. I don't know if you want to go down that path.
I think we should go
to
down
be
that
honest,
path.
I don't really think we have to. I just wanted to see a map.
You don't know what a map is, guy. Like, come on.
I thought you were making some hot
Yeah,
dogs.
I thought you were making some hot dogs, bro.
I know. Sorry. So let me ask you a question, okay? You know, like maps have latitude and longitude. Do
Wait,
you know
I
how
have a
you get
question.
that?
Can we talk to someone more like professional? Maybe your kids are around.
I am professional. I've got like 2 advanced degrees and an undergraduate degree, and I'm also slightly drunk. So how about you
Man,
talk to
anyone
me?
could get a degree nowadays.
In
huh?
what field exactly?
Slightly drunk, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, when you get to my age, you're gonna enjoy it. So yeah, when you like mow the lawn and you start buzzing on like a fat IPA, it's great.
In what fields?
Sure.
Philosophy and finance.
So
Wow,
you're
very
not
useful.
any physics major or math major.
Oh, I've got advanced mathematics. Like I do linear algebra every day for a living. So, yep.
So if you do linear algebra, you can understand like projection on
Oh
graphs.
yeah, I did. I've had differential geometry in college about 20 years ago. Yep.
Oh, so you don't have a problem with the globe map being represented in 2D.
No, I actually don't. Listen, I understand
Okay,
it's a representation. That's why, because I understand how it was created out of projections and mapping. By the way, mapping and
Yeah, okay.
projections are not the same.
Wait, so what shape do you actually think the Earth is?
Mean sea level is flat. So if you take all the valleys and all the mountains on Earth and average it out, it doesn't curve. The average is 0, like flat, x-axis, all the way
Yeah.
across. Doesn't curve.
What's on the other side of the Earth then?
There's no other side. It just continues on.
Oh, just for the infinite, it just continues forever.
I don't know if it's infinite. Listen, I don't think whether or not reality is bounded by any condition is a philosophical question. Nobody can answer that. It's a paradox. So why don't we leave that alone for now, okay?
Why can
Okay,
we go
so if
to...
that was the case, right? If that was the case, me going in the same direction and coming back.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you this. If
Hold
you
on.
go in the same direction, do you end up back where you started again?
Yes.
That sounds fucking weird. Like,
do,
are
though.
you
People
like
have
Earth is
flown
like
around the
fucking
entire
Pac-Man? You
world.
think this is like Pac-Man world? Like you
Yes,
No.
literally,
go to the
people
left
have flown
side of the
around the
screen, end
entire
up on the
world.
right side of the screen. Okay.
I mean, I'm flabbergasted that you have 2 advanced degrees and you just said that you have advanced math, but like just
Yeah, I
wrapping
do.
your head around this, it's like impossible.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about manifolds right now, right? So the difference is between a looping manifold and non-looping manifold.
But you can't use the Pac-Man. I mean, visually, maybe, but down to the how Pac-Man is coded, no, it's not the same thing. If that's what you mean.
Okay, guys, can we have a pause section? I have a
Thank you,
comment
Maz.
from the YouTube chat. We have a man like me saying, "How about using sextant and the sun's GP?" I don't know what that means, but I guess
Yeah.
you guys
How
do.
do you determine the sun's GP? Has anybody actually measured that before? And to what degree of accuracy? I don't think anybody has. I know it's been calculated, but that doesn't mean it's been measured in reality.
Wait, Yoda.
Do you want someone like to go with a tape around the Earth? Is that what you would consider measurement?
No, I don't think flat Earth has 3 dimensions within an embedding space. I think the surface is flat.
That doesn't answer my question, though.
Yeah, it actually does. Yeah, like you asked if it goes around. I'm like, no, like it's just
No,
flat. Now, unless you mean like around like XY dimensions without a Z dimension, yeah, fine. XY, like things go around and around in circles.
What's at the edge then?
I don't know. What's at the edge of your universe? Like a bunch of fire or a bunch of like ice? What's at the edge of the universe, guy?
The universe. I mean, in my opinion,
What's
the
the edge of
universe
the
is
universe?
never
Even
ending.
the edge of the universe is curved. You know that?
Oh, dang.
No, actually, they say the universe is flat. It has a flat topology. You can Google this right now. Like the universe has a flat topology. People are like, oh my gosh, the universe is flat. And incoming guys, like we're probably gonna get like 20 people posting on YouTube and in our text chat that the universe is flat. You're gonna see all kinds of crazy freaking like news articles about it from various journals.
So if the
would
Earth
you?
is flat,
Could it be
how is there
possibly
gravity?
the case? Hold on. Could it be possible that you're misinterpreting the meaning of flat when it comes to space?
Yeah, is it possible that people are interpreting a globe when the Earth is flat in reality from space?
Well, what does that mean? Can you please break it down for me?
Yeah, it means that people imagine.
It has something. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a little premise. It has to do, since you have advanced math, it has to do with math.
Yeah. All right. So from an observer-centric point of view, okay, your point of origin, you are 0, 0, 0. Point of origin in 3D Cartesian space. You measure an angle to a star. You assume that the star has an arc length from the horizon to the height of the star. Why do you assume an arc length? Well, it's because you've been told that the celestial heavens occupies a space akin to a celestial sphere. You've also been told that the celestial sphere is just a model and doesn't represent reality, because nobody who believes in the heliocentric
You're not answering my
cosmology
question,
accepts a
man.
celestial sphere.
You're not
Right?
answering my question.
I am
You're
answering
going
your
around.
question. So the reason why people do this is because when they created maps using a coordinate system based off the sky, based off of where stars are at their appointed times in the sky. And they did this based off of the assumption that the sky has a spherical surface, even though Earth is measurably flat. That therein lies the conundrum.
Well, what do astrophysicists mean exactly when they say it's flat?
They mean it's topologically flat in 3 and 4 space, not 3 space, 4 space actually. Yep.
Only adding the 4th dimension. Are
Right,
you sure
because
that's what they mean? What
yeah, I'm
does the
absolutely
word,
sure that's what they mean.
What does the word or the words Euclidean geometry say to you?
Euclidean describes 3 orthogonal dimensions to each other, x, y, and z. Orthogonal defined as 90 degrees to each other. So reality has this curious feature in which all spatial objects that we know and can interact with can be pinpointed within a 3D space defined orthogonally, x, y, and z. So Cartesian coordinate system provides for you a way to map these objects in this location within the 3D Cartesian space.
Let me dumb it down for you. Do you think flat means
Dumb
that
it
it's
down?
two-dimensional?
Okay, dumb it down for me further, guy.
Yeah, I mean, I can't go further than that. Does it mean that it's flat as in two-dimensional?
Flat pertains to the reference planes, okay? So if the x and y axes plane is flat, then that's Cartesian. If it's curving, it's not.
I'm done.
Yeah, I know you're done. Okay, so how do you prove
you
that
guys have a
your base
special
of
ability
reference?
to not answer the
How do you
question
how do you
correctly.
how do you
That's right.
prove that your XY planar axes are curving in free space? All right, this gets into general relativity, and it gets into the discussion of reference frames. It gets into the discussion of a greater question of, you know, space time and compression and expansion, Lorentz contractions, all this crap. Okay. What you don't have is any proof that your space time is actually curving. Your space-time is not curving. It's flat. It's Cartesian. Your axes are not curving. X, Y, and Z are straight. They're not curving.
They're
In
Cartesian,
any
so they're
reference frame.
two-dimensional again. So
In
you keep
any
making this
reference
mistake.
frame.
Why'd this bro get banned, bruh? What'd he do?
Yeah, in any reference frame. Your X, Y, and Z axes don't curve in any reference frame. Because they're absolute.
Jumbo.
Yeah, do you believe in absolute
Back to
reference
school.
frames? No, do you believe in absolute reference frames?
Back to school, man.
How do you measure anything if you don't have a standard by which to measure it by? How do you measure whether or not something's curving if you don't have something straight to measure it by?
It's not about the fucking shape, it's about the geometry, man.
Yeah, but it's not about the shape, it's about the geometry? Exactly. Holy crap. You've got like cognitive dissonance supreme, dude. Like yeah, it's not about the shape, and shapes are geometric. It's about the shape, and it's about not the shape. That's what you're telling everybody.
Back to school. You definitely don't have an advanced math degree. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, really? I don't have an advanced math degree.
I think you use that as a preface.
All right, so okay, well, how am I wrong? Okay, how am I wrong?
Just in the fact that you still don't understand what like universe is flat mean.
Why don't you explain it then for the audience how wrong I am? Go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt.
If I have a sphere, right, and you have 3 angles that are connecting to each other, forming a triangle, what is the sum of the angles?
On a sphere, it's going to be more than 180 degrees.
Okay, so see, this is exactly where we're done. We're done.
Yeah. Okay. What? Yeah. What's so funny? What's so funny?
They will always talk to 180. Fucking idiot.
Okay. What's your point?
My point is that you're lying, man.
Lying about what? What's your point? Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Okay, you have a spherical triangle. The angles, which are not really angles in Cartesian space, but they are in this like weird spherical space, okay? They measure more than 180 because the rate of change of the angle changes over the length of the angle. So I get that, okay? You're going to have more than 180 degrees. What's the problem?
What about
How am I
flat plane?
stupid?
What about flat plane? What happens?
Well,
Hey,
you
Steve.
don't have
Hold on,
more than
hold
180
on.
degree triangles on a flat plane, okay?
He hasn't said anything that validates that your points are wrong. He just keeps telling you you don't understand this, that, and the other. Ski, go ahead and explain it to him like he asked. Prove your worth right now. Go ahead.
No, I'm waiting for him to finish.
All right, Ski, you're getting banned. Bye. See ya.
I'm
Sorry.
done.
I don't got
Adios.
time for you.
Oh, is that how you guys play? Ah, I see.
Yeah, that's how I play, bro.
Okay,
Come
so
on,
when
guys.
someone
You don't need to do that. Come on now.
Hey, you get banned too. Bye. You think I
Holy
want to
shit.
listen? Yeah, you're getting banned too. Bye.
All right, bye.
Think I want to listen to somebody keep saying "nuh-uh," and then whenever the other party says, "Well, then tell me how I'm wrong," they just go, "Oh, you're lying about your degree." Okay, if you're not going to go point counterpoint, and you're just going to say, "Oh, answer all my questions," and I'm just going to tell you you're wrong, and you can just not be here because you're a big waste of freaking time. You might as well just have a bot that chants no.
I was ready to get into it too. Oh well, guess he couldn't
Yeah, it would have
hang.
been nice. It would have been nice if he was able to actually do a point counterpoint, but somebody just going nah to everything you say is an absolute drivel waste of time, especially when they're trying to critique you like they know and you don't. It's just laughable, dude. You know, it literally takes calories for the electricity for the signals from my ears to my brain that I just wasted on listening to that guy go, no, you don't understand. You lied about your degree. Okay, well, tell me where I'm wrong. No, I'm not gonna.
I'm glad you did that because I'm too busy to ban that guy. So thanks.
No, you're too busy to have a conversation with him. That's not a conversation.
That's true too. Yeah, that's more true. I'm actually looking in the freezer for fucking chicken nuggets to make for the kids tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, Ski. For the in case you don't know, that's about equivalent to somebody going to a globe server, right? Where the globers just they're saying their gospel or whatever you think is correct, and then there's just like 7 flat earthers in the chat just going, "No, you're wrong. You're lying." So you wouldn't take that in that regard. You'd think it was retarded, and then here you are doing the same thing. I gave you 3 chances to redeem yourself, Ski, when you were asked, and you kept on dithering away. So your presence to retort anything is irrelevant because you're not providing any context to your retorts. So your presence here is meaningless. So you can just be listening.
If you're on a flat surface and it's actually curving, if you think you're on a flat surface and it's actually curving, there's going to be distortion measured over time based on where you think you are and where you should be. And that difference is actually captured by a concept called the transport rate in differential geometry. The transport rate describes the rate of rotation that you make along a surface in 3 dimensions that you think you should be doing in 2 dimensions. The transport rate is actually a feature that's built into inertial navigation systems, it's built into GPS, it's built into all kinds of shit that we use for navigation. And it's used to calculate a globe as people think that they're flying over a globe with an airplane or piloting over a globe in a boat when they're actually doing it over a flat earth in reality. Yeah, why is it called transport rate? I don't freaking know. Like, people think transport like buses and trains. I mean, it's just called the transport rate, okay, guy? So sue me.
Well, there's transports, there's transpositions, there's translations.
It's all trans, baby.
That all defines movement through space, right? And
Or
different types,
genders.
right? So, for example,
Yeah.
if the Earth truly is a globe and a plane is traveling at an equal altitude, which would essentially be an arc parallel to the arc of the ground, with a little bit of idealism stuck in there, because obviously the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. You're not going to be the exact same height from the surface at all times, even though you're at the alleged same altitude, which you don't even know that either, because mostly you're using your pressure altitude. You don't have a true altitude. So your pressure altitude could actually be variant. So you're going to get an approximation. You're going to have the Earth being curved beneath you, and then you're going to have you traveling in a curved path. Now, in order to travel in a curved path with radials from the center of the Earth being the direction of down, those radials change every moment. So second to second, your down is shifting. So in order for the plane to stay balanced, it has to rotate on its own frame relative to the Earth frame. Where's the proof the plane's doing that, Mr. Globers? And yes, that's a necessity and cannot be otherwise. If a plane is traveling in an arced path over a curved Earth with the gravity being splayed radials, constantly reorienting the direction of down, the frame of the plane must necessarily rotate every second it's in the air and be displaced by a certain amount of degrees from where it left to where it arrives. That's a necessity and it cannot be otherwise. You got any proof that's happening, any Glober?
No, they don't have any. And the best part about that is it would show it the best because you can control how fast you're traveling over the surface, unlike when they're trying to claim mechanical gyroscopes show drift. They're actually using unbalanced gyroscopes, so they they drift because they're unbalanced, and so they lack the gyroscopic effect or rigidity in space.
Yep. But anyways, I got to go attend an event. So that's where I'll be. Peace.
See you later. Yeah, Brown, you don't understand that mechanical gyroscopes don't drift. That's why they have the gyroscopic effect, which is rigidity in space. However,
It's gonna mute
there
me
are.
now.
Don't interrupt me. However, there is apparent drift within the optical gyroscope, but not the mechanical gyroscope. Two different things. Basically, the point AI is making is uh, if you try to claim that a mechanical gyroscope is drifting at around 15 degrees per hour when it's actually unbalanced, but they claim it's Earth curve that's causing that, then it would also, by necessity, be required to show you the translation across the surface, which is caused by your speed across that surface, so you could see that drift relative to your speed, and therefore control the variable and prove that that is actually what's happening here. Instead, we have never seen that. It's never been done in all of history. All we've seen is people claiming like Foucault, before he created his pendulum, he brought an unbalanced gyroscope to his peers. And if you read old literature, you can read all about this. He brought this gyroscope and thought, this proves the Earth is rotating, and he was laughed out of the room because he's violating the basic principle upon which the device works. And so later up, he came up with the pendulum to try to affirm the consequent and claim that the pendulum motion showed Earth rotation, but there's no causal link there. It's just an assumption.
Thank you, Drace. Good to hear from you. Pendulums have been used in surveying too, going back to at least the 1700s. Why would they use pendulums in surveying? Any globies out there have an answer? I'll let you answer first so you can educate the flat earthers. Why did they use pendulums in surveying, globers? Anybody answering here, YouTube, please post your reply. Why would you use pendulums when surveying?
You know which way down is?
You don't need a pendulum for that, right? You just need a plumb bob. So why use a pendulum? Why swing something back and forth? Good question. All right. The reason why globe people think that they needed pendulums was because they wanted to measure the strength of the gravitational field below their feet. If the pendulum swung with a period that was slower, then they said that the gravitational field was weaker. And if it swung faster, then it was stronger. This was the foundations of geodetic surveying, measuring the Earth, creating what's called the geoid. Today, I think the most prominent geoid model is called EGM 96, based entirely on this. So they would take their measurements of their pendulums, the timing measurements, because it had nothing to do with the spatial component. It was entirely about time. You take the timing of the pendulum, and then at the same location, they would take an astronomical sighting of the stars. Ooh, yeah, they'd look at the stars in the night sky. Why? Because they noticed that the stars, if they were moving in a very uniform fashion with predictability, should be at a certain point in the sky at a certain point in time with a high degree of accuracy. And if it wasn't at that point, then they were either not at the right location or something else was amiss. That's how they reasoned. So they take a pendulum reading, and they could say either the pendulum was swinging faster or slower than was expected, and then they would look at a star and say either the star was further along in its path or behind its point in the path or right on the path, right on the point they expected. They'd say, okay, based on these confluence of factors, we can deduce that the Earth has a stronger or weaker magnetic or gravitational field in this place, and that the vector of that gravitational field is biased in this direction or that direction based on the mistiming of the star as expected versus where it was observed. And that became what was known as a deflection of the vertical in surveying. It had nothing to do with measuring the surface of the Earth to see if there was curvature. It had everything to do with assuming curvature and assuming that the stars should be in a place in the sky when they weren't. Well, why should they be there? Why should the stars be at this place and they were observed at that place? How come that's wrong? Well, instead of saying that the model is wrong, they'd update the model to say, okay, gravity fields warped the starlight, and gravity fields warped the strength of the pendulum to make it different too. And we take those two together, and we can create a globe out of that. What's happening is they're affirming the consequent. They're assuming that things should be a certain way when reality says they aren't. And when reality says they aren't that way, instead of saying that the Earth is flat, they say Earth is still a globe, but we have this modifier. The modifier is the gravity, the space-time warping continuum, the gravity field flexing the starlight, flexing the astrogeodetic plumb line, causing curvature and deflection, moving the starlight away from where it should be. Also, moving the pendulum timing slightly off from what they expected. Absent of other potential variables that could be at play. Variables such as, well, what if the Earth isn't curving, like they assume? And what if there's no variation in gravity, but a variation in the way they conduct their pendulum swinging? Did they bother checking for any of that? Well, in the 1730s to 1780s, when the British government and the French government sent their surveyors to Lapland and to Peru to determine whether or not Earth was egg-shaped or an oblate spheroid, they'd already baked in the curve of the Earth, and they brought their pendulums. They brought their pendulums to Peru. They brought their pendulums to northern Finland. They brought their plumb bobs. They brought their sextants. They already thought Earth was a globe. And when measurements were so freaking far out of whack from one another, they had a debate. Their debate decided that Earth had to be an oblate instead of a prolate spheroid. So the English thought it was oblate, the French thought it was prolate. Yeah, that's how we're stuck with it. That happened in the late 1700s. So you're telling me that explorers went through the Andes Mountains in Peru in the 1700s and had these all precise measurements? Like they didn't die from dengue fever, you know, like their dicks weren't bit off by piranhas. Like, come on. Or that they didn't freeze to death or get bitten by mosquitoes to death in the far Arctic north of Finland. I mean, we can question these stories because guess what? These stories are the best we have for the golden seed value of what the radius of the Earth should be. This is the origin of it. This is part of the origin of the entire thing. If you're going to defend this ball of crap, you're going to have to defend what they did, despite having dubious evidence and claims at your fingertips. So the guy that was banned about 20 minutes ago, he was asked a question that he evaded, right? What considerations go into making a map? Let's say you have a clean slate, no preconceived assumptions. You want to make a map of the Earth. What's the first thing you do? What are the first 3 or 5 things you do? Anybody? There are different things you can do. You can choose to use a star in the sky, your interpretation of that star within a celestial sphere. You can look at the apple tree out there in the field. You might want to consider what your point of origin is. What represents 0, 0, 0, your coordinate system? Where is that going to be? Maybe start with that. Well, we have a map available to us, you know, a commonly used map has latitude and longitude. It's based off of a datum, which is a mathematical reference called WGS84, okay, which gives us the geometry on which to apply latitude and longitude. So we have this datum, we have latitude and longitude coordinates, we have the size of the oblate spheroid, the reference ellipsoid, WGS84, and we have now a coordinate system which subdivides everything by polar coordinates and equatorial coordinates, right? So how do you determine where the point of origin is on that? Where do you pick it? You want to pick it in your backyard? Do you want to pick that point of origin at your friend's house? You know, or maybe at the closest city? Maybe there's a big tree somewhere. Maybe there's a building, some kind of landmark. Yeah, they used to use landmarks. Maybe some guy's farm out in the middle of Kansas. You know, and maybe you're like, hey, we got stars available to us, you know, throughout the night. Maybe we can use a star. Anytime a star happens to be above this point on the land at this point in time, maybe we can use that as a coordinate reference system. Point of origin. What do you do? How do you pick where you begin? Well, the one we use is latitude and longitude, and there are 2 points of origin. One of them is said to be directly under Polaris, and the other one is said to be directly under Sigma Octantis, a southern point of rotation in the sky that can only be seen by visual aids. So it's like Polaris, but much dimmer. Now, there's some people on our side who think it doesn't exist. Fine. Doesn't matter. There is a point there. It's a point of rotation, okay? And it's arbitrary because you can choose it as your reference frame. And it appears to be a point in the sky that kind of things seem to revolve around, or at least make arcs around. And those arcs aren't exactly circles, but they're maybe elliptical arcs. But, you know, people use this. Let me ask, has anybody ever produced evidence that anybody's been directly underneath Polaris, the GP of Polaris, or Sigma Octantis?
Where's Polaris at?
Where is it? Yeah, that's a good point. So we have these maps. We have everything available to us from the globe side, these maps, based on 2 points of origin, the ground position directly below Sigma Octantis in the south and directly below Polaris in the north. Has anybody ever produced a measurement showing that Polaris is directly above them, 90 degrees to the horizontal of the horizon? Anybody? The answer is no. Nobody's ever produced this. And yet all of our maps are based on this assumption that it exists, and somebody could produce it if they would ever get around to it. It's 2026. Has anybody ever gone there? Have you seen this? No, you haven't seen this. Nobody's ever seen this. Nobody's ever posted it to the internet. Okay. So before we even question the topology of the sky as being curved. I have a lot of problems with the celestial sphere concept with the curving sky. Okay, because I know that our vision processes it as such, but I don't think it manifests that self in reality. But we can assume that for the sake of conversation and say, let's check the internal consistency of the claim. Let's check to see if the points of origin are true and established. Have you Freemasons established your Jachin and Boaz, your two pillars, your North and your South, your Polaris and your Sigma Octantis GPs? Have you guys done that? I mean, they'll claim, of course they did, but what's the proof of that? Show us how you established it. By inference only? Okay. I can infer a lot of things that aren't true. As long as my lies are internally consistent, then they might hold up, but it doesn't mean it's true. You guys ever meet somebody who lied to you, like a con artist, maybe a cheating girlfriend or wife that lied to you? Their
Well,
lies were
man, you
totally
you want to
internally
know the truth?
consistent. You could not crack their lies no matter what you did, but they were in fact lies. Yeah, that happens.
You want to know some shit, man?
Yeah, man, go for it.
The Freemason is not the same Freemason as you see in America.
Oh yeah, I know. There's the Grand Orient Masons in France who are basically atheistic
Oh,
humanists. And
oh
then there are
man,
the
it's cut off. It's cut off. The ones in America is cut off. That's why you see a bunch of bullshit when they do it. The ones in Europe is more, I guess, Illuminati-ish.
yeah, that's right. That's right. They're atheistic humanists for the most part in European continental
I mean, you
masonry.
can put your own words to it.
No, they call it, the Masons call it continental masonry. I'd say ask me how I know, but I'm not prepared to go into that right now. The Grand Orient Lodge in France admits atheists. There was a great a split within Freemasonry back in, I think, the late 1700s, 1800s. Convent of Wilhelmsbad, wherein the Illuminati met with other branches of Freemasonry to decide whether or not it would be a Christian organization or not. And actually, the Christians won out. The atheistic humanists lost. The Illuminati lost that convent. It doesn't mean that they went away, though. So on the antagonist side, on the Illuminati atheist side, whereas like Adam Weishaupt and all their Bavarian Illuminists, on the other side, representing Christians, was Jean-Baptiste Willermoz and a bunch of others who were very, very much Christian, loyal to the Pope, as well as some Protestants. That was kind of the defining moment of Freemasonry, and it kind of split along continental lines. You had America and Great Britain continuing the Masonic tradition under a Christian, tent, and then you had like the French and the Germans proliferating Masonry under more of an atheistic, humanistic, synarchist kind of development. So there's a lot here I could get into. I know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
man.
about.
You totally right. You know, but you got to remember, man, America is a made-up country.
Oh, I know. It's a Masonic experiment.
Sure. Well,
Yeah, I know for sure it is.
You know the truth, I guess.
I know it's evil. It's an evil. It was founded to be good, but fundamentally it was evil.
Oh man, can I be? Look, man, I'm not the smartest man on earth. I'm just a guy, right? but America is an experiment. Don't you think so? Don't America feel like a experiment? I mean, you have all of the chemicals in your food and stuff. Don't you feel feel tested on? How you guys doing?
Good. So, what makes us so sure that we should have complete, full autonomy over our decisions?
Well, you do have full. Well, hold on.
Yeah, but should you? It's a product of the fall, the fact that you do.
You do. You can go out and say we need help, and the Earth is flat. But what is that going to do? You know? I'm sorry, I didn't get the memo.
It's
I was
cool, man. I gotta go. I gotta make dinner now, so I'm listening
yeah
only. So,
yeah yeah. I'm actually making dinner right now, so I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to fuck up your speech.
no, I was done. Like, you came in right at the right time. So, hey, the floor is yours. So, why don't you chat with us as you make dinner?
Oh goddamn! I got put on the spot.
It's okay if you want to talk about anything, like from the Earth to Shania Twain. I don't care. Go for it.
Okay. Um, what's your guys' thoughts about whatever you think about? What is your guys' thoughts?
Come on, he wants to hear from the audience, not me. Somebody, please speak up. I have to go.
What you cooking, man?
Pasta.
Pasta. With what? You just cooking pasta? No sauce? Okay, okay. Let me put down my bottle. Let me put down my joint. Okay. Let's talk to the peoples, man. And sorry again, man. Hello, Mr. Russ B. Welcome back to your own habitat, boss. Just saying, boss. Okay. Um, Let me look at my phone. Oh, I left it. I left my phone in the kitchen. Gosh, gosh, dizzle. My nissle, bissle, pizzle, ickle, wiggle. Okay, Tristan, are you alive? Tristan brought to you by Cows Jr., which is a great fast food restaurant, by the way. I don't know if you work there or maybe it's a family name or something like that. I don't know, man. I don't know. But Mr. Tristan brought to you by Cows Jr. What's up, man? Got no microphone? I think I messed it all up. That's my bad. Hello, friendo. How you doing? What's your thought? What are you thinking about? Yeah. What the fuck? Where I put my phone, man? You know what my dad taught me? My dad taught me just accutate everybody. So maybe I should accutate everybody by saying, "Hello, friendo. Welcome back again for the third time. You have the floor, dude, Mr. Flatlander.
Huh?
You got the floor, man."
No, I got nothing right now. Just chilling, listening.
Alright. Same. What's your favorite song? Okay, I feel like a loser right now, which I am. But drink as much as I did and smoke as, excuse me, I'm not gonna say that we are in a room where we don't talk about doing stuff like that. Never mind. But happy Friday, man. Happy Friday. Hope you guys are doing good. You know, shout out the YouTube chat. As soon as I find my phone, I don't know where the frick I put it, but I will find it. Okay, I found my phone. So if you are on YouTube, you will be mentioned because I have nobody else to talk to.
Event. There's an event in the home base, by the way, just in case anyone wasn't aware. And you're more than welcome to come over if you want, Maz.
What's going on?
Event at the home server.
Well,
Okay,
man, I
cool.
can't.
So I have no idea why they wanted to make everything Bluetooth.
Nothing beats plug-in, dude.
Oh yeah,
Never.
but I mean like for transfer
Wireless,
the
yeah.
using the Wi-Fi
Yeah,
as
wireless.
your transfer, it's so much better.
Yeah. I'm just saying, you can't get better than wired, man.
Yeah, I agree. I hate how everything is wireless now. Everything
Oh.
is wireless and it's got, a rechargeable battery and you need a subscription. And it's just,
What?
like I'm just saying like everything's going
Oh,
that way.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
You,
my
you,
friend has heated seats in her car that,
yeah,
they came with the car, but she has to she has to pay for subscription to use
I
them.
heard about that. Like I was thinking about that, and because of that, I thought you meant there are subscription services or some shit for like earbuds because we were just talking about that. I'm like,
Oh,
what the
it's
fuck?
coming.
There will be. It's coming. Yeah.
It's coming. You will own nothing and you will be happy, right?
Yeah. So for example, I got a perfect plan. So you buy an earbud and you get 500 free charges, and after you charge it the 500th time, regardless if you only charge it for 10 seconds, it says you need to buy more charges. I mean, it's coming down the pike, dude.
Bite your tongue. This is going in the live stream. Don't give them
Hey,
ideas.
one that really got me back in the day, and it really made me think about some of the scams and all this stuff and where we're going is like this movie Minority Report where they're tracking you through the movie and each trying to hide his eyes and cover his face so that the machine which tracks everyone can't find him. But around a little bit after that, they came out with this technology where they can map your skeleton and the way you move. And so you could literally be in like a blanket and they can tell it's you. And they put this technology into the Xbox Connect where it's like you get in front of a camera and you move around and it tracks you and it knows it's you. And then it translates that to the game data, like how your game character is moving. And what they were planning to do with that was do like a DRM where the camera would know who's playing the game and it would know who enters the room. And so let's say, for instance, you bought a fight, like a boxing match, and you bought a fight for $50 with a 5-person license, and a 6th person enters the room. It would be able to tell who that person is and that they didn't pay. And then it would pause the fight and say, you need to pay more money or that person needs to leave the room. They were literally planning to do that.
That's dystopian.
And they want to do it with everything. They want every user participant to have to pay for everything. So for example, you might have an iPhone watch that tells the time and someone's like, hey, what's the time? And you turn your wrist over to them for them to see. It tracks their eyes and cuts off the screen and says, this user has not paid. Like they want that world, bro. Or like you have your subscription for your car and then you have a heart attack. And so then the passenger pulls you out of the seat, jumps into the driver's seats, ready to drive the car, and it stops the car immediately, slams on the brakes, and says, "This user has not paid."
Wasn't there some law passed that all cars had to have remote start by 2026? Like wasn't
Well,
that
more
something?
importantly, remote kill switch.
Right, exactly. So then, like you don't have the right social credit score and so you can't go to work that day kind of thing.
Yeah,
Or
it's
you
so bogus.
exceeded your carbon credits. Yeah,
There's
it's crazy.
groups.
Go ahead.
There's groups starting whole industries where they're like basically you buy a new car, then you take it to this place to get detailed or whatever, like you normally would, and then they're just gonna rip all that crap out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, but like even in California, they're posting carbon credits on menus and such, you know. Not credits, but like how many units of carbon you're using depending on what you buy to eat. So, you know, it always starts as voluntary, right? It's got to be it seemed like it had lost traction to a certain degree because it's like the dumbest thing ever, but who knows?
Kind of like on the end of the American tax returns, it says, "Hey, just asking before you finish your form here. Would you like to just give the government free money, some extra money? Would you just like to tip the government?"
Does it actually do that? Like actually
Yeah,
say, hey, here's like a
like
voluntary.
yes, you can voluntarily just give the government extra money because you just feel like they're doing a great job, or you want them to use the money for something. It's just, hey, here you go. Here's an extra $1,000.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's a good point. When people complain that, you know, some people aren't paying enough taxes, you're like, nobody is stopping you from sending more money to the IRS if you want, you know? Go right ahead, lead by example, you know? But they have those check boxes on almost everything, like when you renew your driver's license, when you renew your registration, you know, on everything. Like, is Crit back? Because I'm interested in hearing the end of his story. Oh, hey Karma. I'm so glad you found your way in. You there? Can you hear us? I'm gonna DM her directly.
She probably ran out of headphone charges.
Karma testing. Yay. Okay. Hi. Can you hear us all right? Guess not. So, one of the things I thought we could discuss tonight was if anyone wanted to offer their best Golden Globies or like the dumbest arguments they've heard from a Glober in the last couple years, because I feel like that's something we can all relate to each other on.
My favorite one personally is when I'm trying to describe to them like the dimensions of the Earth, like what mainstream science claims, and they go, "Well, if you don't believe in that, then why would you even bring that up?" It's like, well, I'm trying to explain to you what you don't even know yet, and I have to use what they give me to then make a point. But like they don't even want me to do that because they can't comprehend that if I don't believe that, why am I using these numbers? I think that's one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard.
Okay, Karma's having IT issues. She said that she's speaking, but we can't hear her. So, yeah, Karma, your mic isn't lighting up. You're not lighting up at all, so it's not being heard. Like right now, you've unmuted, but you're not turning green. So I don't know what you get Drace to help you or something, or use his stuff. Sorry, Flatlander. Crit, you back yet? He's not back.
I was just gonna say, Karma, maybe you want to unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah. Pull it out and blow some air into it, like we're in like 1997.
What, like VHS tapes kind of thing?
Super Nintendo, the whole shit.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Everybody hear me now?
Oh,
I
we can
knew
hear
it.
you. Yep,
Told
there you
you.
are.
Fucking knew it. Nailed it.
Know what anybody was saying because I was in voice settings, but I figured it out. It had the wrong microphone selected. I was trying to use a mic I don't have connected.
Well, yeah, I can see why that wouldn't work. Welcome to the room. Good to see you.
Interesting.
So have you been working on that game you were talking about?
Yeah, I always have that ready.
Yeah. So maybe would you mind sharing with the room what we talked about the game and see maybe we could see if anyone's interested?
Yeah, yeah. It's basically a little bit like D&D and Dungeons with Death kind of baby, where I would be your DM. I have a map. You would be on a little adventure, and you would be playing one character together, where you are all different thoughts in their heads. There would be democratic voting on what you do, complete freedom. There are kind of two versions. You can either have like a quest, or you're just fucking around. uh, Geez, how do I explain this? It's basically just a adventure storytelling kind of silly thing. That's very fun. I could actually connect my drawing pad because then I could have the map kind of up for you guys a little bit and draw as you go, which does make it a lot easier. And I usually use whiteboard for kids if it doesn't work. But if you feel up for it, we can also skip the map and y'all just have to remember where the fuck you went.
So yeah, if this is something you guys think you might be interested in, we would just like set a specific recurring date to do it, and it might just be something fun to do on the home server that isn't, talking to idiots for a change. So, you know, message Karma if it's something you'd like to do, and we'll pull it together. Because she's willing to put in the work for it, so I think it's a pretty cool opportunity. And then there's always Indigo with RuneScape.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you should make it a regular thing, right? I think you'd find a few more people that would join up.
I mean, I've taken the time to taking the time. I've done it a few times, streaming the game on the in the text chat, but it only works in politics. So I mean, half the time we're not in there, half the time I'm not playing anyway. So
Why won't it work
but
here
I can't stream here.
at all? AI?
No, if I hover over the
Oh, he's gone.
the stream button, it says you can't stream into this channel.
Is it just a perms thing, or is it just?
I don't
Do
know.
we need?
Could
We
be
need to.
it could be a server wide thing. Are you guys able to?
Huh.
It was set like that because people were trying to porn bomb us all the time.
Well, we could create like a specific channel that you would have to have a certain tag to enter, right? Couldn't we do that?
Maybe, yeah. That's a great game, man. I mean, Lats and I started playing. I don't know where he's at. I think he's just, doing his own thing. Same thing here. But, you can do a lot of shit in it.
Yeah, if you
So,
guys have any ideas, and Karma, you especially, um I'm really interested in hearing any ideas people have to kind of like generate some more traffic to the home server, and not just us because we know how to get here, but in general, if anyone has any input, I'd really appreciate that. I'm thinking having some non talking to Globers events would go a long way. Maybe starting up the precious metals thing again if somebody wanted to lead that. Something in that vein. These are just some of the things I've heard about that people seem to really resonate with. So if y'all have any ideas, it'd be cool to hear them.
what? Some sort of a sound money kind of thing in here?
Well, no, it was I know it sounds like that, right? But it was basically
Which I'm
just
not against, by the way.
yeah, and I never participated, but it was basically just like a regular meeting for golds and silvers to kind of like um go over certain like somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but to go over certain topics and maybe explain things a little bit more in depth. Um like a regular teaching opportunity is the way I saw
Oh,
it.
okay. You're talking about the roles.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I know.
I
I
thought you
thought
meant
the
like an
same thing
actual.
at first.
I thought
Yeah.
you meant actual conversation on precious metals and shit. I'm like, oh shit.
No, I
Okay.
know. That's what I thought too, but
It was also pretty useful in the fact that when we had a lot of people that were like occupying the main server to get information to all these different roles and expectations and stuff like that, so everybody was on the same page. So it did keep like everything more in order. Like we did need it more when there was more traffic at home server, but since the outpost hasn't been as like as important, that's probably why it died out. I would think.
Yeah, I think the people who headed it up just stopped doing it, and so you know we're just kind of a free for all here. So it's like people just have to step up and take responsibility on their own. And if you wait around for somebody else to do it, people are busy. They've got distractions. It's not going to happen unless you do it. So I volunteer you and Drace personally, but that's a
I mean, I'll admit I'm very much out of sight, out of my ADHD type, but gonna have a lot of time on my hands this summer technically because I'm gonna be home from work until at least August.
Okay. Well, maybe there's something we could do with that. Yeah, if you've got more time in your schedule during the summer, that would be fantastic. It doesn't have to last all year, right? You don't have to overcommit or get yourself involved in something that's just going to be overwhelming for you. I think any little bit helps at this point. Hey, Yoder.
Hey,
We're
what's happening?
it's a little it's not like traditional ladies' night. It's me and Karma, so we've opened
Oh,
the room to everybody.
okay. It's okay. It's bi night, binary
Yeah.
night.
Did you mow the
Casual
lawn?
hang up and fun type.
Yeah, I mowed the lawn. I'm pretty cooked, so I'm good.
Well, good. So, any other ideas, folks? Or do I have to go back to the Golden Globy stuff? All right. Well, Crit, I don't know if you want to finish your story or not, if you don't feel comfortable.
No,
You
I
know.
had to do something real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. So where was I? I was at okay. I think the whole process of deciding to meet up, right? Is that where I left off at?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So then I didn't really tell anybody about it, because I was originally going to go for 2 weeks, and it was quite an ordeal. Like I had to, drive down to the Twin Cities, take an airplane, and then fly, and with a layover, and then go land to Porto, then drive like another 2-3 hours north. And yeah, we hit it off. It was great, and I ended up staying an extra week. I ended up getting kind of an ear infection. I think it had to do with the elevation change, and like there's a lot of weird weather at the time too. Like it'd be warm, cold, and whatnot. So then, yeah, then after that, we kind of continued the long distance relationship thing. She came here, or she came to America. We met in Chicago, but she didn't want to do the thing, kind of driving all the way north to Minnesota. So we kind of met, like a port of entry, Chicago, and hung out for a couple weeks. That was last year in June. But I think that trying to think what else. I think that's pretty much the whole story. I mean, there's more to it, but I mean, like the gist of it.
You forgot the part where we declared you dead and eulogized you and
Oh, that's
canceled your account.
Yeah. That
Hello?
the first time I left, I didn't say anything to anybody because and everyone's like, "Oh my god, what?" Like Crit said he'd be back, and then he just like like didn't come. It's been like 3 weeks, and where is he? And everyone's like checking in on me, like, does anyone know like how to get in contact with him? And like there's people who have my cell number, but it was disconnected because I was in overseas and I had switched the SIM card. So even like their like like text messaging wasn't coming through.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, Pam.
Shut up, holy yap.
Why is everyone on mute?
We were
no idea.
listening to his story, but now that you're here, what's up?
We're just flat earthers and we're on the learn more.
It's hard to.
You guys here for Flat Earth then?
Okay, we don't talk to AI. So we yeah.
I
So
know that was that was
I'm the
Wasman
AI.
113. That was Wasman 113.
okay,
I
it's
saw his voice move. Yeah.
if someone okay, cool. So does anyone welcome to the room, y'all. I don't recognize your names. So
No, he's gone.
do you, what brings you in?
Learning more about
L-
flat Earth.
Yeah, the flat Earth.
Okay, well, which one of you wants to talk first?
Last man.
Rossi 321.
Dibs not.
There's not.
Hey,
Dibs not.
Wasman. Hey, Wasman.
Yeah.
Hey, Wasman. Is that you in your PFP?
Yeah, that is him
Yep.
actually.
Okay, I don't think you're old enough to be on Discord.
Yeah,
So
that's so weird because
I'm
Ronnie
just
has the exact
gonna
same guy in his
18.
profile picture.
yeah. So oops. You're gonna stay on mute because you have to be
Yep,
at least
that's.
13, depending on the
Oh my
country.
god.
my
Oh
And
god.
since
god.
y'all are
Oh my
friends,
god.
I'm assuming that y'all are probably not of legal, see.
18, just so everyone knows.
Okay, well, that's yeah. All right. So, welcome in. So,
So
what
I'm
brings
on
you into
then.
the You said you want to learn about flat Earth. What do you assume so far? Like, what have you heard so far? What do you think that we claim?
The Earth.
Yeah, you cut out Rossi.
Well, we've got Roddy then. We've got
What do I assume?
yeah. What do you think we think? Like, when you imagine flat Earth, what does that mean to you?
The Earth is not round.
Okay, can you be a little more specific?
It's 2D.
It's 2D.
Yes.
I like that.
If you shine light forwards, it won't bend on the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, so Crit, were you done with your story? Like...
I mean, I don't know if you want to go with this and just see where it goes.
I don't know. This is kind of yeah. I'm not
Please
sure
breathe.
that we're dealing. I mean, when people come in and they're like, the Earth is 2D, it's like I kind of don't know where to go with that because they're not here to have any kind of intelligent conversation. If you guys really want to have like an actual conversation, that would be fantastic. But I'm not gonna like engage with that kind of stuff, right? Because that would be a waste of my time and a waste of yours, right?
We said we were here to learn. Because we don't know a lot.
Okay, but obviously the Earth is not 2D.
Well, see
Right,
where
Is that
where they
not what
why
you
they
believe?
It's just an idea.
No,
but
it's
3D
it's not
doesn't
an
that mean
idea.
it's round?
Okay. Well, round. You mean
Oh,
spherical?
I've come to be educated. That's what I believe.
Okay. Well, you don't mean round though. You mean spherical.
I didn't say round. I said 2D.
No, someone else. Then it was
Triangular.
your buddy who said round. It's hard to tell you all apart.
I
To be
don't
honest.
know him.
Probably strongman.
I don't actually know him.
Oh, okay, sure. So anyway,
Can we carry on with conspiracy story, please?
oh, you enjoyed that
I
too.
think
I think
I
he's
think
pretty.
I'll learn from that
Oh,
more
you
than
might.
speaking.
Yeah, because I went to Portugal, up north, like northern Portugal, and one of the things I learned there was that a lot of the people, older people who were around during the Apollo time, they thought the whole thing was just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. No shits given, just completely a waste of time. That was just laughing about it, really. Like, what a joke. Like, they think Americans went to the moon. And then when asked them about what's your take on Artemis, there was no take. They really had no clue. There wasn't anything there to really like, oh, America's faking it again, I guess is what their idea on that. So I mean I think that's interesting because there's a video of this from 2012 where a person went to Afghanistan and they're asking the Afghanistan villagers about showing, hey, what does your cosmology look like? Describe where the Earth is and whatnot. They had a vague knowledge of like, oh, the Earth is like a ball in space, and then they showed them a video of just how massive the heliocentric model is, just how endless it is.
Massive.
Yeah, like virtually endless. Like there's no edge. Like there's where's the edge of the heliocentric model? So then they were just stunned. I mean, you can look up the video. It's like Afghan villagers respond to some of those photos from Hubble, and they're like saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping at night." But one of them, like an older guy, was like, "Yeah, whatever. It's nonsense. There's nothing that's not really anything workable. That's just like it's a good story. It's kind of like how they frame, how he framed it. You're like, there's a
Yeah.
good story, but where's the proof? Where's the evidence of all this?
Some random Afghani villager is more intelligent than 90% of the visitors to politics, then, is what you're saying.
Well, because I think the framework there is that they lived in a society where their government, was not trustworthy. They knew that when the Taliban was up to something, it generally wasn't for the betterment of the average Afghani. It's really again, kind of like against them. And the same thing in Portugal. Portugal lived under a dictatorship until like the 1970s. So you've got this, this concept where here in the Western world, like, Portugal is part of the Western world, but in America, you've got a lot of people who think the Apollo program is legit because they absolutely love their government. They are in love with everything federal government. And kind of same thing in England, where it's almost illegal, to like question the Queen or question the Crown. Like you post something derogatory.
The Queen's died.
If you post something derogatory about the Crown on social media, they will come to your house.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they just some dude just got arrested just like last week. I was reading about it.
I felt that was more like probably threatening the Crown and all
I don't
talk
know.
about like Epstein and stuff.
There's definitely different standards for wrongthink, there than here, at least for now. But people just kind of accept it, right? Let's see, what's your name? So looks like the four of you came in together. Strucky, is that your name?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. What brings you into the server? Have you been here before? Let me look.
I have not been here before, no.
Okay, you guys all joined today, looks like.
Guys, can you unmute my other account?
Yeah, you all joined together today. So did you see this like some lol cow server and you're like, we're gonna go in and have a laugh? Is that it?
Yo, can I be unmuted?
You're talking, so you don't
Nah,
appear
it's on
to
my
be
other
muted.
account.
Oh. Are you the Wamsy
Yeah, that's the one.
kid? Okay.
Yep.
All right,
me.
cool. All right, I'll give you a chance.
Thanks.
All right. So pick your ringleader for the four of you and or maybe five of you, it looks like. And
Wasman.
okay. All right. Why do you elect him? How do you pick him?
Because he's doing A levels. Do you know what they are?
Okay, cool. All right, so we'll see what
He's
he
the
knows.
most intelligent out of us all.
Sounds good. Wasman, we'll wait for him to get back on his account.
Wait,
Yay, there. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you really a couple questions just to kind of figure out where you are, if you don't mind. Would that be okay?
Yeah, wait, about what?
About the Earth.
Okay.
All right. So Do you know how large the Earth is claimed to be? Like, do you know what the claimed radius of the sphere is?
What, like the exact number?
Yeah, or close to it. Yeah.
Like it's what, like 8,000 miles?
It's like
Give
6,000
or take.
kilometers, isn't it?
Well, I mean, the radius is claimed to be 3959. So yeah, that would
Yeah.
be, yeah.
Give or
So
take.
so the diameter would be about 8,000 miles. Now, let me ask you, where did you learn that, and when did you learn that?
I don't know. I just know it. It's like
Well, you
taught
didn't.
probably.
Okay, yeah, all right, cool. Well, then, honestly, like, you probably know more than 70% of the globe believers we talk to. So, you understand that based on that, right, we can determine how much surface curvature we should have, right?
Well, yeah, kind
Okay.
of.
Okay. So, do you know what the formula is for drop over distance on a sphere of that size?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, let me ask you a question. Over
Uh,
over 10 miles, how much drop over distance would you expect? Like, if you were
like
looking over a 10-mile lake, how much curvature should there be? And
how
this isn't a test. We're not going to boot you if you don't know.
Not
I'm
a
just
lot.
asking you. Okay, not a lot, but what's not a lot? Can you be a little more specific?
Literally
At least
couple
2.
meters max.
Okay.
it'd be like
Not even that, I don't think.
it'd be
Okay.
like what, like 10 meters at most.
Okay. Well, that's better. That's a closer guess than the other one. Yeah, I mean, actually, it would be like over 66 feet of curvature.
How much meters
What would it
is?
be if it was 1 mile?
Well, almost nothing over 1 mile because it's an exponential equation. It's 8 inches per mile squared, right? It really wouldn't be measurable over a mile. Let's see if someone has a chart.
It's 21 meters.
Cool.
Yeah,
Thank
over
you.
fences. You might want to explain to them what squaring actually is.
Oh,
Right,
well,
What?
right,
Imagine.
hang on a
Right.
minute.
Right.
Hang on
Right.
a
That's
minute.
testing our abilities.
okay. Yeah, okay, so it's exponential, right?
Sure.
So anyway, what'd you say, DJ? You said 21 meters. Is that correct? Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, so we would expect 21 meters of drop over distance over a 10-mile lake. So where can we measure that or observe that? Because that's a significant amount,
I'm sorry.
right?
I didn't. Is this thing in the debate text what we're talking about, or is that irrelevant to
What
our
do you
conversation?
what do you mean? I
Someone's
don't know.
just
If
wrote
you
like
were
a load of stuff.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not looking at that channel.
Oh.
So I'm asking you, have you ever seen that degree of curvature or has that ever been measured?
It'll have been measured,
Okay, how
but
was it measured?
not by me personally.
Oh, I don't mean by you personally. So, okay, can you tell me how it was measured and who measured it?
Who measured it? There's probably some scientists.
Okay.
Like,
Do you know
I
who?
don't know what they're called. The people who are. I don't know what they're called. Like, some sort of geographers or something.
Okay, so you have an assumption that someone actually measured surface curvature.
Can they not do it like lasers or like satellites or something?
Oh,
Surely
we
that's
can
just.
we can do it with lasers, and we do it with lasers over bodies of water since water is flat at rest, right? Unfortunately, when we do it with lasers, we realize there is no surface curvature.
Yeah, but surely that's because none of the. What big bodies of water are they actually doing this over? Though surely.
Yeah, well, you can do it over. I mean, we have measurements over 5 miles, 10 miles, 21 miles, 25 miles. I mean, take your pick.
Yeah, but surely there is a bit of a change though. You just can't. It's hard to see it like visibly.
Well, over 10 miles, 21 meters, that's not a bit of a change. That's a really significant change, right? So if I mean, that's a multi-story building, right?
Yeah,
That
but
should
also
be
just
hidden.
depends how
That
your
should be
eyes
hidden.
can see it though.
But if there's a hill of water in the way because the Earth is curving, you wouldn't see the building on the other side. You wouldn't see like a 6-story building on the other side, right? It would be completely hidden by Earth curvature.
Have you
I
been
have
out
a
on that look?
question.
Well, hold up 1 second. Just let him respond.
No, have you like done this yourself and been able to see the building like 25 miles away?
Yeah, I mean, we have observations that are much further than that, right? These are just laser tests I'm talking about, where we shoot a laser that far and it hits its target, and it is not obstructed by Earth's surface curvature. But, you can test it yourself. But we can get back to that if someone else had a question. Rossi?
Yeah,
Sorry?
nah.
Or
Me, I was
Roddy?
struggling.
So,
I'll let you go first.
if the Earth is flat, like we're saying, why do aeroplanes follow the curve of the Earth? On like when you're on a plane on a map, it doesn't go in a straight line.
Okay, well, why should it go in a straight line?
But
And
if the Earth's
If it wasn't a
flat,
curve, it'd be quicker.
no, I mean planes fly in flight corridors, right? And they fly. Yeah, I mean it's there are a lot of reasons why planes follow the paths that they follow, but if you're going to navigate east or west in relation to magnetic north, then that is going to be a circle, right?
right, I got you, right.
So even on a
If
flat
the Earth
plane,
was flat,
you're going to have a curved path if you're navigating according to magnetic north.
All right.
I've
That's
got
a
one as well.
question. Oh, yeah. No, you go first. You go first.
So, do you believe in space?
Well, I hope that I wouldn't have to believe in something, right?
Well,
I would
do you
hope that
think if you travel directly up in the air, you'll leave the Earth's atmosphere and enter a zero gravity?
no, that's not possible.
Okay, so if that isn't possible, why are they trying to open it up to the public? Like people like Elon Musk are trying to make space travel more accessible to the general public.
Well,
Because
you
then,
understand that people that are going up in these like Blue Origin and SpaceX flights are not actually going into quote unquote space, right?
well, they just reached the Earth's atmosphere and then they come back down, as I've been led
Okay.
to believe.
Yeah, I mean, right. So the reason
But
I
why
know
would they not
space is
whistleblow and say it's all flat, everyone? Guys, everyone, it's been a whole lie. Why would they
well,
not
they
say
aren't going
that?
up high. They're not going up high enough to see curvature if that's what they wanted to see, right? They aren't able to see enough of the surface of the Earth to determine that the Earth is a ball from that height. So, they should expect the Earth to look flat at that height, and they do. And so there's really no contradiction there, right? But I'm surprised you didn't ask me how I know that this
I know
idea of
what.
space is wrong. Like how you didn't say,
Yeah, go on.
why do you say
have
space
you
is fake?
been?
Go on.
Okay. So, we have a pressurized atmosphere, right? Because you're breathing
Yeah.
air right now, and
hmm
we have water on the surface of the Earth. Well, because of that, we know that we don't have a pressurized atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum with no barrier. Because if that were the case, we would no longer have any atmosphere, right?
I don't really follow. I think you just
Okay.
spammed a lot of big words, and it's not
Okay.
necessary.
Okay. Well, gas is going to travel. Gas is going to equalize, right, into all spaces. Like if you have, like, can someone post the little image of the gas going in from one, the
Well,
beakers,
gas is
the
held
beakers. I
in by
can't.
the ozone layer, isn't it?
No, no. I mean, you'd have to
So you
prove
don't
that that's
believe in an
true.
ozone layer either. So how do you
No, I
think
don't have
global
a.
warming happens
I
and
mean,
stuff?
there may be an ozone layer. I just don't have any empirical evidence of that, right?
Yeah, but how do you think like global warming works? Do you believe in that?
Believe in. I don't like to believe in
Well,
anything. I look
okay,
for
well, you don't
empirical
believe.
evidence.
Do,
Do
do
I
you
think that
think
the
the
Earth
world
is?
is heating up?
No, I think if you look at the history of changes, climate changes, that the Earth heats up and the Earth cools down, and it has nothing to do with anything that humans are doing.
And I've seen things to do with that, but
I mean, a
I
volcano
just
gives off more carbon dioxide than like all of humanity in multiple years, like one volcanic eruption. So no, I don't buy it. But that's a separate topic, and that doesn't have anything to do
Yeah,
with the
no,
surface of the Earth. Yeah.
no, it's
Got a
you started going on
question.
about gas.
If you if the Earth is flat, could you not hypothetically like ride a boat off the side of the Earth and just like fall into
Well, that's like saying,
nothingness?
well, no. Why would that be the case? That's silly.
Well, like what would happen after you go off the side of it then? Off the side of the Earth.
What do you mean the side of the Earth?
If it's flat, the Earth's not infinite. Like eventually.
It isn't?
Well, no, because like if you could walk in a straight line for ages and ages and ages, and eventually you could go the full way around and get back to where you were.
Yeah,
So it
because you're
can't be.
traveling you're navigating a circle around magnetic north. Nobody's ever gone north to south. No one has ever circumnavigated north to south. Only
But
east
they
to west.
could.
Or no, they can't. Well, if they could, they've never done it, right?
So are you trying to say that the Earth is infinite and there's nothing
No,
else?
I'm saying that I have no way to know that one way or another, so I'm not going to make claims about it. That's what I'm saying.
But so is it just the Earth and there's nothing else out there? Like
No, I mean not as far as we know. There's no reason to believe that, right?
The Earth has been
what about like
circumnavigated
what
north to
about like a
south.
shooting star in the sky or something? Though?
Well, yeah, we see things in the sky, definitely, right?
The Earth has
Yeah,
been
but
circumnavigated north to south, by the way.
Yeah, it was that guy in like
It's an English
the
guy. I know what
1800s,
it is.
wasn't
Okay.
it?
No, I think if you think that there's evidence of someone
There
circumnavigating
was.
north and south, will you please post it in the text chat because I
Yeah,
have
go on.
never seen it.
Yes.
Cool,
Yeah, I
thank you.
will.
All right, appreciate it.
Was it?
The
It was
Transcorp
that.
expedition in 1979 to 1982.
Okay, Wasman?
What was it?
Well,
What's
hold
the
on. Okay,
what's
hold on. I want to ask you a question.
Which one?
Okay. So anyway. Anyway, can we get back to the surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if we're shooting lasers over bodies of water and we're not finding any curvature, what does that mean?
I don't know, but I'm sure it's just it's like a thing where it looks as straight as possible, but it can't because it just follows the natural curve.
Okay, so you have a belief about this. Well, what about the fact that we have views of lasers from the side and they're not curving?
Yeah, but that's because everything follows that curve. But if
So
you
you're
went
saying
to
we can't
space
visually
and you
see
were
a curve?
proved wrong.
Okay, so you're saying we can't see a curve, we can't
No,
measure
I'm
a
just
curve,
saying
but
that the
there must
laser
be
isn't
one.
showing it over that distance.
Why
Like
do
you
you think
can't
that?
you can't
Like you
picture it.
don't think 21 meters is enough for a laser to show? That we shouldn't see a
I mean,
deviation?
I've never done it myself, so surely
Okay.
if I
Well,
did, then I'd be able to.
okay, can someone post some laser tests in the text chat for these guys to take a look at?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
So do you not believe in like any of the space stuff like
I've
at
got
all?
look.
That does not seem very far out.
Have a look at this link. Have a look at this link.
Where's it getting sent?
It's in
In that
this chat.
chart.
Flat Earth. It's polar circumnavigation. It's evidence. It's circumnavigated north to south.
Yeah,
What about
I've
them
just
people
got
that
a
spent loads of money to
screenshot of
prove
that.
the Earth was flat and then realized
Yeah,
that it
yeah.
wasn't?
I want to talk about this, but I can't find the video because I
Do
know
you
she's
think
going to
it's
ask for proof.
Do you think
I
it's
don't
flat? There's low compulsion.
see the circumnavigation thing. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't see it either. I don't see this
No, I can see
north to
Roddy's
south
link.
thing, Roddy.
Are you posting in the correct space?
It's one
Debate
of
I
text.
haven't posted a
Live
virus.
stream live stream voice chat.
Yeah, it's one of them speaking.
What, that says hashtag debate text?
No.
No, it's called live stream voice text.
It's the room right above this one.
Yeah. That's one.
I think what you guys need to be looking for is circumnavigation from north
Why
to
is
south
DJ just
and back.
me?
Hang on. So north to south and then back up to north through south. That's what you need to be looking for.
These videos here.
I can't get on this chart.
Hear me?
So guys,
Hello?
it's structured a little differently in here. So if you click on the message link, the little voice bubble at the bottom of the page, and it says welcome, read the welcome, etc., etc. It says join live stream voice text to participate in the text chat. Just click that and it'll take you right to the correct room.
Yeah, mine says welcome to live stream. This is the start of the live stream channel, and then it says done reading. Check
Can
out the
someone
date
can
next.
someone ping them to the voice chat? Or is it to the text chat? Yeah.
Yeah,
That'd
I'll
be
The
ping
guy that
them.
just tagged
I
me in this chat has a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
yeah, that's me.
Was that DJ?
Oh,
that's
nice. Cheers, Barry.
yeah.
Yeah, you should check that out. You might learn a lot from it.
I'll get
Can you
round to
guys
it.
hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I think what they need to be looking for is north to south and then back up to north from south. That's what they need to be looking
So I didn't see what they
for. Otherwise,
posted.
Otherwise, they're going to be looking for something going over north, which is just over a central point of magnetic north.
Ooh.
I
Oh,
found
I've
my
just found some
evidence.
I've just found some definitive proof that I'm right.
Same, man.
Did you see?
Oh, it's
Did
not
you see
loaded.
it?
Shit.
Hey guys, did you see at 21 minutes past the hour? There's a GIF of circumnavigation from like east to west, west to east.
No, I've seen the one of
See how
Ricky
it's in
Burke.
relation? It's in relation
Yeah.
to magnetic north. You know, going south is just
Well,
in relation to
surely
magnetic
if
north.
the Earth doesn't have an end to it, surely does that mean there's loads more countries that we just haven't explored yet?
Well,
Surely
I don't
there's more
know. I
places
mean,
to find.
are you saying is there land that is it possible that there's land we don't know of? Sure, of course
Yeah,
it's possible,
obviously.
but I don't
Yeah,
have
but
any
like there's
evidence
not
for
like
that claim.
around Earth.
infinite amounts of it. Like eventually you are gonna
I
It's like
don't
a
know.
get
This
Minecraft
is
world.
you understand that we don't claim that
Oh,
the
it's
Earth is
Minecraft
flat.
super flat.
Hold on. You understand we're not claiming the Earth is flat because of a bunch of speculation. We're only claiming it's flat because we're able to measure it as flat. Do you understand? Like it's
But
not
what
based on
about
any
people
kind
who
of
go to
belief
space?
system. What?
But
If we go to space and see the Earth, surely then
Okay,
Yeah.
so tell
Can
me.
you?
Yeah, my question would be: if the Earth measures flat, how are people going to space and seeing a ball?
AI.
Exactly.
How have people measured the Earth as like a perfect sphere to measure like gravity
They
perfectly?
haven't. Can you
Well, they
can you
have.
post some evidence of that?
They've modelled Earth as a perfect sphere to work
Bro,
with
you do physics,
the
so
magnitude of
this is right
gravity.
up your street.
Okay, I understand that that's your belief, but I would ask you for evidence to support your claim.
Well, it's science, isn't it? It's just
No, it's a
common,
measurement. It's not
common
science.
So
sense.
you're not
Yeah, but
believe
then
that like
like
we revolve around the sun and stuff.
Hey guys,
it's
you're
science.
not talking at the same time, so it's a little hard for me to understand. If one of you could talk at a time, that'd be
But then
helpful.
if you don't
That-
believe in
uh,
science, like
No, okay,
how
science
do you
has
think
nothing to do with.
how do you think the Earth was created then?
What does science have to do with the origin of the Earth?
Well,
That's
the Big Bang
Big
theory.
Bang.
okay. Yeah, well,
That's
that's a
not
lot.
science.
That's religion.
Well,
That
Big
was
Bang
invented
Isn't
by a
not
Catholic.
religion that God created it?
That was
absolutely
invented by a Catholic priest.
That is the beginning of
Georges Lemaître.
science.
Anyway, what
That's
kind
the
of
observation.
Science.
Hey guys, it's kind of
Sorry.
audio chaos. I don't want to start
Yeah,
like
there's three. I
muting
think
people, but I will.
there's three guys
Mhm.
talking at once, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah, I
were
know.
told to pick one champion to
And they're just
represent them all, but they can't
We
seem
all
to
have
do
different
it.
points though.
Okay, so I just need one of you to talk at a time, and then we can take turns if you need to.
There is evidence of the Big Bang.
Okay,
Big
I'll
Bang.
talk to you, Roddy. Okay, we're not going to talk about the Big Bang because we're talking about the surface of the Earth. Okay,
Yeah, but
so your claim. Hold on, your claim is that scientists have measured the Earth to be a sphere. So I'm just going to ask you for some proof of that claim.
Well, they've modelled the Earth as a perfect sphere to.
Okay, they did, but can you show me where that exists in reality? Because we can create a model of anything; it doesn't mean it's real, right?
But it wouldn't work if you created it as a flat surface, would it?
What wouldn't work?
What do you mean What do you mean it doesn't work? It's working just fine, and we measure it as flat. So can you provide evidence that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Can you provide the evidence of the surface of the Earth being flat?
I already did.
But with calculations, I want to see proof.
What calculation do you need for zero slope?
I have a question.
Zero slope. Well.
Okay, Roddy. This isn't how this works. We know water is flat at rest. We can measure the Earth over bodies of water and see that there's no curvature. If you're claiming that that is incorrect, you are going to need to provide some evidence.
Has anyone got a laser pen on him right now?
No, but he can get someone else.
Wouldn't work.
Yeah, laser pen. We need someone's evidence. I'm not saying you needed to take it. right? But where's the evidence? Like, who measured this? Where did it come from?
Where did what come from?
The idea that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Where did that come from? If we can't measure curvature anywhere, where's that? What's the origin of that claim? Who did
That's
measure it and
well,
how?
it's the radius of the
Me.
Earth. It's not half the circumference of the Earth. It's the radius of the Earth.
Okay.
Uh,
It doesn't matter. Do you understand? It still determines the size of the ball.
The first
The ball. There you
person.
You
go.
can
It's a
just
ball.
double
There
it
you
and
go.
get the
It's a
diameter.
ball. It's a
You can
ball.
double it and get the diameter, or you can calculate the circumference from that. It's not complicated. So anyway, who measured the Earth as a sphere and how?
An ancient Greek polymyth. He measured it by using the shadows that
Okay,
were
how did that?
formed by the sun.
Okay, tell me how that works.
Yeah, but that's
Well,
such an unfair argument because
well,
you can.
like,
No, let him explain. He can explain, right? It's his claim.
well, no, not really, because I
It's an
don't
ancient
study in
Greek
that, do I?
scientist.
I'm
Well,
not.
he's
Yeah.
not a
not
scientist because there was
science.
no science involved, right? He supposedly measured some shadows on the surface of the Earth. So tell me how that works.
Okay, your
Well,
friend
from
supposedly shone a laser and it went straight.
No, we have
But then I've
evidence of
seen.
lasers being shot, and you can also
Yeah,
go
but
out and
how do
test
you
for
know that
curvature yourself.
the things aren't fake?
Okay, guys,
Yeah,
you're all
this is.
talking at once, and I'm going to have to mute you again. So
No,
just
please.
figure out what you're going to
Right,
do.
I'll go.
I'm not doing all
I'll.
you at once.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay, cool.
But I just think you think that we believe in this just because schools have told us, the government's told us this, that, and the other. But do you not think that the people posting these lasers shooting across just believe in your
Okay.
ideology of a flat Earth, and then you go, "Oh yeah, I believe it," so I
Well,
believe him. He's telling the truth.
I hear you. You realize we were all Globers too, right? We all believed the story, the same thing you believe. You realize
Yeah,
that,
because you
right?
have to as a child because you don't
No, you
know
don't have. Well,
anything else.
you don't have to. I mean,
We
children
were
under the
taught
age
it.
of 4, children under the age of 4 innately understand that the Earth is flat. It's not until they are given all these stories and this indoctrination, which is very heavy-handed, that they begin to conceptualize the Earth as a sphere. Okay. So anyway, yeah, we have these laser tests. They are not all done by people who believe the Earth is flat. A lot of these people thought the Earth was a globe, and they did these in order to prove that the Earth was indeed a globe. And finding no evidence of that, they did become flat earthers after the fact, right? But we don't have any laser tests showing the Earth is a globe. We have
Well, we don't
some
have any
obscure.
that
We
performing
don't.
their flat.
Yeah, we do. They're in the side
Yeah,
chat.
but they
We
could
have
be
lots of
fake.
them. We have
Yeah,
hundreds of
they
them.
could,
Oh,
they
okay.
could
Well,
be
you know what?
fake.
Here's what you can. Okay, they could be faked, but have you ever questioned any of the stories you've heard about the globe Earth as possibly fake? Have you ever actually looked into any of these stories to see if there's evidence to back them up?
Well, I'd hope so because schools teaching kids that they shouldn't be giving them false information if they want them
Well,
to go on in
you would
life.
think so. You would think so. Do you
Why
know
would
what
they
they?
lie though?
Yeah,
Oh, you
why would
guys are
they
doing it
lie?
again. You guys are doing it again. I'm trying to deal with the facts and not with people's motivations. Do you understand the
But
difference? Like,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
yeah,
gonna.
but
No,
if
hold, Wasman. I'm gonna have to mute you, dude. Just hold.
no,
So anyway, I understand that this is what you were taught in school. So now I'm asking for evidence that it's true. And you said some guy measured some shadows. Okay, well, you can do that over a flat surface with a closer sun and get the same effect. So we can discard that because it's not proof of a sphere Earth. Okay. And
yeah.
so can we move on? I mean, it's 2026. I would like to see a laser measurement of the Earth curving. I would like to see something like that. I would like to see anything that is more modern than some dude that supposedly existed 2,000 years ago measured some shadows while he assumed that the Earth was a sphere. Like, it's
But
pretty sad that that is the best that the globe has to offer.
Well,
There should be
I don't
something.
think.
We've got. No, I would like to see something modern. Do you have anything from the last 100 years
the
that is a
circumnavigation of the
measurement?
globe.
That is a measurement of surface curvature.
But the circumnavigation of the globe has been proved.
Okay,
There is
what
a
do you mean
lot
by
out there.
circumnavigation? What do you mean circumnavigation? Because I asked for proof that someone had navigated north to south, and no one provided that.
Well, Roddy did. Roddy has put a
That's
photo in the group chat.
all right. Maybe I missed this. I don't see it.
Because he started going around the Earth and looped back on himself. But if the Earth was flat and
No,
just
no, no, no.
stuck,
Wait. Are you saying north to south or east to west? And how many minutes past the hour was it posted? Because I don't see it.
well, it'll be far up now.
Okay, yeah. Just tell me. You know what? If there's somebody from FE who can ping it, or I don't know what they're talking about.
There's one of the circumnoders.
Oh,
Yeah, Roddy, you just find it and redo it because I've got the
Yeah,
point
I'll
of
do it.
when you're
okay.
saying
Can you just tell me the name of the person who did this supposedly?
Roddy put
No,
it
no,
in
no. I
chat.
mean, no.
Well,
I mean the
I
person who
didn't do it.
supposedly navigated north to south
It was
and up
Sir
again.
Ranulph Fiennes or something like that.
Okay,
Or
so
something like
so I know for a fact that nobody has actually circumnavigated north to south. So I'm hoping somebody
that.
in our text can post the actual map that was, the actual route that was
But
followed.
why does
Yeah, but
north
how
to
do you know
south
that isn't
matter
true?
when you can do east to west?
Because you can do east to west on a flat surface because it's in relation to magnetic north.
But then if it was flat, how are you going to
You
loop
can
back
travel a
around?
circle because you can travel a circle around magnetic north on a flat surface.
That's not the same thing though, like at all.
Yes, it is. It is the same thing. You travel east to west in accordance to magnetic north. That's how you get your bearings, right? So you can transcribe a circle on a flat surface around a central area. So magnetic north is in the center, and you're traveling east to west or west to east.
Yeah, but he
And
started at
actually,
one pole,
nobody's actually traveled a
went to the
perfect
other, and then
circle,
got back to
obviously,
the other
because
one.
what?
He started at one pole, went all the way.
That's your
That's
claim,
over
but
a
I'm telling
degree.
you that's not actually what happened. And somebody will post the
Were you there?
actual
How do you know? Were you like
because
alive when he did it?
Where's your
I was
proof it
there.
didn't? Where's your proof that it didn't happen?
well, someone will post for you the actual
Well, that could be AI. All we know nowadays, like you did say,
Okay,
it is
guys. All right.
2026.
Well, if your best argument for the globe is that everything else we present as evidence
No, it's not.
against it is faked or AI, but you don't actually present any evidence to support your claims, then we're pretty much done here, right? Because
No,
I'm not
I've
gonna.
got an
This
actual
is really
point.
disingenuous. So, do you have any evidence of the Earth curving at the rate we're told? And if you don't, just admit it. We know you
What,
don't.
other than like space and measurements and
Hang on.
Wait.
science and research ever.
Space is irrelevant if the surface of the Earth isn't curving.
Do you actually
Please can I actually have a point? Right. So many things. So you said about Strucky's point, and you said that it was irrelevant and it needs to be proven more recently than the ancient Greek who did it with shadows.
No, I
Why do you
explained that you can get the same deviation of shadow length on a flat surface with a closer sun. So therefore, it's not proof for the globe and it's not proof against it.
Okay, but why do you jeez, who's echoing that guy?
Go on, Samuel.
Yeah, Samuel, mate.
But please, could you tell me why on earth so many things since way back in, ancient times have been disproven, like the medicines they use, Jesus Christ, put on mute, whoever this guy is.
Can someone mute the people who? Okay, thank you.
It's Samuel. It's Samuel.
Why
Yeah, someone
would
server mute him, please. Go ahead.
why would Earth's curvature not have been disproven by now? Why would people
It
keep
is
going along
disproven.
with it?
Why are they going along with it? Because they don't look into it. They don't look into it.
You think the government don't care if it's a circle?
Oh, well, I
Or
didn't
not?
claim the Earth. I didn't claim anything about the shape of the Earth. I only said it was flat, right?
That
what shape do you think
AI
it is
guy.
then?
I don't know. You can't get far enough away from it to determine the shape, right?
This
But
AI
how
is
can we
putting a
get far enough
photo.
away if there's not space? How will we ever know?
Well, we can measure the surface. It's really simple. I mean, as far as the overall shape, I don't know if we can get far enough away. That would be speculative on my part, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stick with what can be empirically known.
But this AI is putting that photo of a flight pattern.
Yeah, but it's on a flat map.
The circumnavigation of the globe was performed in a boat.
Okay.
So
Would you guys take a look in the text chat?
Yeah, you've just told me you hate me.
It's at 33 minutes past the hour.
Just told me you hate me. Hang on.
Oh, that's Pan Am. Okay, where's the boat thing?
Well,
Oh,
Is
what have
that
I
what?
done?
I got. Why are you just telling us
Oh,
all you
hang
ate?
on.
Seeing you.
Oh,
I'm trying to
But why am I
find
being?
the route.
Is this in debate chat that we're being beefed?
yo, what? Why have we
All right,
been just
And you,
told
and
that we're
you.
all hated?
I
Like,
all
I
right,
that
really
ain't
thought.
don't.
good for my mental
Excuse me, I
health.
really don't
all right.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm
like, I'm
already.
already struggling
We're
with my
all on the
mental health.
verge.
Like, Jesus Christ. I'll
This is
kill you.
disgusting. I really don't like
Oh,
this.
this is bad.
All we try.
Okay,
Oh,
so is there anyone is there anyone left at this point? Okay, we've got somebody new in the chat too.
No.
And hey, and then Strucky, you're the lucky winner.
what do you mean lucky winner?
You have survived the muting. So go ahead and present to me your best your best evidence of Earth curvature. And we've already negated the north to south circumnavigation because that didn't
Oh,
happen.
it
Like
wasn't.
nobody went.
It wasn't north to south. It was east to west in a
Okay,
boat.
well, east to west, yeah, east to west can happen on a flat surface.
But you just said it was north to south. So you're
Oh,
trying
I
to
thought that's no, I thought
correct
that's what you're.
my points
Okay,
off.
well, sorry, I thought you were trying to post north to south because that's the only thing that would validate your claim of a ball. East to west can happen on a
Well,
flat surface, as we already covered.
all I'm gonna say is if you unmute one of my friends, because my Discord ain't working to put photos in, so they can also help me prove. So like Roddy or someone, that'd be really grateful for my
Okay.
points.
Well, he can still hear you, and he can still post in the text chat if that's necessary.
Nah, because we
No,
need like
no, because
communication.
photos don't prove the surface of the Earth is curving, do they?
But like space and everything does. If people
Mm.
go to space and they look down, they ain't seeing flat. They are seeing a round circle. So
Oh,
basically, then,
really?
if
So
the Earth,
who's
if
seeing
no 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 no
round?
no 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 no, if the Earth's flat, why is the sun and everything not flat as well?
Okay, we're gonna deal with one claim at a time. So
Well,
who's
that
been
was
far
one
enough?
claim.
No, you said people seeing the Earth from space, and then you said the sun and whatever, you know. So yeah, who's been far enough away from the Earth to see it as a sphere, to see the entire shape of it? How many people in total have claimed to have
Got
been
another
that far from
question.
it?
Hang on, I've got a very
No,
good
no, you're gonna answer
question.
this one
No,
first before
no,
we go
no,
on
no,
to the
no, no,
next.
no, 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 no.
Okay. All right.
Because
Okay, so is there anyone else left in the chat who has anything interesting to say or can deal with the topic in a calm and logical manner? That would be fantastic. I don't know who else. Who should anyone take any I'll take votes on who we should unmute cuz this whole crew
Just
is
just a quick word to them, just really quickly, guys. You guys were doing really good. You guys are asking good questions, but you guys are not letting her answer each one. You need to just ask one question and then get through that and then get to the next one.
What do you recommend, DJ? Who should we unmute?
Oh man, I don't remember which one's which. Just try one at
I
a
know.
time. Start from the top.
All right, they're all kind of the same. All right, I'll go back to Strucky. We'll try again.
I'm back.
Okay. All right, cool. So we're going to deal with one thing at a time, right? So pick one thing and then we'll discuss it.
I've got
Be-
one.
So, well,
So
before we do that, I just want to establish that you have not provided a measurement of the Earth's surface curving.
because I'm
So
not a
anything you
genius, am I?
well, you don't have to be a genius to post someone else's work, right? But the point being that
Yeah, but
anything you're going to bring up now is going to be extraneous to that. And so I'm happy to answer it, but nothing you can present is going to be proof of Earth curvature.
But
Just
before
so
I
we're
did also say my Discord is not letting me post facts.
well, you have a voice, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna go read it all. Jesus, that's taking the effort. I've got a question though. So when
Okay.
people do go to space, when people look down at the Earth, that has been proven, hasn't it?
Oh,
Yes or
really?
no?
No.
So people have not been to space.
No, they can't go to what do you mean by space? Do you mean a space vacuum? Is that what you mean?
Well, in a rocket ship.
Okay. All right,
So,
we've seen
so
rockets
like
go up, yeah.
Neil Armstrong, that's
Okay.
fake as well, then, isn't it? Is
Well,
that what you're trying to prove? That they're
this is
fake? Like,
like I said, if the surface of the Earth isn't curving, then those claims cannot be correct.
But there has been photos put in this thing. I did see a clip before of a YouTube video of someone showing Earth. I have seen
Have you
that
ever
in
seen a
this.
movie? Have you ever seen a movie? Like there's this movie called Gravity or Interstellar or 2001: The Space Odyssey.
And Interstellar in that film was round.
Correct. Those are movies. They're not reality.
But like,
So
what was
do
the point of making
images and videos prove something? If they claim if these videos and images show the Earth as a ball and we measure the surface of the Earth and it is not, then clearly those images and videos are not accurate.
So when people go to space and look down, they are seeing every continent. Then what you're saying is, but they're not, because it's rounded around, so they can't see every continent.
No, what? Okay, listen. Very few people have actually claimed to have been far enough from the Earth to see it as a ball. That would only be the Artemis and Apollo astronauts. So it's only a small handful of people.
So if we get, I don't know if he's
So
alive
the
anymore, but if we
ISS
get
is
Neil Armstrong in here right now, he's
who
gonna say,
who cares what he says?
He
If the
passed.
Earth measures flat, it doesn't matter what one dude says about it, does
like,
it?
who cares? But like, he's seen it. He
No,
has
no, you
visually
don't know
seen
that.
it.
That's your claim. That's your claim, but you can't
Well,
prove that. So how can he see the
no,
Earth as
I
a
can't.
ball if the Earth measures flat?
He did go to space and went on the
Okay, you
moon,
just
and there's
keep
some pictures.
repeating that. You just keep repeating that. But if the Earth doesn't measure as a ball, then nobody saw it as a ball. Do you understand? Saying that he saw it, saying it exists, doesn't make it real.
So
You're
you've
aware of
seen
that,
the Earth
right?
flat, then. So you've seen that the
That's
Earth's
all you've
flat.
ever seen. That's all you've ever seen. That's
No,
all
but
anyone's ever seen.
have you physically seen it flat, like
Yes, that's all we
fully?
see.
What? So
What
you've
do you
been
mean,
to
the entire
space and
Earth?
seen
No.
it? Yeah.
No, you don't need to see the
So then
entire
how
Earth
can
to
you
know it's
prove it's
flat.
flat?
Because we have laser tests over water, and the Earth is 72% water, at least the known Earth is
You did those
72%.
laser
Are you gonna
tests.
let me finish, or are you gonna interrupt?
Bloody hell! All
So
right, you did say you were gonna kill us in the chat, but all right.
it's just polite that when you ask someone a question, you let them answer.
Yeah, but telling
So
people
the
to
sur
go kill
okay,
them's not polite.
so the surface of the Earth, the known Earth is 72% water, right? Water is flat, so you cannot have a 72% flat ball. Just not possible. And every time we take laser tests, we see no curvature anywhere.
But how can a ball be flat if a ball is round?
Exactly. That is exactly my point. It's not a ball.
But you just what? Oh, Jesus Christ! No, but the Earth is round. I'm
You keep
sorry to
saying
break
that, but
it,
you don't have any evidence for that, do you?
but your evidence could be fake, and like in a few years' time, if it is proved, you look like a right helmet.
You know what? You could go out and do it yourself if you wanted to.
That's fine. I will.
Okay, great. Do
I'll
you
go
have a
to
body of
space.
do you have no, you don't have to go to space. You just have to measure the surface.
I got water on me right now, if that works.
Okay.
You,
All
you
right.
said
So we're going
water?
to move on.
No, you
Okay.
did say water.
Okay, well, you need to measure over a certain distance in order to see if there's any drop over distance. Like the water in your cup is obviously flat and level, which so you understand the
Right.
basic concept, but obviously that's not enough distance to actually measure Earth curvature, right? All right,
But
so
how
I
is it?
think we're going to move on because this is like maybe above your head a bit. So, and I think you guys, it's been long enough that we can open the room up to anyone else. Karma, is there anything you want to talk about? I don't even know if you're at your mic.
Right. I've just been literally drawing up the map in case anybody
Oh,
wants to
good,
map
good,
with
good.
me.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, and for those of you who weren't here earlier, Karma's doing like a kind of like a D&D kind of thing, and she'll be DM for that for anybody who wants to participate. We'll make it a regular event. So cool. So, y'all, I'm gonna unmute some of these guys. Well, looks like
I just
they
wanted to
already are.
say I think these lads got cooked.
Well, they're just
Oh,
not that
cool.
knowledgeable.
Fucking hell.
You've done me there,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ. Oh, I'm
Wait,
Okay.
I'm
gone.
muted as well.
You guys
So,
didn't expect this, did you?
So anyway, I mean, I
No,
understand.
no,
I
don't
didn't
worry.
expect you to be that knowledgeable on it because, when I was still a Glow
Well,
believer, I
because we're
wasn't
not
that knowledgeable.
virgins at the fucking sport that you are doing.
When I was still a virgin, I believed it as well. Don't worry.
Oh, you're still virgins, kids.
Oh, shit.
Anyway, so y'all can have at it and have fun.
You guys know who's not a virgin anymore?
Definitely not you.
Crit.
Crit.
Who?
Some fucking guy in chat.
It's an inside joke. Okay?
He's all hyping each other up because he's finally got a shag. Well done, lads. Yes, the first one to do it.
Now someone's fuming.
Who?
What's that heavy breathing about?
Heavy breathing.
Makers.
Timbo. He's an Aussie. He's always fuming.
Who's the
Me?
old dude? He's like,
Has he got
he's like
a wolf
terrifying
as
little
his
wolf picture, and he's
Fucking Harvey
He's
Price.
such an alpha.
What's up,
Yeah.
Peter?
Irrelevant.
What's up, Timbo?
It's a cultural expression. And if you can understand it, that is a you problem.
Funny how them Brits, they think they're better than everybody else, but they just came in here in force, a whole squad of them, and they
I
just
mean, there is about
cooked by
40
one
of you
American
guys and
lady.
4 of us.
Yeah,
but no
I'm
one
not.
else is
Yeah,
speaking.
I'm not being
Yeah,
funny.
you got cooked by
we
one
said
American
We didn't, because
lady.
every
we
time
said
we
we
make
were
a point,
coming
you
here
just
to
go,
win.
I don't agree.
Yeah, every time.
Couldn't even
every
win the
time we.
war of
Oh,
1776 or
mate, you sound
75.
German. Let's not talk about wars.
No, don't say that.
Not the 1776 war.
Shit. But lucky I wasn't there, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, honestly.
Do you guys know what that war was?
No,
Mate,
because
the War of Independence, right?
You guys
Not
are
funny.
funny.
Even your king said his great grandfather couldn't take us on.
I don't really care what the king said, to be honest with
Have
you.
you
I
got any
also
proof?
don't count back what
Hang on,
18 generations back did.
Have you got any proof he said that? I want proof.
Yeah, he came here recently this year, and he said,
Oh, the king.
250 years ago, as we say in
show
the
me-
United Kingdom, just
Where's
the
he
other
from?
day.
Yeah, where are you from?
I
And
can't
then,
get my accent.
You kind of sound like Borat
I
a bit.
know, right? I'm a mystery. And then he
Listen,
then
nah,
he
he's
said,
from
"You guys
like,
are
he's like
awesome.
Czech
You've
or
been
something. He's from
independent for
like Czech Republic or
250
something.
years, and we envy you your successes." And anyways, but that's off topic. You guys
Oh,
got cooked.
But we didn't get cooked, did we? Because every time we had a
Alright, Peter,
valid
bro,
point,
You
seriously.
guys
Piss
got
off.
totally cooked.
Peter,
you just got
are you Polish?
onto your group of
Nah,
18
he's from like
years
Czech
old,
Republic
graph
or something.
proof.
No, I think he's Polish, is Peter.
He's one of them.
Everybody here
Oh,
knows that you guys get cooked, and including you. You're
Yeah,
just
but
in
Mate, you're
denial.
you were always going to
just
say
trying to
that.
jeep this
But
woman who
Peter,
did it
are
all.
you,
Nate Strucky,
Peter, are
the
you
unmuted,
Polish?
he's out there.
Peter, you're Polish.
Yeah, it'll be
Well,
Polish,
she
lives in
cooked you
America.
single-handedly. She cooked you. No
Obviously,
support
she's
needed.
devoted her entire life to this made-up cause. Obviously,
Bro,
she's
I
gonna cook
swear
us.
to God, Peter, I'm going to come out to Seattle and I'm going to... Oh, you don't even want to know. Swear to God.
There's no way from Seattle.
I sure do want to know.
No one cares. You got muted for audio chaos. Strutman's messaging me privately saying he's going to kill himself if he doesn't get unmuted.
If you say that again, I'm gonna ban you from the server.
Okay.
Peter is Polish. I'm on Peter's Twitter.
We're very strict about TOS here, guys.
What's TOS? Terms of service.
Terms of service, bro.
Drinks. Touch my words.
Is English not your first language, is it?
No.
What is it, Arabic?
No.
Pashto?
No. Whatever that
Oh,
means.
okay.
He is Polish.
So guys, if anybody in the server would like to engage with our little friend 23 here, who is not a flat earther despite his change of PFP. This is
Come
the
on,
guy who
23.
this is the guy who came in and was telling us all we were extremely low IQ, but then when asked could not tell us what IQ stood for. So have fun.
You're still holding on to that, bro?
Is it intelligence quality?
It was funny.
Imagine
So yeah, good times.
your feelings with butt hurt.
Why don't you talk to Peter, 23? He wants a conversation with you.
He's pedo.
I'd rather not. I'd rather listen.
I'm called Peter, and I don't want a conversation with him.
I wasn't talking about you.
Then why'd
We
you
were
say my
talking
name?
about Peter the Great.
Well, thanks, but I'm not that great. Why did you say my name?
No, not you. The other Peter. The other Peter the Great.
Oh, that's
Maybe
me.
all
I'm the
Peters are great.
I'm the other Peter.
Thanks.
Well, it is a very biblical name.
Nobody
is a
wants
good
to
cry.
talk to the high IQ individual in here? No? No takers?
Well,
I
the
think
main
you
thing with
set the bar so high, people are, intimidated.
Come on, guys,
I
someone
think
talk to me.
well, the main thing with 23 is that he does
That's
think
the
a lot of
weird
these
part.
conspiracy theories are happening, but that flat Earth has damaging like conspiracy theory movements. He's got kind of
Really?
like that Alex Jones take.
Yeah,
That
he comes in screaming that we're all stupid, and then
He
that's
probably
about the
thinks it's a
limit of his
psyop,
argument.
right, Craig?
yeah, that flat Earth is like basically disinformation from the government, to discredit other truth movements that are calling into questioning the government, because this way it sort of makes it seem like they're
It's
all one
ridiculing
group.
the other communities.
Yeah, there you go.
But I
I
hear
have
that a
this
lot.
skill of saying what takes you 10 minutes to say in 7 seconds or less.
Well, I'm trying to advocate for what he said rather than what I'm thinking. But the main problem is I've talked to 23. I said that flat Earth has nothing to do with conspiracy theories. That if you've fallen for that, you've fallen for government controlled opposition.
Well, he's
used
right
talk
in
people.
some sense, because I don't think flat Earth is a conspiracy theory, because you can measure the Earth without any help or cooperation, or no one can stop you from it. So it's not that you're trying to guess what's going on in the shadows of Washington D.C. It's like you go outside and you shoot some lasers, and here it is, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. There is the empirical observation, but there's also this idea of a flat Earth society that is pushed, and so they could be right in saying like flat Earth is a psyop because they're pointing at the psyop, but it has no relation to us.
And most people, when they say flat Earth, they cannot even define what they mean.
Well, they're thinking about like a hockey puck or like a pizza. They've been so conditioned by heliocentric that any sort of like planet shaped object is always going to be in the heliocentric model. They can't
Like
they
that
have,
bro, he asked, why isn't the sun flat? That's a good example of that.
yeah, they can't get out. They can't get back to geocentric. So even their own framework that they say they value science and whatnot, they can't go back to the drawing board to the very beginning and reproduce the method that got them to the globe, because they burnt the church. They can't. There's no concept of geocentric to start with. So their belief in their science is really a belief. They will never be able to verify it. They'll never be able to get repeatable results because their first observations are already flawed.
I think what you mean is the frame is already flawed, so a lot of the assumptions are baked in. Like I see too far, therefore it must be refraction. I shoot the laser to the mountain at 150 kilometers. I account for Earth curve and the refraction models, and oops, the laser doesn't hit the target; it goes way under it. So if they take the curvature calculations away, then it appears to match more, but the they need to angle it even higher up, and then they look at the refraction patterns and they're like, wait, it's not actually dispersing like we would expect if it were refracting around the globe, so it must be something else. That's kind of the latest where the globe experts are at with like looking at light in the air. So what we're seeing is they have a fudge factor of not understanding the light well enough, and that fudge factor is always enough to hide this supposed Earth curvature no matter where you are, and so they can't measure it, and the predicted signature of the refraction that they claim is happening just isn't there. So they basically falsify their own position without realizing, and they don't have an alternative claim that is empirically validated. It's just like you try to match something to your preconceived idea.
You nailed it.
Thanks for banning Strucky, guys. He just killed himself.
You got warned, dude. You got warned before, so you're out.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, see, these ladies are all thick as anything. You're devoting your lives to nothingness.
Like usual, the Globers have not a single coherent argument, just fallacious appeals and wishful thinking.
As opposed to you devoting your life to something that's less than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, can you give a reason to like? This is the best part about your heliocentric model. You want people to believe it, but then give them reasons not to believe it. You want to try to give a reason to believe it? What can this heliocentric model do for me? What comes? I got the answer for you if you don't have one. But maybe you've thought about this ahead of time. Nope, nothing.
Looks like they scurried away.
I have to say I'm impressed how they were on the younger side. Their attention span was pretty impressive, I thought. You know, I thought they'd get bored much sooner and just disappear.
Really? You call repeating the same question good attention span?
I mean, maybe I'm setting my bar pretty low, but like a typical TikTok brain cannot take more than 2 minutes of, of the same topic, right? But they stayed with her for a while. Yeah, they went in the normal Glover loop, but they stayed engaged at least.
Yeah, but that was like it was like whack-a-mole, you know.
Yeah, it's also
And
because you're engaging their feelings. Like they feel like their identity is getting attacked. That they need to get some kind of foundation, so they like, Oh, but what about this? But what about that? But what about this?
Yeah, and then how many times did I explain like east-west circumnavigation? I feel like I went over it like 4 or 5 times. They still didn't get it. And we even had it like the GIF in the side chat. Oh
Well,
well.
what's funnier than that is that there are claims of north to south circumnavigation that Globers use. These guys couldn't even find that.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting, but alas, you know. So, Karma, you want to talk about your game?
I mean, we have everything ready. It's just a question of when do we want to do it.
Well, you can advertise it again to the group since we have a few more people in here and see if you can sell it. And maybe have an idea of what day you would do this so that people know what to expect and we can put it on the schedule.
You
I
see,
know.
because I'm not working right now, it's just what day suits the people that want to join. We have like at least 2 people who have expressed interest today. Some people expressed interest last time, but I didn't write down who that was.
Yeah, so everybody DM Karma if you're interested. And then what time is it there right now? Is it like
Right now
1
it's
in the morning?
midnight.
What, I'm sorry, what time is it?
It's midnight in Iceland right now.
Midnight. Okay. All right, so you'll probably want to do it a little earlier, I imagine, right?
No, I don't care, man. If I'm in a good mood, and I'm
Okay.
good, I don't care.
All right, so maybe we can make it like on a Saturday night if that works for you.
Never really. Like literally, I could start it right now. I've done this in bus stops.
Okay. Yeah, you said bus stops and hot tubs.
I did laminate the map for the hot tub trip. I'll admit that.
Well, guys, if that's pretty much it, if we don't have any other Globers coming in, we could talk about your best Golden Globies, which we covered a little bit at the beginning, or Crit can talk about Portugal because he probably wants to, right, Crit? So, Peter, I'm going to ask you a question since no one is talking right now.
Yes, please.
Okay, so what's your interest in this topic? Why do you follow us around and engage? I'm just curious.
You know, this started about 2 years ago, I think. Maybe even more. I didn't think it was real, you know, like many Globers. I thought it was some kind of prank, or maybe, I didn't engage in any online communities. I didn't even know what Discord was. So I thought maybe people just gather together and they do like LARP and do stuff like that, you know? And one of the topics happens to be flat Earth because it's so ridiculous. So I jumped into that on Twitter, actually. That's where I started. There was this regular space called Flat Earth Fridays. Oh, I miss it. So I started engaging with those guys. Then I realized they're not kidding. Then I started, educating them, in quotes, answering all the questions. And then I realized they weren't asking these questions because they didn't know. It's just because it's a standard kind of way of challenging Glover's beliefs. So it took me like, I don't know, a year and a half to deal with the Cogdis. And then when my Twitter series, As the Globe Spins, kind of failed, episode 4, I think, I had a bit of a crisis, and I decided, fuck it. Like, there's no more. There's no point resisting what is quite obvious.
Can you explain why it was obvious?
Well, I mean, the challenges are real. Not all of them. I think a lot of arguments in the greater flat Earth community are just misunderstandings of the globe model. But the perspective argument is what spoke to me. Like, I used to argue here with Heretic. By the way, how is Heretic doing? Because I haven't seen him for like months. But
He's doing good.
okay, good. I really liked him, and I used to argue with him. You know, I had these measurements from Jesse, and I had the whole presentation. I still have it somewhere. You know, across Strait of Juan de Fuca here in Washington State, looking at Victoria, BC, and I used to argue that it shows curvature, but then when I figured out perspective could explain why a building is below the eye level of the observer, there was no more. Like, I couldn't dig deeper than that. In defense of the globe, in a sense. So that was kind of the final wall that fell.
Well, you were a big troll for a while, weren't you?
No, I was a staunch glober. I believe that would be the best kind of moniker that I would choose for myself.
Okay.
I still rate myself, even now that I'm no longer a glober, I would say I'm one of the like top 3 globers on Earth.
What does that mean?
That I can represent the globe model better than, 99.99% of globers from the population. You know.
How do you figure that?
I just think highly of myself, Crit. What can I say?
Well, I mean, do you have like
You should
expert
try that
level knowledge?
sometimes. Women love it.
Do you have like expert knowledge in the like field of like astrophysics or
No, not at all.
astrobiology?
But
Oh,
not
so
at all. But
in their
I am
point of
good at
view,
explaining things.
you're disqualified then.
Well, maybe, but unlike Neil deGrasse Tyson or Brian Cox, I have the ability to explain something in 1/10 of the words without introducing all sorts of nonsense in the process. That's why it takes me 7 seconds to land a point that usually takes you 7 minutes to land. It's just I've been blessed that way, I guess. But it is what it is.
It also takes you 2 minutes to do what Crit can do in 45 minutes.
That's exact. Okay, I'm gonna stop myself because I don't want to ruin the part. But I had a nice
This is a
comeback.
family
Just so
show.
you know,
This is a
I had a
family
nice
show,
comeback.
brother.
I had a good comeback to that one, but I thought better.
Rise above.
I don't know. I thought he was being generous with the 10. Personally.
I know. I'm shit.